Kede has a younger brother, a rebellious and wild character with a devil-may-care attitude. Some people have tried to introduce him to potential partners. He rejects the pretty and sexy ones. He looks down on the gentle and elegant ones. Until one day, Kede discovers that the crazy guy has set his sights on her. Chapter 1: Scandalous Affair. The curtains were half drawn, and in the dimly lit room, faint moans echoed. Millimeter. Kede slightly bit her lip, her body pressed against the bed as a man kissed her neck. His burning kiss trailed downward, from her neck to her collarbone, and then to her chest. Her body burned with desire, and the temperature in the air soared. The door wasn't fully closed, and Aunt Chen, who had been passing by, saw this scene, her pupils widening in shock. The two in the room were completely oblivious, still entwined in their passionate embrace. How could they be doing something so shameful? Bang! Aunt Chen accidentally bumped into the trash can by her feet, making a loud noise. She snapped back to her senses and hurried downstairs. Once in the kitchen, she had no desire to cook, her mind still filled with the shocking image she had witnessed moments ago. Not long after, a faint sound of footsteps came from the staircase. Aunt Chen froze, turning on the faucet and lowering her head to wash vegetables in an attempt to appear calm. Soon, the footsteps faded, but she felt a chill run down her spine as she realized someone was standing behind her, watching her. "How long have you worked for us, Aunt Chen?" The voice belonged to a young man, clear and pleasant, with a hint of laziness in his tone. But to Aunt Chen, it sent chills all over her body. She didn't dare turn around, continuing to wash the vegetables in the water, pretending to be calm as she answered, 10, 12 years. Having worked for the Chu family for so long, Aunt Chen knew well that Chu father and Chu mother were a loving couple, and they had two outstanding children. The siblings were 6 years apart, the older sister was biological, and the younger brother was adopted. Though there was no blood relation, they shouldn't be doing such inappropriate things behind closed doors. Aunt Chen's heart was in turmoil. "How is the pay?" the man continued asking. Aunt Chen hesitated. It's pretty good." "How much per month?" "Quite a lot." "How much?" He insisted on a specific number, and Aunt Chen had no choice but to tell the truth, 20,000. The man seemed satisfied. "I'll double your salary every month." "You didn't see anything today." It was both a bribe and a warning. Aunt Chen's hands trembled as she dropped the vegetables into the water with a plop. Kede woke up the next morning. The phone on the bedside table buzzed. She frowned and reached out, her eyes still half closed as she groggily answered, "Hello? Are you awake? Still sleeping?" It was Tong Yao's voice on the other end of the line. Kede became a little more alert. Her eyelashes fluttered, but she was still reluctant to open her eyes. She mumbled in response, "What's up?" "Nothing, just checking on you. You got really drunk last night." At the Golden Rooster Awards ceremony the night before, Ji Yuingshi had won Best Actress, and as one of her circle of friends, Kede had gone with her to the celebration, drinking more than anyone else. Tong Yao had been Kede's manager for years, and she knew that Kede couldn't handle alcohol. When she got drunk, she would end up blurting out all sorts of things. For example, exposing other people's secret affairs on Weibo, revealing who was being exploited, or accusing directors of tax evasion and fraud. These incidents had caused Kede to offend many people in the industry, and Tong Yao had cleaned up after her more than once. Whenever Kede got drunk, Tong Yao would immediately take away all her social media accounts. "When you're sober, stop sleeping. I've scheduled an appointment for you with Director Fu at 4 p.m. today, at New Century International Trade Center." Millimeter. Kede lazily responded. "Also, about your brother." Beep. She cut him off impatiently, hanging up the phone. By midday, the sun had become increasingly bright. The sound of water running from the bathroom filled the air. A hazy reflection appeared on the steamed-up mirror, showing a delicate face. Her skin was fair, her features perfect, with a well-defined bone structure. Despite not wearing any makeup, she was astonishingly beautiful. Kede wiped the mirror, and once her vision cleared, she frowned slightly. She noticed several faint red marks on her chest. It was strange recently, every time she woke up after drinking, she would find mysterious red marks on her body, in varying shades. Were these allergic reactions to alcohol? She reached for her collarbone. It seemed like she needed to see a doctor soon. As a public figure, especially one who relied on her looks and figure, even small things that affected her appearance could be a big deal, so she couldn't afford to take it lightly. When Kede finally made her way downstairs to eat, it had been half an hour. The living room was bright, and two people were sitting at the dining table, Kede's mother, Kuyunji, and Chuyang. When Kede walked down, Kuyunji gave her a quick glance. "Come here, I need to talk to you." Kede didn't say anything and lazily flipped her hair as she walked over to sit next to Chuyang. "You smell like alcohol." Kuyunji pretended to wave her hand in disgust. Kede shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly. Chuyang didn't look at her, his head bent over his phone. The bangs falling over his forehead cast shadows across his brows, and his legs were casually crossed, wearing a pair of white trendy sneakers. Aunt Chen placed the food in front of him, her hands trembling as she recalled what she had witnessed earlier. Chuyang noticed, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. "Dai, tomorrow morning, you're going on a blind date with Fu Xiao." As soon as Kuyunji spoke, Kede nearly spit out the water in her mouth. "What? A blind date?" Chuyang put his phone away and began eating. "Yes, a blind date." Kuyunji looked excited. "Fu Xiao is a busy man, but I finally managed to set up an appointment for you. You can't stand him up." Kede immediately lost her appetite and came up with an excuse. "I'm busy tomorrow, I have a schedule." Kuyunji, as usual, was straightforward. "Cancel it." "No, I can't cancel." "Admit it, you don't want to go on a blind date, do you?" Kede put down her chopsticks. "Mom, don't forget, I'm an entertainer." "What's wrong with being an entertainer?" Kuyunji said dismissively. "Didn't your friend just win Best Actress last night? She's married, has kids, and manages to have both a successful career and a happy family. That's the life of a winner." Kede rolled her eyes, not wanting to argue. "Besides, you're getting older, almost 30. You should start thinking about your future. Don't keep using work as an excuse. Getting married won't affect anything." "Heh." Chuyang laughed slowly, picking up his fork and cutting into his steak. "It affects a lot." Kuyunji looked over. "How so?" "Being a public figure comes with its own rules," Chuyang said, glancing at Kede. "Do you think if she gets a boyfriend, her fans will approve?" "What do I care about that?" Kuyunji laughed. "So what if they don't approve? What does it have to do with them?" Chuyang put down his chopsticks and picked up his knife and fork, cutting into his steak. "An entertainer's career is closely tied to their fans. If it were me." He didn't finish the sentence, but the cold smile on his lips carried a chilling undertone. Chapter 2, The Temptress. Kudai and her mother looked at him as Kuyunji asked, "What will you do?" "What will I do?" Chuyang, with slow and deliberate movements, sliced through his steak. "Anyone who dares to get close to someone I like, I'll skin them alive, pull out their tendons, and then throw their body into a crocodile pit to be torn apart." His tone was casual, but the words were chilling. The way he sliced his steak somehow made it seem as though he wasn't cutting into meat, but into human flesh. Kudai didn't react much, as she had long been aware of her brother's nature. However, Kuyunji gripped her chopsticks tightly, disbelieving. "Stop scaring people. Dissecting someone? Go away." Chuyang looked up, lazily gazing at her. "Haven't you heard of sassing fans? This is mild compared to what they do." Kuyunji shot him an irritated glare. "Eat your meal." The topic was effectively shut down. Kudai held back a laugh and gave Chuyang a grateful look. After lunch, the two headed toward the parking lot. Kudai patted Chuyang on the shoulder. "Thanks for earlier." At 1.88 meters tall, the young man seemed unbothered by the situation, casually flipping the car keys in his hand. "Where to?" "China World Trade Center. I have to meet a director." "Sure." He shoved his hands into his pockets. "I'll give you a ride." "Huh." Kudai, who was wearing a mask, turned to look at him. "Aren't you heading back to school? Peking University and the World Trade Center aren't on the way. Why make such a deity?" "I want to." Without another word, he reached the car, opened the driver's side door, and got in. Kudai, with a free ride at hand, didn't argue. She got into the passenger seat. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the World Trade Center building. "I'll head off now." "You take your time." Kudai opened the car door and got out. Chuyang looked at her while chewing gum slowly. "Which director are you meeting?" Won't know him if I tell you. Just tell me. Kudai put on her sunglasses. Fuan. R. Chu Yang withdrew his gaze and restarted the car. Let us go. Kudai couldn't help but feel speechless. Fuan was one of the 4 major directors in China. Every film he made was a classic, and every actor he worked with rose to stardom. That her agent, Tong Yao, had secured a meeting with such a prestigious director was no small feat, all thanks to her being a top-tier agent at Xingsha. Kudai walked into the private room and immediately spotted Fuan sitting by the window. The man, in his 60s, was famous and high-ranking in the industry. He didn't even make an effort to stand up and greet Kudai. You're Miss Ku. Yes, Director Fu. I've long admired you. It's an honor to meet you. Kudai removed her mask and sunglasses, revealing a flawless and stunning face. She gave a polite smile, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. There weren't many actresses these days who could look this good without makeup, and Fuan couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. He tilted his head slightly. Please, sit. Kudai sat across from him. Before she could settle, Fuan spoke. I'm meeting you today because of Tong Yao's recommendation. She told me you want the role of Shinju Lei. Fuan had a new project coming up called Slim Waist, and Shinju Lei was the lead female role. Since he had already gotten straight to the point, Kudai didn't beat around the bush. She confidently stated, yes, I hope Director Fu will give me a chance. I won't disappoint you. Fuan smiled lightly. But I don't think you're suited for this role. Kudai blinked in surprise. Why? You're too beautiful. Kudai had heard this line countless times. She started acting when she was 6 and had been in the industry for 20 years. She had never quite made it big. Some said she had no acting skills, others said she lacked talent. But one thing she was universally recognized for was her beauty. Her looks were considered the pinnacle in the entertainment industry, and to this day, no one had surpassed her. Without makeup, she could still captivate an entire room. With makeup, she became impeccable. Her fanbase mostly adored her for her beauty. Her looks were so striking that they often overshadowed her acting skills, and many netizens labeled her a pretty vase, beautiful, but ultimately useless. Indeed, in this industry, being beautiful is necessary, but being too beautiful is also a problem. Fuan continued, his eyes slowly turning colder. Otherwise, why would they say your roles are limited? You just haven't met the right benefactor. Kudai pursed her lips. So, does that mean Director Fu is willing to give me a chance? In the private room, it was just the 2 of them. On the table were 2 cups of coffee and a delicate incense burner, releasing a pleasant fragrance. There is a chance, but it depends on whether you can seize it. As he spoke, Fuan placed something on the table and pushed it slowly toward her. Kudai looked down and saw it was a hotel keycard. Their hotel was located right next door. In other words, this old man wanted to use her. Kudai couldn't help but sneer. I heard Director Fu wasn't interested in women. Was that a lie? Fuan let out a hearty laugh, waving his hand dismissively. I'm old, I don't have the energy for that sort of thing. But my sons have liked you for a while. You're exactly to their taste. Sons? Kudai finally understood. Fuan wasn't interested in her, but he wanted his sons to sleep with her. If she remembered correctly, Fuan had 5 sons. Was he expecting her to sleep with all of them? Disgusted, Kudai stood up, ready to grab her bag and leave without saying another word. Wait. Fuan suddenly rushed after her, blocking her way. Why are you leaving just like that? At least say something. Seeing him block her path like a thug, Kudai clenched her fists. Move. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Fuan paused for half a second before shouting at the door, "Who's there? I've reserved this room. No one is allowed to come in." Before he finished speaking, the door was kicked open with a loud crash, splintering into pieces. Kudai's gaze flickered as she saw the figure standing in the doorway. Who are you? Fuan asked in disbelief, looking at the young man approaching him, who had just kicked the door down. Seeing him close in, Fuan instinctively took a few steps back. Chu Yang stood in front of him. What? You want to touch her? None of your business. Fuan snapped, but before he could finish, he was kicked in the stomach and sent sprawling to the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. Seeing this, Kudai hurried over and grabbed Chu Yang's arm. Enough. He didn't do anything to me. Let us go. Chu Yang allowed her to pull him away, but before turning, he pointed at Fuan, signaling for him to wait. Kudai didn't turn back, but she could hear Fuan cursing behind them. You little brat, you haven't even grown up yet. Do you know who I am? Before he could finish, Fuan's phone rang. Furious, he answered the call. What was said on the other end of the line immediately caused his face to turn pale. What? All of my sons are in trouble. Chapter 3, Drugged. In the underground parking lot. Kudai didn't rush to get in the car. She turned to the person beside her and asked, Didn't you say you were going to school? Why did you come back? The surrounding area was quiet. Chu Yang leaned against the car door, smoking a cigarette. If I didn't come back, would you be waiting for that old man to sleep with you? What's your language? Kudai couldn't stand it. She was sure whether it was anger or heat, but sweat was beading on the tip of her nose. Do you think I'm easy to fool? That I'd fall for his trick so easily. Facts prove you already have. What? Chu Yang flicked the ash off his cigarette. 2 days ago, the female lead for Waste was already decided. They just haven't announced it yet. The only reason that old man agreed to meet you was to try and sleep with you, whether or not the deal was done. In the entertainment industry, Kudai knew all too well how many people had tried to pull such stunts with her. It wasn't just Fuan. She'd become immune to it over the years. She no longer felt sad or betrayed by these things. Instead, she felt a rush of heat, brushing the hair from her forehead. Since it hasn't been announced yet, how did you know about this? Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. What do you think? Kudai almost forgot that this boy, aside from his looks, was an incredible hacker. No matter what it was, if he was interested, he could find it out. With his carefree attitude and seemingly all-knowing demeanor, he could easily manipulate things around him. Even though he was only in his early 20s, he had already charmed countless young girls. Chu Yang did have a certain charm. Kudai used to see him as an innocent kid, unaware of the world. But now, in this moment, she looked at him, at every movement, at his lips when he spoke, the way his cigarette burned. The more she watched, the more captivating it became. Chu Yang didn't notice the change in her gaze. He flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, crushing it with his foot. The roll's gone, but your purity's still intact. Are you leaving or not? Kudai didn't respond, slowly moving closer to him. Chu Yang turned, ready to open the car door, but then, 2 arms suddenly wrapped around his waist from behind. He froze, his cold eyes immediately filled with emotion. The softness and curves of the body pressed against his back, the intoxicating fragrance, it was all tormenting his senses. Chu Yang didn't dare turn around. He just tilted his head slightly. Kudai? Help me. Kudai clung tightly to him, rubbing against him. She felt like she was about to explode, her body burning with fever. Her throat was dry and parched, as though a fire was raging inside her. Chu Yang finally realized something was wrong. He turned around, and in his gaze reflected her face, seductive and drenched in desire. Kudai's eyes were blurred, her beautiful eyes misty, her cheeks flushed. Her lips slightly parted, breath shallow and warm. In Chu Yang's eyes, she looked like she was begging for something. His gaze trembled. What's wrong with you? I feel terrible. The effects of the drug hit her quickly and intensely. She couldn't think of anything else. She reached up and held onto Chu Yang's neck. Help me. Her curvaceous body pressed into his arms. Without thinking, Chu Yang wrapped his arms around her waist. You've been drugged. By Fuan. Kudai recalled everything that happened in the room, and she could now confirm that the incense on the table was the cause. Fuan had set her up. No wonder that old man hadn't let her leave. He'd been trying to delay her, waiting for the drug to take full effect. But now, she didn't have time to think about all that. The drug's effects were eroding her rationality. Her hands roamed over Chu Yang's body. Chu Yang, in the prime of his youth, with Kudai the woman he had desired for so long in his arms, felt his lower abdomen tighten the moment she kissed his neck. At this moment, the parking lot was empty. With a forceful movement, Chu Yang flipped Kudai onto the car, his gaze locking onto her seductive face. His throat moved as he swallowed. Do you know who I am? Kudai couldn't even comprehend that. At this point, she was completely overtaken by desire, and all she wanted was to feel something with anyone. Her breath was shallow, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Her waist was firmly gripped by Chu Yang's hand. His other hand was moving toward her face. Suddenly, "What are you doing?" A piercing scream interrupted. Chu Yang froze, turning to look. Damn. It was his mother. Ku Yunji stood not far away, her face a mixture of shock and disbelief. She ran towards them in high heels, grabbing Kudai and pulling her behind her, yelling at Chu Yang, "Xiao Yang. Kudai is your sister. How could you do this?" Ku Yunji was so angry her hands were shaking. Even though Chu Yang wasn't her biological son, even though he and Kudai weren't related by blood, she couldn't accept that these two kids would have any kind of inappropriate thoughts toward each other. Since adopting Chu Yang, Ku Yunji had treated him as her own child, just like a biological son. So no matter what, they couldn't go down the wrong path. Compared to Ku Yunji's anger, Chu Yang remained calm. He lazily raised his lips. "What's wrong with that? I saw everything. You. Ku Yunji couldn't finish the sentence, her expression as ugly as could be. "Mom." Chu Yang asked with a smirk, "Why are you so worked up? Why wouldn't I be?" Ku Yunji was about to go crazy. "You two were hugging and messing around here. Does that seem normal to you?" Chu Yang stuffed his hands into his pockets, tilting his head at Kudai. "Didn't you see she's drugged? How can you blame me?" "Drugged?" Ku Yunji turned back just as Kudai clung to her, panting urgently, "I feel so bad, help me." This girl, didn't he even know who she was anymore? Ku Yunji grabbed Kudai's flailing hands. "What happened?" "She was set up," Chu Yang said casually. "By who?" He clicked his tongue. "Is that really the important point right now?" "Right, the important point." Ku Yunji immediately said, "Even if your sister was drugged, you can't just take advantage of her. Xiao Yang, I taught you better than this." "Stop." Chu Yang cut her off. "How did I take advantage of her? I didn't touch her, kiss her, or sleep with her. You little brat, how can you talk like that?" Ku Yunji smacked his shoulder, her face pale with anger. "I saw you two hugging." "Heh." Chu Yang turned his head with a smile. That was just supporting her. Try letting go of her and see if she can stand. Ku Yunji, now serious, immediately let go and stepped back. Thud. Without anyone to catch her, Kudai fell to the ground. Her face was flushed red, and she kept tearing at her clothes. Just as her body was exposed, Ku Yunji quickly wrapped her in a coat. For a moment, all the emotions that had been troubling her were pushed aside. The most important thing now was to get Kudai to their hospital. Chapter 4 Scandal. 8 o'clock in the evening. Kudai was placed in the VIP ward and was still unconscious. "The patient is no longer in serious condition. We just need to wait for her to wake up." The doctor gave me some instructions and left. Ku Yunji stayed in the ward to take care of Kudai, looking like she was worried about something. Not long after, the door was pushed open, and Chu Fengyang rushed to the ward in a hurry. "How is Adai? Is she okay?" Ku Yunji took a quick look and said, "It's okay, you won't die." Chu Fengyang was used to his wife's sharp tongue, and he knew that Ku Yunji was actually a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He walked to the bedside worriedly, saw his daughter sleeping soundly on the bed, reached out to tuck the corner of the quilt for her, turned around and asked, "Who drugged our aider?" Ku Yunji said expressionlessly, "Who else could it be? Those bastards in the circle. Your daughter is fair-skinned and beautiful, which man wouldn't want to hit on her? In short, you men are all bad guys." Chu Fengyang disagreed with this. "You can say whatever you want, but can you please stop taking your anger out on me? Also, where is Xiao Yang? Didn't he come to the hospital with you guys?" When it comes to Chu Yang, Ku Yunji becomes irritated. She stood up and pulled Chu Fengyang to a corner. "Old Feng, let me tell you, I suspect Xiao Yang likes Adai." "Ridiculous." Chu Fengyang was furious. "Even if they are not siblings, you can't talk like that. How can you be a mother like that?" Ku Yunji explained hurriedly, "When Adai's drug took effect, I saw them hugging each other. If I hadn't arrived in time, they might have done something outrageous." Chu Fengyang became more and more angry as he listened. "Don't talk nonsense. What's wrong with them hugging each other? They even slept in the same bed when they were young. That's different." Ku Yunji stamped her feet anxiously. Do you know the way Xiao Yang looked at Dai at that time? It was as if he wanted to eat her. Chu Fengyang frowned. Impossible, Xiao Yang is not that kind of person. Eating people is against the law. Oh, you pig head, that's not what I meant. Ku Yunji was almost mad. Anyway, I was wearing sexy lingerie in front of you, and the way you looked at me was exactly the same. Chu Fengyang's face turned red. Why do you bring this up with us? Ku Yunji rolled her eyes at him and wanted to say something else, but Chu Fengyang interrupted her. Don't let your imagination run wild here. The children are all grown up. What if they don't have those thoughts, and you insist that they do? How embarrassing it would be. Do you still want to live with this family? Shut up. Don't ever mention this again. Ku Yunji was speechless. Is it true that she is overthinking? The next day, Tong Yao came to the hospital to visit Kudai, with a look of worry on his face. I escaped from danger, why don't you look happy for me? Kodai was wearing a striped hospital gown and leaning against the head of the bed, eating cherries. I really can't be happy. Tong Yao threw the iPad to her. You can see for yourself. Kudai sat up, opened her iPad and went to Weibo. Oh no. She has become a trending topic. A paparazzi secretly took photos of her in the parking lot. In the photo, she was pressed on the car by Chu Yang. The two were in an intimate posture with their lips close to each other. This ambiguous feeling of whether to kiss or not added a beautiful artistic conception to their whole picture and was quite imaginative. The hot search terms are #Kudai's secret affair #Kudai's boyfriend and #Kudai kissing in the parking lot #. It spread all over the internet and public opinion was flying everywhere. The comment section of her Weibo exploded. Fans' opinions were polarized. Some could not accept her relationship, while others were impressed by Chu Yang's profile in the photo. There were many different opinions and they were arguing with each other fiercely. The development of the situation is not a good thing for Kudai. Tong Yao tried to remain calm. Have you finished reading it? Kudai turned off the iPad and continued eating cherries. Don't you have anything to say? Say what? Scandal. Tong Yao got angry when she saw how calm she was. Do you know how much of an impact this will have on you and the company? Kudai smiled. Sister, are your eyes white? Can't you tell who is in the photo? I know, your handsome brother. Tong Yao took a deep breath, but the key is that netizens don't know. Kudai, you have to know that most of your fans are male fans. They are fans of you because of your looks, which proves that they love you and like you. This liking is mixed with the feelings between men and women. Those male fans will never accept that you are in a relationship. Kudai understood. Then why don't you just issue a public relations clarification? I'll do the PR, but your brother also needs to come out and clarify things. What does this have to do with him? Tong Yao crossed his arms. Who asked him to hug you so tightly, like he was hugging his own wife? Kudai threw a pillow at him. Fuck you. That was my brother. I was drugged at the time, and he was helping me instead of hugging me. As for why I was drugged, it's all your fault. It was you who asked me to see Fuan. I asked you to meet him for your own good. Tong Yao explained. Who would have thought that old man would want to seduce you? Everyone says he is not interested in women, and I didn't expect that he would give you to his son. You can't blame me for that. Kudai looked at her coldly. All right. Tong Yao waved her hands. Let's put this aside for now. The most urgent thing now is to suppress the rumors. You go talk to your brother. No. Kudai felt it was unnecessary. Why make so much trouble when a public relations crisis can solve it? Tong Yao suddenly became expressionless. Are you going or not? No. Okay. Tong Yao took out his cell phone. Then I'll call President Chow and ask him to clean up your mess. You. Kudai pointed at her and uttered a few words. You are so cruel. She quickly got out of bed and changed her clothes. Before leaving, Kudai closed the door loudly. This temper. Tong Yao smiled and shook her head, thinking that only the big boss could deal with her. After Kudai left the hospital, she called Chu Yang but he didn't answer, so she went to the school to find him. Peking University is the top university in the country with an excellent environment. One of Kudai's dramas was filmed here. There were so many people and so much space that she didn't know where to find Chu Yang, so she just asked a student. Chu Yang, I just saw him in the basketball hall in Area A. Thanks. Kudai turned and left. Although she was wearing a mask and sunglasses, the boy still looked at her back and fell into deep thought. Why did this woman give him such a familiar feeling? Kudai walked into the basketball hall and saw Chu Yang at first sight. It has to be said that her younger brother is always the focus of attention in the crowd. Under the bright lights, Chu Yang, wearing a black jersey, leaned back in a lounge chair. His exposed arms had smooth lines, and he crossed his legs, looking lazy and relaxed. There was a girl standing in front of him. She had a graceful figure and was quite pretty. Chapter 5: Jumping off a building. Kudai smelled gossip, so she walked silently behind the two men and sat down. The girl asked shyly, "Chu Yang, are you free tonight?" "How?" "I want to go to the movies with you." Facing this kind of situation, Chu Yang was already used to it, and asked calmly, "In what capacity?" The girl started to blush. "I want to be your girlfriend. I have liked you for a long time. Can you date me?" Chu Yang smiled coldly. "No." "Why?" "Because I have someone I like." The words fell. Not only the girls, but even Kudai, who was sitting in the back and eavesdropping on their conversation, was shocked. "What? Chu Yang has someone he likes? Really?" The girl didn't quite believe it. "But, how come we've never heard of it?" "Then listen to me now." Chu Yang said calmly, "It's true, you have no chance." The girl's eyes were red, and she was a little unwilling. "Can you tell me who the other person is?" "I am the recognized campus beauty of Beijing University. Can the girl you like be as pretty as me?" Hearing this, Kudai couldn't help but hold her breath. She sat behind Chu Yang and couldn't see his expression. She only knew that he was silent for 2 seconds before he spoke to the girl. "Would you like to hear the truth?" The girl nodded. "Okay, then don't blame him. As for beauty, you can't even compare to her hair. In terms of figure, she's way ahead of you. In terms of charm, you're not even worthy of carrying her shoes." After a few words, the girl's self-esteem was severely hurt and she ran away wiping her tears. Kodai is really... How to say it, she always knew that Chu Yang was very sharp-tongued, but she didn't expect that he could be so ruthless to such a beautiful girl. After the girl left, Chu Yang opened a piece of bubble gum and threw it into his mouth, looking like a scumbag who was hurting others without realizing it. Several boys playing basketball on the court suddenly stopped and ran out excitedly. "Hurry, hurry, I heard that Kudai is coming to our school." "Fuck, is this true? My goddess." "Fuck you, run faster, you're blocking my way." Hearing this, Kudai's heart skipped a beat. Has her whereabouts been exposed? Before she could be surprised, Chu Yang, who was sitting in the front row, suddenly turned around and asked, "Sister, are you here to see me?" Meeting his teasing look, Kudai was startled again. "How did you know I was behind you?" Chu Yang simply turned around and looked at her leisurely. "I knew it as soon as you got here." "No way, how did you find out?" Kudai remembered that she hid it very well. However, Chu Yang just smiled meaningfully. She herself might not know that she had a faint fragrance on her body. He had already memoized this fragrance and could smell it within 10 meters. Ahem. Kudai deliberately cleared her throat and said awkwardly, "I just accidentally overheard your conversation with that girl." "Sorry." Chu Yang said generously, "It doesn't matter. I'm just telling you this. What do you want from me?" Forehead. Kudai thought about the public opinion on the internet and was considering how to start the conversation when suddenly there was a commotion outside. "Oh. No. Someone is going to jump off the building." "Jump off the building?" Kudai and Chu Yang looked at each other, stood up and said, "Let's go and take a look." Chu Yang held her back. "Are you sure you want to go out now?" It was a mess outside, and Kudai was a public figure, so being discovered would only cause more trouble. But someone jumped off the building. She was too curious. "Let's go out and hide in a corner. No one will find us." Chu Yang didn't let go. "What does jumping off the building have to do with you? Don't join in the fun." Just as Kudai was about to say something, the cell phone in her pocket rang. She pulled her hand out of Chu Yang's palm and answered the phone. "Sister Yao." "Kede, listen to me." It was Tong Yao on the other end of the phone, speaking anxiously. "The reporters have followed you to Beijing University. A sophomore boy wanted to jump off a building. He happened to be your fan, or because of you that he jumped off the building." "Wait a minute." Kudai interrupted. "What do you mean by jumping off the building because of me?" "Your scandal. She can't accept your relationship and wants to commit suicide." After hearing this, Kudai was completely speechless. So what? So you can't stay out of it. Tong Yao solemnly warned her, before the police and the fire department arrive, you must stop that male fan. Don't let anyone get killed, otherwise it will be a big deal. The weather outside is changing from sunny to cloudy. On the rooftop of a 6-story teaching building, a boy wearing glasses stood on the edge of the rooftop, crying bitterly. I have liked Kudai for 9 years, how can she fall in love? No. She can't have a relationship. How am I going to live like this? I might as well die. The downstairs was filled with dense crowds of onlookers, and university teachers also came to the rooftop. Some tried to persuade them, some called the police, and no one dared to act rashly. The reporter set up a camera nearby and pointed the lens at the man with glasses who was about to jump off the building. This matter was related to Kudai. It was so explosive. It would definitely be on the entertainment headlines tomorrow. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. The man with glasses yelled, if you come over here again, I will jump down. The teacher was terrified and said quickly, okay, we won't go over, and you mustn't jump. It was at this moment that Kudai squeezed out of the crowd. She was still wearing a mask on her face, her long hair fluttering in the wind, and she shouted to the man with glasses, classmate, calm down, I am Kudai, I am not in a relationship, come down quickly. The words fell. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to her. You are Kudai. The man with glasses didn't quite believe it. Kudai took off her mask, and her bare face was exposed to the public. Her skin was fair and tender, revealing an otherworldly beauty. Who else could it be but her? There was a burst of surprised exclamations from the crowd. It was really Kudai. The man with glasses was stunned, standing on the edge of the rooftop looking at her absent-mindedly. Kudai took a deep breath and tried to persuade the other party, come on, come down quickly, it's too dangerous up there. You really aren't in a relationship. No. She said sincerely, it's all a misunderstanding. I will issue a statement to explain it later. The man with glasses was obviously more stable. He looked at me with fascination, can you come over and hug me? Kudai frowned slightly. Ms. Ku, the male professor next to her advised her, you are the only one who can get close to him now. Just go and hug him, and then you can pull him down. A female professor disagreed, what if this student loses control of his emotions and drags Ms. Ku down with him? For a moment, Kudai lost her mind and didn't know who to listen to. She looked left and right, but couldn't find Chu Yang. Seeing her hesitation, the man with glasses broke down and went crazy, you don't want to hug me. I have liked you for 9 years, but you despise me. What's the point of me living? He pretended to jump down, and Kudai immediately compromised, no. I'm going over now, don't be impulsive. She approached the man with glasses cautiously. During this process, in the corridor of another teaching building, Chu Yang was leaning against the window watching this scene. Chapter 6 Here he comes, the god of heaven in the capital. The moment Kudai reached out her hand to the man with glasses, Chu Yang raised the slingshot in his hand, aimed, and fired. R. The man with glasses cried out in pain as his right leg was hit by an unknown object. Before he could even touch Kudai's hand, he lost his balance and fell down the stairs. At that moment, Kudai's pupils dilated and her heart stopped beating. What followed was the deafening screams of the crowd. 7 p.m., police station. After 3 hours in the interrogation room, Kudai asked again, when can I get out? The policeman had just finished taking the statement and was sorting out the information when he said, the hospital's assessment of the patient's injuries showed that he had multiple fractures and massive intracranial hemorrhage. Even if he survives, he will most likely remain in a vegetative state. Kudai tried to explain, although I sympathize with that boy, I really didn't push him down the stairs. People at the scene can testify to this, and those reporters also clearly filmed the incident. Doesn't this count as evidence? Ms. Ku, we police will make our own judgments, and the evidence you mentioned can indeed help you eliminate suspicion, but since someone has called the police, this case is of great importance. As a party to the case, you must cooperate with the police investigation. I'm afraid you can't leave for a while. Kudai closed her eyes, feeling really tired. Captain Chin. A young police officer walked in. Boss Chow is here. Kudai's heart skipped a beat. Chow Jinqian. Why is he here? The policeman called Captain Chin hurried out of the interrogation room. The surroundings became quiet, and even Kudai's heart calmed down a lot. Not for any other reason, but because Chao Jinqian showed up, she was determined not to leave the police station today. 10 minutes later, Kudai left the police station smoothly. The night was as cool as water. A jet-black Bentley was parked on the side of the road. The driver got out of the car and waited respectfully by the side. The back seat window slowly dropped, revealing the man's stern profile, as perfect as a sculpture. He is the most powerful person in the entire capital city. He is rich and powerful. He is an influential figure both in his family and in the business world. Thanks to him, Kudai was able to escape from the police station so quickly, even though to Chao Jinqian, this was just a trivial matter. How long are you going to stand there? The man's eyes fell on her, as if he was dissatisfied with her dithering. Kudai had no choice but to walk over and bend down slightly beside the car window. Thank you very much for this time. She stood against the light, her long hair scattered, sprinkled with a layer of silver frost by the moonlight, beautiful and dreamy. Chao Jinqian looked at her for 2 seconds and said, "Get in the car." "No need." Kudai stood up straight. "I can just take a taxi back later." "Are you going to come up?" "No need to bother." Chao Jinqian said nothing more and got out of the car with a cold face. Seeing this, Kudai sighed inwardly, knowing that she couldn't escape. She was wearing thin clothes, so the man took off his suit jacket and put it on her. "I asked Tong Yao to cancel your advertisement and schedule. From now on, you should rest at home for a while. Leave the rest to me. You can come back after the storm is over." Kudai raised her eyebrows. "Leave it to you? Are you going to clean up my mess again? I've cleaned up enough messes for you." She was speechless when she heard this. "So, do you regret it?" Chao Jinqian was wearing a black shirt, his voice was deep and magnetic. "If you had listened to me at the beginning, you would have been famous a long time ago, and you wouldn't have ended up in this situation now." Kudai knew what he meant, so she took 2 steps back, leaned against the car and said nothing. Chao Jinqian has a wealthy family and a powerful business. The Longyu Group he currently manages is the strongest enterprise in the country. The Xingsha Media Company where Kudai works is one of his many subsidiaries. In other words, Chao Jinqian is her immediate superior. As for the relationship between the two, it is quite subtle. "To be honest, we are friends, but we are better than friends." "Lover?" She didn't mean that. "Confidant?" This is barely acceptable. Ever since she joined Xingsha, Chao Jinqian has expressed more than once his willingness to help her rise to the top. She also believed that with Chao Jinqian's ability, she would definitely be able to move smoothly in the entertainment industry and become a queen. But she refused. She didn't want to accept the other party's endless kindness, because this kindness required a price to be paid in return. And she was powerless to pay that price. As for the situation she is in today, Kudai smiled indifferently and said, "What is there to regret? I will fight for what I want through my own efforts. It's boring if it's too easy to get it." The words fell. A blue sports car drove over and stopped in front of Kudai with an emergency brake. She saw the person inside clearly, turned around and smiled at Chao Jinqian. "You don't have to send me off, my driver is here." Chao Jinqian looked in through the car window and met a pair of indifferent peach blossom eyes. "Xiaoyang, come down quickly." This was the first time Chu Yang and Chao Jinqian met, and Kudai planned to introduce them to each other. Originally, Chu Yang had no intention of getting out of the car, but when he saw the coat on Kudai, he poked his right cheek with the tip of his tongue, opened the door and got out of the car. "That's my brother, the one I told you about before, Chu Yang." Kudai smiled like an old mother. "Isn't he handsome?" Chao Jinqian looked at the young man walking towards him. He was tall and handsome, with an outstanding appearance. He was well dressed, wearing all trendy brands. He looked really handsome. Lu extended his hand first. "Hello, Chao Jinqian. This is my boss." Kudai introduced him at the right time, the president of Longyu Group. "You can just call him brother." This appears intimate and can ease the awkwardness and strangeness of a first meeting. Chu Yang understood and reached out his hand. "Uncle, I have heard of your great name for a long time." "What are you calling me?" Kudai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I'm 10 years older than you and I'm only in my early 30s. How can you call me uncle?" "It doesn't matter." Chao Jinqian didn't care. He withdrew his hands and put them in his pockets. He could already sense the hostility of the young man. But where does this hostility come from? "It's getting late, let's go." Chu Yang didn't want to stay any longer, so he took off Kudai's coat and threw it to Chao Jinqian. "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Chao. I'll return your coat to you." The man took it subconsciously, and then saw Chu Yang take off his coat and put it on Kudai. Kudai was quite confused. Before she could react, she was taken away by Chu Yang. Her thoughts were still on the moment when the two coats were switched. They are all clothes and they bring the same temperature. The biggest difference is the taste. The smell on Chao Jinqian's clothes is that of noble men's perfume. Chu Yang exudes a refreshing minty scent. The car drove away. Chao Jinqian still stood there, looking in the direction the sports car left. He seemed to have noticed something, and an absurd smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Kudai's younger brother is a bit scary. It's late at night. Kudai originally wanted to go back to her apartment. But with so many things happening recently, including the scandal and the fan jumping off the building, the paparazzi must be waiting for her near the apartment. Chapter 7, Promise. There was no choice but for Kudai to go home. As soon as I entered the door, my parents came up to me and bombarded me with questions. Chu Fengyang looked anxious. Did the male fan who jumped off the building survive? Is he a lunatic? Or a stalker? Such people are so scary. Kuyunji then asked, did Mr. Chao pick you up? This matter has nothing to do with you, right? Kudai had a headache after hearing this and threw herself on the sofa. Can you guys be quiet? I'm almost exhausted. We are worried about you. When Chu Fengyang said this, he saw his son sitting on the other side of the sofa and said, Xiao Yang, you are really something. Why didn't you accompany your sister when the accident happened? If you were around to give advice, things might not have gotten so serious. Chu Yang crossed his legs and sat on the sofa eating grapes. Oh, I went to change clothes at that time. What? I just finished playing ball. I need to change my clothes. You really are. Chu Fengyang simply stopped talking about him. So what's the situation now? Kuyunji sat next to her daughter and asked her, does this matter have a big impact on you? Can you still make it in the entertainment industry in the future? On their way back, Kudai had already checked the situation online. Their scandal she had with Chu Yang had long been surpassed by the popularity of the male fan jumping off the building. Fortunately, there is video evidence to prove that she was not the one who pushed the male fan down. But since the incident started with her, she can't escape responsibility. As for what to do next, Kudai said, I don't know. Chao Jinqian said he would solve it. That's good, that's good. Kuyunji breathed a sigh of relief. This time, it's all thanks to Boss Chao. If it weren't for him, you wouldn't know how long you would be in the police station. You should thank him. If it were me, you should just pledge your love to him. Chu Yang paused while eating grapes. What the hell? Kudai looked as if she had seen a ghost. Why did you pledge yourself to me? Think about it yourself. President Chao was originally on a business trip in Country Z. As soon as something happened to you, he rushed back immediately. And last time, he cancelled the marriage arranged by his family in public for you. I still remember last year, when you two were in danger while riding in a car, he was the one who got hurt. You were fine. He was risking his life to protect you. After talking about all these things, Kuyunji wanted to poke her daughter's forehead. Boss Chao has done so much for you. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he likes you. I don't believe you can't see it. Kudai uttered 3 words expressionlessly, and then Mom begs you to open your head a little. Kuyunji was so excited that her saliva flew everywhere. The Chao family is the first of the 8 great families in the capital. If you marry Chao Jinqian, our whole family will be blessed and we won't have to worry for the rest of our lives. You must not be ungrateful for what you have been blessed with. Heh. Kudai said, do you want this blessing? You damn girl, why don't you make sense? Kuyunji turned her head around and her eyes fell on Chu Yang. If you don't believe me, ask your brother. Xiao Yang, do you think what Mom said makes sense? If your sister married into the Chao family, she would definitely be extremely wealthy, right? Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, not necessarily. Hey, why do you always pour cold water on me? Kuyunji was almost pissed off by this brother and sister. She wanted to say something else, but Kudai had already stood up and walked upstairs. I'm going to bed. Chu Yang followed. I'm going to take a shower. Kuyunji looked at their backs and could only stare in anger. 2nd floor. Nanian Chen was standing at the corner and heard their conversation clearly. She had seen with her own eyes how Miss Ku and the young master were so affectionate. It's just that Miss Ku was drunk at that time, but the young master was sober. Could it be that the young master has always been in love with Miss Ku? How will Miss Ku react when she finds out? For the next few days, Kudai stayed at home. Don't go out of the front door, don't step out of the back door. To put it nicely, it means resting at home. To put it bluntly, it means avoiding the limelight. The online turmoil has not yet subsided, and as a mobile hot topic, it is inconvenient for her to go anywhere. During this period, Chu Fengyang and Ku Yunji worked as usual, but Chu Yang came back more often than before. In the family, only Kudai has nothing to do. After dinner this evening, Tong Yao called her and asked her to go to the bar to discuss work. Kudai felt like she was just released from prison. She simply packed herself up and went out happily. The bar is a place of carnival at night. The deafening music, the men and women dancing closely, and the dim and blurry lights make the atmosphere extremely exciting. Tong Yao was sitting at the bar drinking. When he saw Kudai approaching, he almost spit out his drink. "Fuck, you're so ugly." "It's right to be ugly." Kudai dressed up deliberately. "If I go out wearing a mask, I'm afraid I'll attract attention." Without a mask, her face would definitely cause a stir. So she could only make herself ugly, with yellow skin, thin facial features, and a black mole under her nose. Tong Yao couldn't bear to watch and pushed the cocktail over to him. "Here, it's yours." Kudai picked it up and took a sip. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" "Let's talk about the rumors first. The company has already issued a statement clarifying the photos of you and your brother. The public opinion online has calmed down a lot. Then there's the male fan who jumped off the building. Although the patient is still in the hospital, anyone with eyes can see that you didn't push him down the building. But you can't stay out of it. The company paid 2 million to the patient's parents on your behalf. This matter has nothing to do with you. You can work normally from now on." Before Kudai could breathe a sigh of relief, Tong Yao changed the subject, but there is still a problem. Now not only netizens, but also the police are investigating why that male fan fell down the building at that time. Hearing this, Kudai remembered, before I reached out to pull him, he seemed to have twisted his foot and fell down because he lost his balance. Tong Yao shook his head. Everyone has their own opinions. Some say he was scared and nervous, some say he had a leg cramp, and some say he was hit by a hidden weapon. Hidden weapon? Kudai was obviously stunned. Yes, but the hospital checked the male fan. Apart from injuries from the fall, there was no sign of being hit by a hidden weapon. Tong Yao snapped his fingers and asked the waiter to add more wine. So now the initial suspicion is that he had a cramp in his leg, which caused his body to lose its balance and he fell down the stairs. Kudai said nothing. "Don't think too much." Tong Yao comforted her. "Boss Chow said that he would investigate this matter thoroughly. He also helped you suppress some negative public opinions on the internet. You can just focus on taking on the roles from now on." Thinking of Chow Jinqian, Kudai glanced at her coldly. "Did you call him back this time? How could that be possible? With such a big incident, it's hard for President Chow not to know about it." Tong Yao said with envy and jealousy, "Only you have the ability to make him drop his work and rush back as soon as possible." Chapter 8 Going Crazy. Kudai knew what to do and didn't respond. Tong Yao didn't intend to let her go, and winked at her. "Tell me the truth, are you touched?" "Why?" she asked back. "Do you think I am a heartless person?" "That means I'm touched." Tong Yao said like a matchmaker. "Then why are you still hesitating? Just accept her." Kudai resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Being touched and liking someone are two different things. "Okay. I just don't believe that you are not even a little bit moved by the charm of President Chow." She stopped talking again, with a cold and indifferent expression as if she had given up all feelings and love. Tong Yao was really impressed by her. "So what type do you like? You've been in the industry for so many years, and apart from this scandal with your brother, I've never seen you interested in other men. Are you so picky? Is it high?" Kudai's eyes flickered and she lowered her head to hide the meaningful look in her eyes. At this time, two girls passed by. "That boy is really good looking." "Where?" "Look, that's it. Isn't it very exciting?" "Oh my god, go, get the contact information." The sound faded away. Kudai couldn't hear clearly until Tong Yao patted her shoulder and said, "Hey, is that your brother?" She turned her head and looked over, and wow, it was true. In a booth not far away, Chu Yang was drinking with a group of boys. Everyone else was having fun, but he was the only one leaning lazily on the sofa, looking drunk. There was a pile of empty wine bottles in front of the table, and it was obvious that he had drunk a lot. I'm not a sister for nothing, I have to take care of things that need to be done. Kudai put down her glass and said, I'll go take a look. At the same time, the two girls had walked up to Chu Yang and boldly asked him to contact the alchemist. A group of boys around were whistling and cheering. Chu Yang raised his eyelids unmoved, turned his sight, and saw Kudai coming over. My girlfriend is here. These words happened to be heard by Kudai. She was completely stunned. What the hell? Are you using her as a shield? Everyone's eyes fell on her, including the two girls. No one believed it. How is it possible? Is this really your girlfriend? Kudai now looks like an ugly woman, and compared with the handsome Chu Yang, they are not a good match at all. She didn't bother to explain, she bent down to see if he was drunk or not. How much have you drunk? Let's go home. A boy came over and asked, Brother Yang, are you serious? Is this girl really your girlfriend? You must be kidding. Don't believe it. Chu Yang looked back at Kudai, smiling, then give me a kiss. Shit, he looks really drunk. Cordelia pulled him up and said, let's go. The car was driving in the dark night. Chu Yang fell asleep as soon as he got in the car. But Kudai knew that he was not asleep because he crossed his arms, his fingertips occasionally tapping on his clothes, and he looked like he was resting with his eyes closed. If your parents knew you drank so much outside, they would definitely scold you. Then don't let them know. Chu Yang was not afraid at all, and his voice had a hint of laziness due to drinking. Kudai glanced at him and asked, aren't you afraid that I will complain? He clicked his tongue, stop talking, I have a headache. You deserve it. You don't know how to drink, but you drank so much. Seeing that he didn't look upset, Kudai softened her attitude and said, I'll go home and make you some hangover soup. Chu Yang opened his eyes and said, I'm not going home. Where are you going? Take me back to school. No. Kudai rejected it outright. How can I let you go back to school when you're this drunk? If your parents find out, I'll be the one who gets scolded. Chu Yang closed his eyes again, then think about it carefully. I can't guarantee what I will do when I'm drunk. Kudai laughed at this and said disapprovingly, can you still turn the tables? Just don't get drunk and vomit all over the house. I'm too lazy to clean it up. Chu Yang didn't say anything else, but curled his lower lip meaningfully. Back home. Kudai just remembered that Aunt Chen was on vacation today. Chu Fengyang also had to go on a business trip this afternoon due to work. A few days ago, my grandmother broke her foot and Ku Yunji rushed to take care of her. She didn't know when she would be able to come back. As a result, she and Chu Yang were the only ones left at home. Perhaps it was because the alcohol was starting to take effect, Chu Yang couldn't even walk steadily when he returned home. It took a lot of effort for Kudai to help him into the room on the second floor. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Sweat broke out on her forehead and she stood by the bed to catch her breath. The room is designed in a cool style with black and white tones. The air is filled with a faint minty scent, which is refreshing and cool, and very consistent with Chu Yang's temperament. He lay on the bed with his eyes closed, looking very uncomfortable, with obvious signs of drunkenness between his brows. Don't go. Say what? Kudai didn't hear clearly and leaned closer to him. The man's hot breath sprayed in her ears. Don't go. She frowned and stood up straight. You take a rest first. I'll make you a bowl of hangover soup. Although she doesn't know how to do it, it's not difficult to find tutorials online. Kudai lifted her hair and turned around. When she was about to reach the door, she felt a pressure coming from behind. The next second, a pair of strong arms hugged her waist from behind. She gasped in fear and her heart stopped for a moment. Don't go. Chu Yang hugged the delicate body tightly in his arms, and the overflowing emotions in his heart could hardly be suppressed. In the eyes of outsiders, they are siblings whose blood is thicker than water. But Chu Yang discovered his own life experience when he was very young. He is not the biological child of the Ku family, but was adopted from an orphanage by Ku's parents. Although Mr. and Mrs. Ku tried to hide it from him, he still found out. Sad and fortunate. Sadly, he is an abandoned orphan who doesn't even know who his biological parents are. Fortunately, he and Kudai are not related by blood. When he thought of this, he couldn't help himself. He buried his head in Kudai's neck and kissed her gently with his thin lips. No. Kudai began to struggle violently. Chu Yang, what are you doing drunk? Let me go. Quick. Halfway through her words, her body was turned over, and Chu Yang forcefully kissed her lips, his tongue immediately entering her, and he pushed her against the door and invaded her wantonly. Kudai was going crazy. She pushed him with her hands and kicked him with her feet, but it was useless. She was completely suppressed. At this moment, she was terrified of the disparity in power between men and women. She felt like a powerless person, letting him do whatever he wanted. Chu Yang kissed her passionately. Her ears were filled with the sound of lips and tongues entwined, and the worst thing was that she felt something hard pressing against her lower abdomen. In shame and anger, Kudai bit it. Blood filled her mouth, and Chu Yang groaned, and had to let her go. Kudai took the opportunity to push him away, opened the door and ran out without stopping. It was as if there was a flood or a beast chasing him from behind, and he ran away very fast. Chu Yang was still standing there was no sign of drunkenness on his face, he was as sober as could be. He reached out and touched the wound at the corner of his mouth, then licked the remaining blood with lingering satisfaction, an unknown smile in his eyes. Chapter 9, A Ridiculous Night. Chu Yang licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, and an unknown smile appeared in his eyes. In the past, I kissed her when she was drunk, but this was the first time I chose to kiss her when she was sober. But she was so scared just when she got there. If I really get serious with her, how much will she cry? Running back to the room, Kudai locked the door immediately. She gasped in shock and squatted down with her back against the door. What to do? Chu Yang actually kissed her. Is he crazy, or is she dreaming? This is too ridiculous. For a moment, Kudai felt a strong sense of shame in her heart. This shame comes from violating morality and from feeling guilty about one's parents. Her eyes turned red and she buried her face in her palms, then suddenly raised them up the next second. Wrong. Chu Yang was drunk. A drunk person is not sober. He didn't know what he was doing, let alone that the person he was kissing was her. Kudai also remembered that the last time she went to Peking University to find Chu Yang, she heard him say that he had a girl he liked. Since he already has someone in his heart, could it be that he mistook her for the girl he likes? Kudai really wanted to find him and ask him clearly, but she didn't have the courage. She didn't even know what kind of mood she should be in to face him, and she didn't want to stay in the same house with him at this moment. The moonlight is bright and flawless. Someone drove away overnight. Absence of consciousness, continuous absence of consciousness. Kudai was in a daze even when she arrived at the company. Tong Yao walked into the office and glanced at her. What's wrong? You seem absent-minded so early in the morning. Kudai came back to her senses. Nothing. Last night's accident is still vivid in my mind. Thinking back on it, it makes me feel overwhelmed and helpless. Tong Yao didn't know what she was thinking, so she walked over with the notebook in her hand. Here is a script. Wait. Kudai interrupted, let me ask you something. Do you think a drunk person is still conscious? Does he know what he is doing? Of course I'm not conscious. Tong Yao quickly denied it, but didn't forget to add, anyway, you're like this, drunk, crazy, messing around, and then blacking out. I've cleaned up so many messes for you. Kudai blushed. Does that mean that after sobering up, you don't remember what you did? Every time you sober up, do you remember what you did? I don't remember. That's all. Hearing Tong Yao say this, Kudai subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Chu Yang will forget everything that happened last night today. As for his behavior, it was obvious that he was drunk and mistook her for the girl he liked. Hey, what's wrong with your mouth? Looking closer, Tong Yao discovered that her mouth was a little swollen today, but it didn't look like a pouty lip made with makeup. Nothing, I just ate 2 packs of spicy noodles before coming here. She looked at the notebook in Tong Yao's hand and quickly changed the subject. What is this? Oh, the script. Tong Yao handed it to her. The drama, Desire to Paint, has started casting. I have secured the leading female role for you. The subject matter is novel and in line with the current public aesthetic. If nothing goes wrong, it should be a hit. You can also become famous through this drama. Kudai flipped through 2 pages casually. So good. But. Tong Yao pursed her lips. There is a kissing scene. With a snap, Kudai closed the script. Are you kidding me? You know I don't accept scenes with intimate scenes. Yes, I know. But it's because you refuse to film intimate scenes that you've been in a lukewarm state. You don't want good scripts, and you don't want Mr. Chow's help. Do you want to rely on your own efforts to film those small and clear web dramas to realize your dream of becoming a movie queen? Tong Yao advised earnestly, Kudai, the reason you can stay in the industry now is entirely because of your face. When you get older, you won't have the chance to prove yourself again. A kissing scene is not a sex scene, it won't kill you. Anyway, the opportunity is in front of you, you can do whatever you want. Bang. The door is closed. Kudai was the only one left in the office. She was still holding the script of Yu Hua in her hand, feeling indescribable. Forget about kissing scenes. She has never kissed another man in her life. The only accident happened last night. What Chu Yang took away was her first kiss. That's right, my first kiss is gone, so what's so scary about filming a kissing scene? This way. Kuyunji rushed home early in the morning and saw that only Chu Yang was eating breakfast at the table. You're back. Aunt Chen hurried to the kitchen to get dishes and chopsticks. Kuyunji sat down. Xiao Yang, where is your sister? I don't know, maybe she ran away. Chu Yang held a piece of toast in his mouth and used his hands to type on his iPad. How is Grandma? She's recovering well. Let's go to Yuncheng together in a couple of days to pick up your grandmother. Kuyunji suddenly saw something and changed the subject. Why is your mouth rotten? Chu Yang smiled and said, bite it to pieces. Aunt Chen was cleaning the living room, and she would prick up her ears from time to listen to their conversation. Who bit you? Kuyunji's face changed immediately. I don't believe you bit the corner of your mouth yourself. That's someone else's bite. Others. Kuyunji put down her chopsticks. You little bastard, you're not going to mess around outside when I'm not at home, are you? Unexpectedly, Chu Yang did not comment, not outside, but at home. You brought him home. Kuyunji raised her voice instantly. The voice was louder. Chu Yang glanced at her. Why, no. Kuyunji wanted to scold him, but then she thought, her son is a senior this year and will graduate soon, so it is not surprising for him to have a relationship in college. She softened her attitude. So, you have a girlfriend at school? If you say so, then so be it. What do you mean by if I say yes? Can you be more serious? Kuyunji interrogated him. How old is he? Where is he from? Do you get along with him? Chu Yang drank a sip of milk and said, he's older than me, a local, and we get along pretty well. When she heard that she was older than him, Aunt Chen's hands trembled while wiping the glass. This must be talking about Miss Ku. Is she pretty? Kuyunji couldn't help but become serious. Since this is her future daughter-in-law, family background can be put aside for now. She must be outstanding in appearance, at least presentable enough to be taken out. But then again, given Chu Yang's own conditions, his vision must be good. Beautiful. Chu Yang picked up some peanuts and ate one at a time. She's at least 1.7 meters tall, with big breasts, a thin waist, and skin so tender that you can pinch water out of it. How can she not be beautiful? Aunt Chen sighed in her heart when she heard this. Isn't he this talking about Miss Ku? Unfortunately, his wife was still in the dark and had no idea that her son's thoughts were on his sister. Even though the two siblings are not related by blood, my wife will definitely not agree to it given her personality. What a bad fate. Aunt Chen was distracted and accidentally knocked over the vase on the table. Hearing the voice, Chu Yang glanced over coldly. Aunt Chen didn't dare to look at him. She was so scared that she immediately lowered her head to work. Then bring it home someday and show it to Mom. Kuyunji was delighted. Because of the incident where Kudai was drugged, Kuyunji had always felt uneasy, thinking that Chu Yang had thoughts about Kudai that he shouldn't have. Now it seems that she was overthinking. Chapter 10 Kissing Scene. The iPad on the table suddenly lit up, and the system pushed a piece of entertainment news. Chu Yang glanced at him, then suddenly looked back, his eyes narrowed. What's wrong? Seeing that he looked strange, Kuyunji thought something had happened. Ko Dai's new drama is about to start filming. Is there any large-scale intimate scenes in the play? Chu Yang stood up with his iPad in hand. I'm leaving first, you eat slowly. Kuyunji wanted to ask something, but what she heard was the sound of the door closing at the entrance. She looked away suspiciously, wondering why the child was acting differently all of a sudden. Left the house. Chu Yang lit a cigarette before getting in the car. Recalling the news he had just seen, he exhaled a puff of smoke with an expressionless face. Kissing scene? Or a sex scene? If you want to take the photo, it depends on whether he agrees or not. Before the crew started filming, Kudai attended the new film launch conference of Desire to Paint. It was only later that she found out that the drama had two female protagonists. And one of the female leads that Tong Yao fought for her happened to be the one who had a kissing scene with the male lead. The director is Shin Jinjong, a well-known figure in the circle, known as a drama maniac. He has made 2 Best Actresses and 1 Best Actor famous under his hands. The male lead is an actor named Seong Lei, a young and handsome guy who was once nominated for the Best Actor at the last Huading Awards. He has some ability. The other female lead is Liang Susu, who looks very technologically advanced and tough, but I heard she has a strong background. There were many media present at the scene. As soon as Kudai appeared, she instantly became the focus of the whole audience. She went for a traditional Chinese style today, wearing a white silk shirt on the upper body and a dark navy blue horse-faced skirt on the lower body. Her long hair was tied up and fixed with a real antique jade hairpin. She had light makeup on her face, looking soft, generous, and full of aura. Apart from anything else, her beauty is really not exaggerated, it is well deserved. Reporters turned their cameras on her. In contrast, Liang Susu, who was wearing a dress with a large skirt, looked much more tacky. Seeing that her limelight was being stolen, Liang Susu wanted to cut Kudai into pieces, but she couldn't show it on her face, so she could only force a smile. Kudai, I heard that you have an intimate scene in your new drama. Is this your first screen kiss? How do you feel about it now? Facing the reporter's questions, Kudai felt like 1,000 horses were galloping through her heart. It's not relevant to bring up this issue. Whenever she heard the word first kiss now, she would think of that ridiculous night when Chu Yang got drunk. First of all, I am honored to work with director Shin. No matter what the role is in the play, since I have accepted this role, I will do my best to do it well. I also ask the seniors in the crew to take care of me. It's just dealing with reporters, she does it with ease. But those guys didn't intend to let her go. At first they only asked questions about the new drama, but later their true nature was revealed. Kudai, I heard that the person you were having an affair with not long ago was your younger brother. Is he a biological or private person? Kudai smiled and changed, just like your mother and uncle, do you think they are close? The reporter's face darkened. Another reporter asked, then why do you have different surnames, one is Ku and the other is Chu? Kudai curled her lower lip. As for the surname, that's a long story. Even though Chu Fengyang and Ku Yunji have a good relationship now, they used to have a small quarrel every 3 days and a big quarrel every 5 days. The most serious incident was when they went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce, and agreed that each of them would raise one of their 2 children. At that time, Kudai and Chu Yang were still young. Ku Yunji chose Kudai, so Chu Fengyang could only take Chu Yang with him. He also changed the surnames of the 2 children very quickly. As a result, within 2 days, Ku Yunji and Chu Fengyang reconciled. They resumed their marriage as if it was just a joke. The 2 of them no longer held a grudge against each other, and they were too lazy to change their child's surname. Don't you think this is funny? Of course, Kode would never tell this group of reporters about this interesting scandal. She said, we are all human beings, so why are there men and women in the world? This. The reporter who asked the question couldn't help her. Another female reporter asked, some media took photos of you 2 together. The boy is very handsome, not inferior to male celebrities at all. What do you think of such an outstanding brother? Kudai looked at the female reporter with a smile, I don't have any idea about him, but I see you have a pretty face, so I have some ideas about you. The whole audience burst into laughter. The female reporter's face turned blue and red. Leave the press conference. Tong Yao scolded her, you are such a fool. Can't you control your temper? What would happen if you said less? Now it's good, but tomorrow they will spread rumors that you have a bad temper and are bad-mouthed and difficult to get along with. Kudai walked towards the parking lot without changing her expression. Is it my fault? You didn't even listen to what those guys were asking. Are they speaking human language? I also asked her if she had any thoughts about her brother. Bar. He has his uncle's idea. Is she morally corrupt and inhumane? Is she so hungry that she wants to eat her own brother? It makes me angry just thinking about it. Stop! A female voice sounded from behind. Kudai turned around and saw Liang Susu walking towards her with her skirt lifted up. Liang Susu walked up to her and raised her arm to slap her without saying a word. Kudai grabbed the wrist and shook it vigorously. Are you sick? You just came up and started fighting. She has no connection with this woman. Is she crazy? Liang Susu didn't expect her to be so strong. After being thrown away, she fell to the ground. Then she got up again, pointed at her nose and cursed, "Bitch!" Kudai wanted to slap this woman in the face, but she hadn't taken any action yet. Tong Yao couldn't stand it any longer. "Ms. Liang, watch your mouth. Kudai has no grudge against you. What do you mean by hitting her? If it's because she stole your limelight on the stage just now. That's not the reason." Liang Susu interrupted Tong Yao and glared at Kudai fiercely. "Boss Chow broke off the engagement with me because of you, right? You are so shameless." Kudai was bewildered. What does this have to do with Chow Jinqian? Oh, she remembered. Not long ago, the Chow family arranged a marriage for Chow Jinqian, but Chow Jinqian withdrew from the arrangement right after it was arranged. Could it be that the marriage partner is Liang Susu? Kudai turned her head and looked at Tong Yao questioningly. Tong Yao seemed to have just reacted, and whispered in her ear, "It seems to be true." The Liang family was the one who married into the Chow family, and Liang Susu is well known in the circle for her strong backing. This way, they can be matched. Kudai understood and looked at Liang Susu with a half smile. "So it's you." "Humph." Liang Susu gnashed her teeth and said, "It was you who caused me to be broken off from my engagement and lose face. I won't let you go." The other party came with bad intentions, and Kudai was not a pushover either. Tong Yao approached her again and warned her worriedly, "Liang Susu has a strong family background, and few people in the circle dare to mess with her. You should be aware of this and don't do anything rash." After hearing this, Kudai raised her eyebrows and smiled harmlessly at Liang Susu. "Being rejected is your business. It proves that you are not attractive enough and men don't like you. I won't take the blame for this." Chapter 11. He is her illegitimate fan. Liang Susu was furious. "You are talking nonsense. If you hadn't seduced Mr. Chow behind my back, how could I have been broken off from the engagement?" "Okay." Kudai crossed her arms across her chest. "If you say yes, then yes." She knows how to irritate people. Liang Susu's eyes were blazing with anger. Just at this moment, the cell phone rang. Kudai saw the incoming call on the screen and deliberately raised it in front of Liang Susu. "See? Mr. Chow, the one you've been thinking about, called me. Let me tell him about your bad deeds." After saying that, she turned around and walked away, answering the phone. Liang Susu was so angry that she wanted to chase her and fight with her, but was stopped by Tong Yao with a cold face. "Ms. Liang, your current behavior constitutes malicious harassment. We can sue you." Liang Susu nearly bit her teeth off. Her sharp gaze seemed to shoot through Kudai's back. "There is ample time." She made note of this. Kudai answered the phone. "What's wrong? Is the press conference over?" A man's deep and magnetic voice came from the phone. She listened and walked nonchalantly towards the car. "It's over. Then let's have lunch together at noon. I have something to tell you." Chow Jinqian holds a high position of power in the group and is busy with all kinds of affairs all day long. If he takes time out to say he has something to discuss, it is definitely not a trivial matter. "Okay." Kudai agreed immediately. "It just so happens that I have something to tell you. Liang Susu's matter. Where are you? I'll pick you up." Just as Kudai was about to say no, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a person leaning against the nanny car not far away. Chu Yang put his hands in his pockets and held a lollipop in his mouth. The moment he met Kudai's eyes, he bit the candy into pieces with a click and chewed it slowly. Damn it. Whenever Kudai saw him, she couldn't help but think of the scene of that night and froze in place, unable to move. "What's wrong with you? You look like you've seen a ghost." Tong Yao looked at her in confusion. "Isn't that your brother? Come over here." Kudai gritted her teeth and walked over reluctantly. Tong Yao was already one step ahead of her and greeted Chu Yang enthusiastically. "Long time no see, brother." No matter how many times she sees him, Tong Yao will always be amazed by the young man in front of her. She has been in the entertainment industry for so many years and has seen all kinds of handsome male stars, but compared to Chu Yang, they are just younger brothers. Due to his professionalism, Tong Yao never gave up the idea of signing Chu Yang into the company. But this younger brother is quite difficult to deal with. No one even looked at her. Chu Yang's eyes were on Kudai from beginning to end. When he saw her approaching, he said lightly, "What's wrong, sister? You look so sad." Looking closer, Kudai could even see the scar at the corner of his mouth, which was caused by her bite. For a moment, her cheeks were hot. "Why are you here at this time? Is there something wrong?" "Something's up." Chu Yang glanced at the oversized light bulb next to him. "Auntie, can you make room?" Tong Yao almost wanted to swear, how did she become an aunt? This kid looks like a decent person, but his mouth is so poisonous. "Please call me sister next time," Tong Yao emphasized deliberately. Chu Yang agreed to her request. "Okay, auntie." Tong Yao didn't want to talk to him anymore, and said to Kudai expressionlessly, "I'll wait for you at the exit ahead." After saying that, he got into the car and slammed the door loudly. Tong Yao certainly didn't know that it was because she helped Kudai take on the drama, desire to paint, that she received this special treatment from Chu Yang. The nanny car left. Only Kudai and Chu Yang were left. The atmosphere became awkward, and she tried to act natural. "Why did you make Sister Tong angry? You were never like this to her before." Chu Yang said calmly, "Let's not talk about her first, let's talk about you." "What's wrong with me?" Kudai was feeling uneasy. Shit, he's not going to talk about what happened that night. Unexpectedly, Chu Yang asked, "How did the press conference go?" She was stunned for a moment. "It went quite smoothly." "Heh." Chu Yang laughed coldly, "It seems like you really planned to film this movie." Kudai could hear the sarcasm in his words and couldn't help but frowned. "Why, can't I do that? There's a kissing scene in it, didn't you know?" "Yes." "You still filmed it knowing that." Chu Yang tried his best to control his emotions, hoping that she would deny it next. Kudai said, "I am an actor. Let alone kissing scenes, even sex scenes are considered dedication to art. What a sacrifice for art." Chu Yang's fists in his trouser pockets were almost broken. He remained calm on the surface. "Really? Your fans won't agree." Kudai wanted to laugh. "My parents don't interfere with me, so why should they interfere with me? Based on your current popularity and traffic, they are all given by them." Chu Yang hinted in his words, "Don't blame me for not reminding you, your decision will irritate those illegitimate fans." Kudai felt threatened and was furious. "So what if I pissed you off? Do I need to remind you of the consequences?" His tone was neither warm nor cold. "You may be fine, but the male actor you work with will be miserable. For example, Xiang Lei, who had a kissing scene with her. Fans would cyberbully him, attack him, and retaliate against him privately. Kodai knew better than anyone what might happen. But so what, she'd had enough. "Whatever they want, I will choose to call the police." Kudai said calmly, "A bunch of thugs, who oppose my decisions and do not support my career, have the nerve to be my fans. Forget it, I would rather not have such fans, they only make me feel sick." Nausea. Chu Yang was stung by these two words. So, he made her feel sick, did he? He didn't say anything else, and there was gloom in his eyes when he looked at her. The two looked at each other in silence. Kudai couldn't understand the meaning in his eyes, but she could feel that he was very unhappy. She pursed her lips and took a step closer to Chu Yang. "Xiao Yang, I know you are just like my parents, worried that I will be cyberbullied, but my psychological endurance is not as fragile as you think. Don't worry, I know what's going on." After listening to this, Chu Yang's expression did not change. He just laughed slightly, with an ambiguous meaning. Just as the two were in a stalemate, a horn sounded in the distance. A stretched Lincoln drove over. Chao Jinqian got out of the back seat and raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Chu Yang. "What a coincidence, Xiao Yang is here too." Chu Yang ignored him. The atmosphere was inexplicably subtle. "Why are you here?" Kudai asked. Obviously, she had forgotten about the phone call with Chao Jinqian. "The man didn't care, I came to pick you up for dinner. Your brother is here too, why don't we go together?" Kudai thought Chu Yang would refuse, but he agreed readily. "Okay, thank you very much, uncle." Kudai hit him on the shoulder and said, "That's enough, kid. If you don't want to call me brother, you can call me Mr. Chao." "What's your name?" "Uncle. If you don't know, you might think he has something against Chao Jinqian." "It's okay." Chao Jinqian said calmly, "Boys are more or less rebellious. I can understand that. Chapter 12, Rivals Meet, Jealous. When we arrived at the restaurant's private room, the dishes were served quickly. Chao Jinqian's identity meant that he would be treated respectfully wherever he went. He has a good temper and a big picture, and every move he makes, including when he cuts the steak, exudes elegance. Kudai was drinking soup with her head down when 2 plates were suddenly handed to her. She looked up and saw 2 sliced steaks, one from Chao Jinqian opposite her, and the other from Chu Yang beside her. The 2 men looked at each other silently. It felt like there was a war going on in the air. Kudai was caught in the middle, feeling extremely embarrassed. Eat yourselves, don't worry about me. Chu Yang took a direct and hard approach, placing the cut steak in front of her and taking away the uncut one. Seeing this, Chao Jinqian could only withdraw his hand and smiled meaningfully. He watched Kudai start to eat the steak that Chu Yang had cut for her, picked up the wine glass and took a sip. When will your new drama start filming? Kudai was busy eating without even looking up. The opening ceremony will be held tomorrow, and we will join the crew the day after tomorrow. Where? Hengjian World Studios in West Lane. Chao Jinqian pondered for a few seconds. West Lane. Longyu has a resort project to be developed nearby. I will go there to inspect it in a while, so I can come and visit you. Mr. Chao is so busy, how can he still have time to visit someone on set? Chu Yang laughed when he heard this. Aren't you afraid that the media will make up stories and start another scandal? Kudai agreed with this. Yes, you'd better not visit the set, otherwise we will both be in trouble. Chao Jinqian seemed to have heard it, and changed the subject. What grade is Xiaoyan in this year? Chu Yang leaned back in his chair. Senior year. Is it Kyoto University? What major did you study? Computer. Chao Jinqian looked as if he had expected it, and then asked, do you have a girlfriend? Chu Yang smiled and replied, it has nothing to do with you. Don't get me wrong, I'm just asking casually. It's okay if you don't want to say it. Chao Jinqian is very broad-minded. Then I'll just ask casually. Chu Yang looked at him with a half smile. Mr. Chao is not young anymore. When do you plan to get married and have children? Chao Jinqian said nothing. You guys are such a jerk. Kudai couldn't stand it anymore. Why are you so aggressive when you talk? If you don't want to talk, don't talk. Can you just eat quietly? She put down her chopsticks and said, you guys eat, I'm going to go to the bathroom. After Kudai left, Chao Jinqian spoke slowly. Xiao Yang, this is the second time we meet, right? I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel like you have something against me. Chu Yang smiled coldly. I treat everyone like this. Really? Chao Jinqian asked tentatively, is it like this to everyone, or only to the opposite sex around Kudai? Chu Yang pretended not to understand. What do you mean? It's nothing. I hope I'm overthinking it. Chao Jinqian stopped when he saw that things were going well. But I also hope you understand one thing. I'm not a bad person, and I won't harm Kudai, so you don't have to look at me as if I were an enemy. As if he wanted to prove something, after Chao Jinqian finished speaking, he took out his mobile phone and made a call, and turned on the speakerphone. Hello, Mr. Chao. The person on the other end of the phone was Shinjinan, the director of Desire to Paint. This was just the beginning, and Chu Yang had already guessed what Chao Jinqian was going to do. Director Shin, I heard that your new drama is about to start filming, and Kudai has an intimate scene in it. Is that true? Shinjinan naturally answered Chao Jinqian's question. It's true. I didn't expect that Mr. Chao, who is in a high position, would pay attention to the work of a small director like me. It's an honor. This guy is good at talking, but unfortunately Chao Jinqian doesn't buy it. The man got straight to the point. I'll invest 50 million, and you delete the intimate scenes with Kudai. This. Shinjinan was in a dilemma. This drama, Desire to Paint, is my hard work, and the intimate scenes in it are indispensable to the plot. If they are deleted, the drama will have no highlights at all. Chao Jinqian came up with an idea. This drama has 2 female leads, right? You can transfer Kudai's intimate scenes to the other female lead. When Chu Yang heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. That's not a good idea. Shinjinan still didn't give in. After all, the other female lead, Liang Susu, was not someone to be trifled with. Nothing wrong with that. It was just a matter of how much money it would take. Chao Jinqian said, I'll invest 100 million. Can you do it? In one word, it directly demonstrates Chao Jinqian's wealth and strength. Xinjianan was fascinated by the money and compromised immediately. I can do it, I can do it. I will definitely do it for you. Chao Jinqian hung up the phone and met a leisurely gaze. Chu Yang witnessed the whole process and couldn't help but tease, Boss Chao is always generous. It's just a small matter. In Chao Jinqian's opinion, anything that can be solved with money is not a big deal. Because the thing he has the most is money. Does this count as spending a fortune to win a beautiful woman's smile? No. Chao Jinqian denied, I don't intend to let Kudai know about this, and I hope you can keep it a secret. This answer surprised Chu Yang. As they are all men, he knew very well what Chao Jinqian was thinking about Kudai. I did all this just to impress her heart. Oh. Whimsical. It was already dark when we were on our way back to the apartment. Kudai was sitting in the passenger seat and turned to ask, what did you talk about with Jin Qian when I went to the bathroom? Chu Yang was driving the car and glanced at her sideways, why are you calling her so affectionately? Still modest. Don't talk nonsense. Kudai kept on talking about this topic, why did you talk to Chao Jinqian like you were arguing? You didn't fight after I left, did you? If a fight really breaks out, who will you help? She sighed, is that the point? The point is that they didn't provoke you, why do you have a problem with them? Chu Yang said calmly, it's not an opinion, I just don't like him. This made Kudai even more confused. What's the reason? Tell me why you don't like him. Because of you. Chu Yang looked at the straight road ahead and switched his hand to the steering wheel. You won't understand even if I tell you. Why don't you tell me? But sister. He changed the subject, his tone revealing a hint of amusement. I do have something I want to ask you. Normally, Chu Yang rarely called her sister, but once he did, it was definitely with bad intentions. Kudai looked at him warily, what's the matter? That night when I got drunk, I woke up with a rotten mouth. Do you know what happened? The words fell. Kudai's heart was beating like a drum, and she quickly turned her face to the other side, I don't know. Don't know. Chu Yang looked at the back of her head with amusement, didn't you take care of me that night? Kudai insisted, I sent you back to your room and went to sleep. I had no idea how your mouth got rotten. It's possible that you got up in the middle of the night to drink water and accidentally hit it. Really? Chu Yang said lightly, but it looks like it was bitten to pieces. Grass. Kudai was frantic, it's possible that you bit it yourself. Chapter 13, The Beauty in My Arms, The Ecstasy. Kudai was frantic, it's possible that you bit it yourself. This spot at the corner of the mouth. Hey, stop bothering me. Kudai interrupted him, closing her eyes and pretending to sleep. I'm tired after a day, I need to take a nap, call me when you're here. Chu Yang didn't tease her anymore. He glanced at the person who was pretending to sleep, with a meaningful smile in his eyes. The car became quiet. Kudai's mind was working rapidly. Was Chu Yang just testing her? Or does he really not remember how the corner of his mouth became rotten? The scene of that night can't help but emerge in my mind. Charming, fanatical, passionate, and bewildered. The more Kudai thought about it, the hotter her cheeks became. With such wild thoughts in her mind, she didn't know when she fell asleep. Chu Yang noticed that the person next to him was breathing steadily, so he reached out a hand and held her small hand in his palm. 20 minutes later. Arrived at the apartment where Kudai lived. The car was turned off. Chu Yang did not rush to wake her up. Instead, he turned sideways and looked at her sleeping face quietly. Kudai was still wearing the same horse-faced skirt that she wore at the press conference. Her skin color is 2 shades whiter than that of normal people, but she doesn't look sickly. She has a built-in beauty filter. At this moment, she has her eyes closed, with her curled eyelashes covering her eyelids, like butterfly wings lightly parted. She is extremely beautiful. Chu Yang's eyes were fascinated. He reached out and touched the strands of hair on her forehead. His fingertips slid down and wandered over her face almost greedily. Eyebrows, eyes, nose. Finally stop on the pink lips. He traced the lines of his lips, where he had kissed many times. It's soft, fragrant and sweet, and you can't stop eating it. How can such beautiful lips be used for kissing scenes? Whenever Chu Yang thought about how she would kiss another man passionately in the play, he would become jealous and crazy. At this moment, Kudai's eyelashes trembled. Chu Yang stopped at the right time. She woke up the next second. Kudai rubbed her eyes and sat up. Are we there yet? How long have I slept? Why didn't you call me? In the dim carriage, Chu Yang's silhouette was vague, and his voice was also a little mysterious. Aren't you tired? I'll let you sleep a little longer. Okay, I'm going home then. Kudai paused while opening the car door, turned around and asked him, do you want to get in and sit down? She bought this apartment 2 years ago. After all, as an actress, it is not convenient to live with her family, so she still needs a private space. Chu Yang went there several times, occasionally on his mother's orders, to bring food to Kudai. No, next time. He was afraid that once he went up there so late, he wouldn't want to leave. Okay, then be careful on your way back. Kudai got out of the car and left, her figure gradually disappearing into the night. Chu Yang kept watching until the lights in the apartment where she lived came on, then he started the car and left. After the opening ceremony of Desire to Paint was completed, Kudai joined the crew to film the next day. Before filming began, Shinjinan announced in front of the main actors that Kudai's intimate scenes would be transferred to Liang Susu. She was shocked when she heard it. What's going on? No need to film kissing scenes. Shinjinan even walked up to her and patted her shoulder with appreciation. Ms. Ku has a bright future ahead of her. After hearing this, Kudai became even more confused. What she didn't know was that Chao Jinqian's phone call to Shinjinan directly changed Shinjinan's opinion of her. At first, Shinjinan only knew that Kudai was an artist of Xingxia Media, and he never expected that Chao Jinqian would care so much about a young actor in his own company. From this we can see that Kudai holds a special place in Chao Jinqian's heart. Now the entire crew has to worship her as a bodhisattva. Only Liang Susu was still out of the situation and didn't think about going to that level. While putting on makeup, she came to Kudai and boasted, "See, the director gave your role to me, which means I am more important than you, and you are only worthy of being a supporting role to me." Kudai sat in front of the makeup mirror and gave her a thumbs up. "Yes, you are awesome, you are awesome." Liang Susu became more and more proud. You must have hoped that this kiss scene would become a big hit, right? Now that it's gone, just give up on it. Just a little kissing scene, look how proud she is. Kudai didn't want to talk to such a brainless person and just wanted to get rid of her quickly. Well, I've given up on you a long time ago. When you shoot the kissing scene, just act sexy and I'll definitely clap and cheer for you from the side. You. Liang Susu felt as powerless as if she was punching cotton. She was so angry that she turned around and glared at Kudai fiercely. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you next time. The other side. While waiting for the show, Xiang Lei hid in an uninhabited area to smoke. The more he thought about it, the more upset he felt. Damn it. A close-up scene was replaced by me. It's so fucking frustrating. The assistant comforted him. It's not that he was replaced, it's just that the role was changed. It doesn't matter who he kisses. Liang Susu is one of the female leads anyway. How can they be compared? Xiang Lei's face turned green. Look at Liang Susu's plastic surgery face, it's not even good enough in front of Kudai. As early as the day of their Desire to Paint press conference, Xiang Lei was amazed by Kudai. No wonder she is recognized as the ceiling of appearance. With that face and that figure, she is born to do this job. Any man who sees her may not be 100% attracted to her, but he will definitely have physical impulses because of her. Xiang Lei is no exception. I thought that through this intimate scene, I could experience the ecstasy of having a beautiful woman in my arms. Unexpectedly, the meat that was about to reach my mouth flew away. How could he not be angry? He even threw the cigarette to the ground. Brother Lei, calm down. The show has just started. You will have more time to spend with Kudai in the future. The assistant came up with an idea. Even if there are no intimate scenes, you still have feelings for her in the show. Just take advantage of her and don't let the camera capture it, right? Xiang Lei's anger instantly disappeared, and he patted his assistant on the head with a smile. It has to be you, kid. He, it's my duty to share Brother Lei's worries. The words fell. A hidden weapon hit the young assistant's forehead. He screamed in pain, blood all over his face. Who? Who is it? The sudden action scared Xiang Lei quite a bit. He turned his head and looked around, and at a glance he saw a man in black walking out of the corner. The other person was tall and straight, wearing a black casual suit, with a mask on so his face couldn't be seen, and his hat brim was pulled down very low. As the other party approached, Xiang Lei could see a pair of cold peach blossom eyes, which exuded a chill. Take advantage of me. Take advantage of me. Chu Yang walked over slowly and repeated these two sentences. He was alone, and the two people on Xiang Lei's side couldn't help but step back in fear. Who are you? If you come any closer, I'll call for help. Shout. Chu Yang took out a stack of photos from his pocket and threw them at Xiang Lei's face. Let everyone come and see your scandal. The photos fell to the ground. The young assistant didn't care about the wound on his forehead and picked them up to look at them one by one. They are all photos of Xiang Lei being adopted by a rich woman, from small things like the couple going out in a hotel to big things like passionate sex in a car, and they are fucking high definition and have no watermarks. Chapter 14, Snakes, All Snakes. Xiang Lei was devastated after reading it. He stared at the person in front of him angrily. What on earth do you want to do? Chu Yang didn't waste time talking to him. Just focus on filming, be careful with your hands and feet, and keep your distance from Kudai. If you dare to touch her, you will suffer. Seeing Xiang Lei's pale face with satisfaction, Chu Yang added slowly, being ruined is a small matter, but leaving your body on the street is terrible. Do you understand what I mean? Understand. How can you not understand? Xiang Lei is a smart man. If he dares to take advantage of Kudai, there will be only two consequences. Either they are exposed in scandal and ruined, or they are murdered and die tragically on the streets. After saying goodbye and giving a warning, Chu Yang turned around and left. This is a Sassoon fan. The young assistant was still frightened. Xiang Lei was still staring at the figure that was getting farther and farther away. He had heard about how crazy Kodai's fans were. I finally got to see it today. After Kodai finished filming a few scenes, it was soon 11 o'clock in the evening. Liang Susu really did what she said, and when they were acting together, she found all kinds of ways to tease her. A water splashing scene was in 16 times. The script said not to splash the water on the face, but Liang Susu still splashed it on Kudai's face. It was no use even for her to hide. She got ahead of the director every time and drenched her like a drowned rat. Afterwards, they will change their expressions and say apologetically, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. It's my fault. With Liang Susu being like this, the director couldn't even scold her. After all, Liang Susu also has a strong backer. Kudai's assistant is a young girl named Dao Dao. After work, Dao Dao wrapped Kudai in a blanket and wiped her hair with concern. Really, this is too much of a bully. Tong Yao sat aside and smoked. Let me ask you, did you tell Mr. Chow about Liang Susu last time? Kodai bit her yogurt straw and said, I was going to tell you, but then I forgot. When Chu Yang went to dinner with them that day, she had long forgotten about Liang Susu's matter. The one who tied the bell must untie it. Liang Susu is angry with you because of President Chow's breaking off the engagement. Tong Yao took a puff of cigarette. If she targets you again tomorrow, you can only ask President Chow to deal with her. Kudai lazily got up and took a piece of bread. I'm tired after a day. I'm going to sleep. Tong Yao yelled behind her, eat less at this time of night. If you get fat, I'll show you how I'll deal with you. The crew prepared a room for the leading actor. The environment is good, the facilities are complete and it is quite clean. By the time Kudai finished her shower, it was already past 12 o'clock. She was tired and sleepy and wanted to fall asleep immediately, but then the phone rang. It would be fine if it was anyone else, but it had to be her mother, so she had to accept it. Hello? Adai, did you have a smooth filming today? It's okay. Kudai didn't plan to tell her mother about Liang Susu so as not to worry her. Kuyunji asked her all sorts of questions on the other end, and she responded intermittently, sitting down on the edge of the bed in her slippers. As soon as she sat down, she realized something was wrong. Something under the quilt began to move wildly. Before she could react, a bunch of snakes crawled out from under the quilt. Oh shit! There's a snake! There was a snake sitting under her buttocks. It was too late for her to get up, and the snake bit her thigh. She hissed in pain and stepped back quickly. The bed was full of snakes that fell to the floor, and some even popped out of the drawer of the bedside table. They were so densely packed together, twisting and turning in front of her, it made people's scalp tingle. What's wrong, Adai? Where is the snake? Adai. Kuyunji was so anxious on the other end of the phone that she was jumping up and down. Kudai didn't bother to answer her and ran to the door quickly. When I opened the door, someone outside had heard the noise and rushed over. What's going on? Tong Yao rushed to her in a hurry. What are you shouting in the room? Kudai was horrified. There's a snake in my room. What? There's a snake. Zhu Li Daodao was so frightened that she lost all desire to sleep. Tong Yao went to open the door, but Kudai stopped her and said, "Don't go in. There are a lot of snakes. It's dangerous." Tong Yao's brows were almost knotted. Where did the snake come from? Are you okay? Are you hurt? Kudai lifted up her nightgown and said, "There's a bite here. 2 red dots are particularly obvious on the snow-white and slender thighs. Now, even if I didn't go into the room, I would know there was really a snake inside." Daodao panicked. What should I do? Is it poisonous? Tong Yao made a prompt decision. Let's go. Let's go to the hospital. 2 o'clock in the morning, Beijing number 1 hospital. Kudaian sat quietly in the chair, allowing the nurse to disinfect and bandage her. Chu Yang stood aside and watched. The emotions in his eyes were both deep and light. He asked, besides the thigh, where else was it bitten? Kudai shook her head, no more. Did you inject the serum? Although the snake was not poisonous, the doctor still gave her an injection to be on the safe side. Chu Yang wanted to smoke, so he took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, but after receiving Kudai's warning look, he finally didn't light it. He nonchalantly played with the cigarette in his hand. Who did it? After the nurse bandaged Kudai, she turned and left the treatment room. She let her skirt down. It was the snake that did it. Chu Yang glanced at her coldly. I asked you where the snake came from. Kudai said nothing. She thought back to tonight. Oh no, it should be yesterday. Before finishing work yesterday, Liang Susu gave her an arrogant and meaningful look, and Kudai had a rough idea of what was going on. Let me ask you, where did the snake come from? There was a barely perceptible coldness in Chu Yang's voice. Kudai didn't want to involve her family in work matters. She evaded the question. The crew will investigate it thoroughly. Chu Yang didn't ask any more questions. The cigarette in his hand broke into 2 pieces in his palm. Meanwhile, outside the treatment room. Mrs. Ku, since this incident happened on the set, we are to blame. I apologize to you here. Shin Jinan humbled himself and kept apologizing to Ku Yunji. Ku Yunji kept a cold face. I don't want your apology, I just want you to give an explanation. My daughter encountered such danger on the first day she joined the group. Fortunately, those snakes were not poisonous, otherwise how could you compensate my daughter's life? If you don't explain clearly today, I will call the police immediately. When Shin Jinan heard about calling the police, he panicked instantly. No, Mrs. Ku. Calling the police will only make the matter bigger. It will be bad if it gets out. We still have to continue filming this drama. Besides, Ms. Ku is also an artist. You don't want the media to use her as a topic again, right? Ku Yunji choked, her anger still lingering. I don't care. Are we just going to let this go? Of course not. Shin Jinan promised. It's a little late now. When the sun rises, I will interrogate the entire crew and investigate the matter thoroughly, and give you and Miss Ku a satisfactory answer. Ku Yunji snorted. That's better. That night, Kudai went back to her apartment to sleep. It was almost 10 o'clock when I woke up, and it was 11 o'clock when I arrived at the crew. Seeing her coming, Shin Jinan quickly went to meet her. Kudai, I have already investigated the matter of the snake appearing in your room. Chapter 15 Stealing Other People's Fiancé. Kudai raised her eyebrows. Was the investigation completed so quickly? She was quite surprised and took off her mask and asked, what's going on? Alas. Shin Jinan's expression was hard to describe. You can blame the cleaning staff for this. He was not clean and touched all kinds of things. He cleaned your room without washing his hands. He also transplanted tuberose and creepers outside the window. You know, although these things look good, they are most likely to attract snakes, insects, rats and ants. But the staff said he did it unintentionally, which is why he almost harmed you. After hearing these words, Kudai really wanted to laugh. She asked Shin Jinan, Director, do you believe it? Why, you don't believe it? Kudai smiled and asked, where is the staff member? Shin Jinan said in a relaxed tone, don't worry, I have already fired him, and this kind of thing will never happen again. Kudai said nothing more and turned to walk towards the dressing room. She finally understood. The staff members were just there to take the blame. The real mastermind behind the scenes was still eyeing her covetously in the crew. When Kudai arrived at the dressing room, Liang Susu was already sitting there, almost finishing her makeup. "Oh, you're back to work so soon." The woman stood up and walked over, twisting her waist. "You were bitten by a snake, right? You need to rest for at least 2 or 3 days, right?" Kudai stood in front of her. "I'm afraid I don't have time to rest because I have some accounts to settle." The makeup artist realized that the atmosphere was not right and tactfully left. "Oh, who are you going to settle accounts with?" Liang Susu looked at him with contempt. "But you are lucky enough. So many snakes couldn't bite you to death. It's a pity." Kudai's eyes flickered. "How do you know there are so many snakes? Did you release them? Stop spitting bloody words at me here. Believe it or not, I'm going to sue you for defamation." "Why are you pretending? I know it was you who did it. Do you dare not take responsibility for it?" "Nonsense. Liang Susu would never admit it. It's obviously the retribution for you being shameless and stealing someone else's fiancée." Kudai smiled charmingly. "I don't know if this is my retribution. But I know." She leaned over and whispered in Liang Susu's ear, "Next is your retribution." The words fell. Liang Susu felt like her hair was being grabbed and her scalp was about to be torn off. Bang! Kudai slapped him with great force. Liang Susu fell directly to the ground, her head buzzing, and she felt like her face was gone. She was beaten. Growing up, she was the most favored little princess in the family. Her parents were reluctant to scold her, let alone hit her. But today she was beaten by a bitch. Liang Susu was furious. She got up from the ground and rushed towards Kudai. "You bitch! I'm going to beat you to death." Bang! Another loud slap. This time, Liang Susu bumped into the dressing table. She grimaced in pain and tears came out. "What's wrong?" The door was pushed open and a group of people rushed in. The leader was Liang Susu's agent, whose face immediately changed when he saw the tragic situation at the scene. Liang Susu's forehead was bleeding, the corners of her mouth were sore, and her face was swollen like steamed buns with clear fingerprints on it. On the other hand, nothing happened to Kudai. It is clear who the victim is. The agent exploded on the spot. "Kudai, are you crazy? How could you beat Susu like this? Which eye of yours saw me hit her?" Kudai crossed his arms across his chest, looking like a scoundrel who was telling lies with his eyes open. "The evidence is all here. Do you still want to quibble?" The agent pulled Liang Susu in front of everyone. "Susu has so many injuries on her body, you will be held criminally responsible." Kudai said, "She hurt herself." For a moment, the staff looked at each other, not knowing which side to listen to. "You're lying." Liang Susu screamed, "It was you who punched and kicked me, wanting to kill me." Kudai tilted her head and smiled, "I would punch and kick you for no reason. Who knows what's wrong with you?" Liang Susu stopped talking to her and ran to Shinjinan to act pitiful. "Director, you must make the decision for me. Kudai was jealous that I stole her role in the drama, so she hit me so hard. If everyone hadn't arrived in time, she would have beaten me to death." Shinjinan looked at Liang Susu, whose face was bruised and swollen, and then looked at Kudai, who was well dressed. His face turned pale and ugly. "What the hell is going on?" "It's nothing, she's just slandering me." Kudai turned the tables. "If she was accusing me of hitting her, then I would say she let a snake bite me in the room yesterday." "You?" Liang Susu pointed her finger. "You said I put a snake in your room, do you have any evidence?" Kudai asked back, "Then you said I beat you, do you have evidence?" "The wounds on my face are proof." "Oh, then my intuition is the evidence." After hearing what Kudai said, everyone felt that she was being unreasonable. Can intuition still be evidence? This is too misleading. "That's enough." Liang's agent walked towards Shinjinan and decided to put pressure on him. "Director Shin, the Liang family is a well-known family in Beijing, and Susu is the apple of the family's eye. Now that she has suffered this kind of treatment in your crew, if Mr. Liang blames you, can you bear the responsibility?" Everyone trembled, including Shinjinan. The Liang family is powerful and their family business is complicated and they are connected to both the black and white worlds. Their strength is unquestionable, otherwise the Chao family would not have chosen to marry into the Liang family. After weighing the pros and cons, Shinjinan sighed in his heart and turned his gaze to Kudai. "Kudai, you are indeed wrong in this matter. You should apologize to Susu." Apologize? No way. Liang Susu was furious. She beat me up like this, and I'm done with just saying sorry. You're dreaming. Shinjinan said helplessly, then what else do you want? First, kneel down and kowtow to me 9 times, then go to Weibo and post a statement admitting that you are the third party who stole someone else's fiancé, a shameless third party. Liang Susu said these words to Kudai with a sharp look in her eyes. Kudai was unmoved after hearing this, and said with a half smile, what if I don't want to? Liang Susu stepped in front of her in her high heels. You are just a powerless little actor. What can you use to fight me? If you offend the Liang family, not only will you not be able to survive in the industry, but your family will also have a hard time. Really? Kudai's expression didn't change. If I'm not feeling well, then let's not live like that. Kudai. Shinjinan scolded her, just apologize, don't make a big deal out of it, it's not good for anyone. Liang Susu's manager also began to warn, Ms. Ku, you'd better be sensible and don't refuse a toast. Who should be sensible? A deep voice sounded. Chapter 16 Protecting her in public. Everyone turned around at once, their eyes suddenly widened. Chao Jinqian stood at the door, wearing a black haute couture suit. He was tall and handsome, with an innate strong aura. Mr. Chao, why are you here? Shinjinan hurried over. The originally tense atmosphere changed significantly due to the man's arrival. Agent Liang instantly got scared. Mr. Chen, do you still remember me? Liang Susu ran towards the man, I'm Susu. Chao Jinqian didn't even look at her and walked straight towards Kudai. She was leaning against the dressing table, her long hair casually scattered, wearing a simple white t-shirt and casual wide leg pants. Her facial features were small and delicate under the baseball cap, and she looked like she was watching a show. Chao Jinqian's eyes softened unconsciously, were you bitten by a snake last night? Kudai shrugged and said, let's settle your romantic debt first. What peach blossom debt? That. She raised her chin towards Liang Susu, your fiancé. Only then did Chao Jinqian look over. Mr. Chen, I'm Susu. Liang Susu came closer again, I'm your uncle Liang's daughter. We studied in the same college when we were young. And then? Chao Jinqian said calmly, my fiancé. Is this how Miss Liang spreads rumors? If I remember correctly, the man reminded her, we broke off our engagement a long time ago. The crowd was still watching. Liang Susu couldn't afford to lose face. She pinched her palms tightly and forced a smile, but that was your unilateral decision. Whether it was the friendship between the two families or our family backgrounds, we are a good match, aren't we? Chao Jinqian said succinctly, that's what you think. To put it bluntly, she was just being too sentimental. Liang Susu's teeth were almost broken, and she pointed at Kudai, it's all because of her, right? You broke off the engagement because of her? Kudai rolled her eyes without disguising. The affairs of the Chao and Liang families have nothing to do with others. Chao Jinqian thought he had made himself clear enough. Liang Susu still refused to give in, it must be her. She seduced you behind your back. She made you obsessed. Do you think I'm the only one who knows? Uncle Chao and Aunt Chao already knew about it. She's a shameless bitch. Chao Jinqian's face instantly turned cold, how good can you be? Liang Susu was stunned. What? Apart from the friendship and background between the two families, who do you think you are? Chao Jinqian said with every word, a woman of your stature is worthy of entering the Chao family. This statement can be said to be merciless. Kudai couldn't help but look at him. She had always thought that Chu Yang was the most vicious-tongued one, but it seemed that Chao Jinqian was not bad either. Everyone present felt heartbroken after hearing this, not to mention Liang Susu. Her tears were streaming down her face. Her agent couldn't bear to watch and stepped forward to speak for her, Boss Chao, no matter what Susu said. Shut up. Chao Jinqian interrupted, his brows stern, I warn you, if you target someone you shouldn't target in the future, don't blame me for disregarding the relationship between the two families. After saying this, he held Kudai's wrist and walked away. As soon as Chao Jinqian left, the oppressive feeling at the scene dissipated a lot. Everyone's eyes fell on Liang Susu. To inquire, to sympathize, to laugh at the joke. Liang Susu was extremely embarrassed. She clenched her fists, stared at the door, and a vicious light flashed in her eyes. The weather outside changed suddenly. There were dark clouds in the sky and it looked like it was going to rain. The Ku family has guests tonight, and Aunt Chen prepared a table full of dishes. When the drunken crabs were served, Ku Yunji warmly welcomed them. Come on, Ingzi, some fresh drunken crabs. Eat more. Ingzi is Chu Fenyang's younger sister, and Ku Dai and Chu Yang call her aunt. She held the chopsticks with a smile. I remember that a Dai likes to eat drunken crab the most. Chu Yang sat at the table without saying a word, biting the tip of his chopsticks while looking at his phone. Yes, this dish is the girl's favorite. She can eat a whole plate of it by herself. Ku Yunji said, it's a pity that the weather is bad, otherwise we should have sent some to her apartment and she can have it as a midnight snack after work. Chu Yang put down his chopsticks, took out a tissue and wiped his mouth. I'll go and take it. Boom. There was lightning and thunder outside. Ku Yunji stopped him. Stop making trouble. Why don't you check the weather and sit down to eat? I'm full, please eat slowly. Chu Yang stood up and asked Aunt Chen, are there any more crabs? Aunt Chen was stunned for a moment, then nodded, yes, there are still a lot in the kitchen, I'll pack them all. Soon, Chu Yang went out with the drunken crabs, and Ku Yunji couldn't stop him. When she sat back down, Ingzi enviously said, Sister, A Dai and Xiaoyan have a good relationship. They braved the heavy rain to deliver food. They are not like our two kids. They act like enemies every day. It makes me angry. Ku Yunji smiled brightly, I still have to take care of them, but you know what, my two children have a good relationship, and I have never had to worry about them since they were young. Aunt Chen brought the soup to the table. I couldn't help but think to myself, the relationship is good, not to mention how good it is, it's so good that they even went to bed. Are you done cooking? Ku Yunji called her, stop busying yourself, sit down and eat together. Aunt Chen came back to her senses, hey, okay. The big raindrops hit the glass, but the apartment was well soundproofed, so the sound of the rain was eliminated. Ku Dai made a cup of coffee and placed it in front of Chao Jinqian. Sorry, I don't have any tea leaves at home. Just drink this. Chao Jinqian took a sip and said, it doesn't matter. The guest should follow the host's wishes. This wasn't the first time he came. He was the one who chose this apartment for her. Ku Dai thought about the crew and asked tentatively, is your family really okay? Chao Jinqian put down the cup, what are you worried about? Liang Susu, what you said today is a rift between us, right? Will it affect the relationship between your two families? Don't worry about that. The man said, just focus on filming your scene. I'll take care of the rest. Ku Dai raised an eyebrow and said, okay. Seeing her so straightforward, Chao Jinqian couldn't help but tease, why didn't you say thank you this time? In the past, every time I cleaned up the mess for her, she was always very polite. Thank you for helping me solve Liang Susu's problem. Ku Dai said seriously, isn't this what you should do? She explained everything, the marriage was arranged by your Chao family, and you cancelled it yourself. I didn't know Liang Susu from the beginning to the end. She ran out like a mad dog and insisted that I stole her man. She even chased me and bit me. Am I wronged? This was caused by you, and you also brought trouble on me. Shouldn't you solve it? Chao Jinqian smiled and shook his head, okay, I can't argue with you. It's not that I can't explain it, it's that I have my reasons. Okay, you have a point. He obeyed whatever she said. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at this time. Ku Dai looked at the time. It was 6:30 in the evening. Who would come? Chapter 17, Flooding Emotions. Ku Dai got up and opened the door. Seeing the people outside, her eyes trembled, Xiao Yang. You? It was windy and rainy outside, and Chu Yang was holding the drunken crab in his hand. Even with an umbrella, his clothes were wet. Hurry, come in. Ku Dai pulled him into their house, pulled a dry towel from the shelf, and stood at the entrance to wipe his hair. Here, my mother asked me to bring it to you. He lifted the bag in his hand. It contains drunken crab. Ku Dai glanced at her and said, come on, considering how much our mother loves you, how could she bear to let you brave the rain to bring me food? You wanted to come on your own. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows, then do you want to eat it or not? Eat, you must eat. Ku Dai wiped his hair and looked at his clothes. No, you have to change. Wait, I'll find clothes for you. She walked through the living room in her slippers and headed for the master bedroom. Chu Yang followed him to the living room and saw Chao Jinqian on the sofa. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "Why are you here?" The man stood up slowly and straightened his suit. "Why, I can't come." "That's not the case." Chu Yang put the drunken crab on the coffee table, his aura not inferior to the other party at all. "Boss Chao doesn't seem to have a long memory. With Kudai's identity, is it appropriate for you to appear in her house like this? What's wrong?" Chao Jinqian didn't think there was anything wrong. "What would you write if you were photographed by the media? Is that so?" The man nodded, not quite understanding. "I can't come, but you can." Chu Yang curled his lower lip coldly. "I'm her brother, how can I compare?" Chao Jinqian walked up to him and asked meaningfully, "But do you really regard her as your sister?" The words fell. There was an obvious flash of darkness in Chu Yang's eyes. "I hope so." Chao Jinqian patted his shoulder and walked towards the door. Kudai came out with clothes in her hand and said, "Hey, where are you going? Let's eat crabs together." "No, I have something else to do at the company. I'll go back first." Chao Jinqian glanced at someone meaningfully. If he stayed any longer, that kid's eyes would be murderous. After seeing Chao Jinqian off, Kudai returned to the living room. She didn't have any men's clothes here, so she got a new bathrobe for Chu Yang. "Go change your wet clothes quickly, or you'll catch a cold later." Chu Yang sat on the sofa without moving, raised his head and asked her, "Have you found the person who let the snake bite you?" Kodai didn't expect him to ask this, so she threw her bathrobe on his lap and said, "Found it." "Who?" "He's from the same crew, Chao Jinqian's former marriage partner. He solved the problem." "His marriage partner let a snake bite you?" Chu Yang snorted, as if he thought it was nonsense. "Yes." Kudai opened the bag of drunken crabs. "She said that I stole her man and caused her to be divorced." "And then, how did you solve it?" "Well, it's solved anyway." Kudai urged him, "This is not something you, a kid, should be involved in. Go take a shower, change your clothes, and dry your wet clothes." Chu Yang looked at her indifferently for a while, didn't ask any more questions, then got up and went into the guest room. Kudai ate the drunken crabs, one after another. The phone on the table also lit up. Tong Yao's phone call. "Let me tell you something. Although President Chao came forward to resolve the issue of you beating up Liang Susu, the wound on her face won't heal in a short time. Director Shen has notified us to stop working for 3 days." Kudai's eyes lit up. "Then can I go traveling?" "Why travel? Don't think you have nothing to do. Tomorrow I have to shoot the new quarterly cover of fashion magazine, and the day after tomorrow I have to go to Jiuhua Commercial Plaza to attend the brand's offline event." Okay. She responded impatiently, "I know." Tong Yao heard the noise from her end. "What are you eating?" "Crab." "What crab?" "Drunken crab." "Fuck." Tong Yao cursed anxiously, "Eat less. Don't you know how much you can drink? Don't get drunk and cause trouble again, or I will never forgive you." "Don't worry, it won't happen." Kudai didn't want to listen to her nagging, so she hung up the phone quickly. Kodai had almost finished making a bag of crabs. She really couldn't drink much. After one glass, she got 2 glasses at a time. Plus, she couldn't help herself and drank 2 sips of the soup just now. Her face started to turn red and she felt dizzy. She lay down on the sofa, and in a daze, she couldn't help but recall that when she was drunk in the past, inexplicable red marks would always appear on her skin. She suspected it was an allergy at the time and never went to the hospital for a checkup. "I don't know if this time there will be." When Chu Yang came out of the shower, the first thing he saw was a picture of Sleeping Beauty. The light in the living room was warm. Kudai was sleeping soundly on the sofa with rosy cheeks. She was still wearing casual clothes, revealing her slender waist and glowing white skin. Chu Yang walked over, picked her up and carried her to the room. There was no perfume in the master bedroom, but the air was filled with a faint fragrance, exactly the same as the one on Kodai. Chu Yang put her on the bed and didn't leave in a hurry. He supported his hands on both sides of her body and stared at her deeply. When she was drunk, she was soft and obedient, and just knew how to sleep. When she woke up, she didn't remember anything. Her breathing, figure, the rise and fall of her chest, in his eyes, they were all a fatal temptation. He had just taken a shower, and there was still moisture on his body. The hair on his forehead was half dry and half wet, which made his peach blossom eyes look even deeper and more seductive. Unable to help himself, he slowly leaned over. The moment their lips touched, Kudai's eyelashes trembled, and the next second he kissed her even more deeply. Their bodies rubbed against each other, their lips intertwined, and the coolness of Chu Yang's body made her put her arms around his neck. The atmosphere quickly escalated. In the end, Chu Yang braked the car and buried his head in her neck to calm his lust. It's not time yet. When the time is right and the truth about his blood relationship is revealed, he will no longer suppress his feelings. In order to avoid scaring her, he now had to take things slow. Jilwar Commercial Plaza has the largest flow of people in the entire capital. Whether it is Monday or the weekend, there are always heavy traffic and crowds of people here. Early this morning, as soon as Jilwar opened for business, a large group of fans swarmed in to grab the best seats. What's going on today? So many people. I heard that KO. What is it? Oh, Kodai. Kodai will come. Is it true? That extremely beautiful female star. Yes, that's her. Passers-by began to get excited. From 8 in the morning to 11 at noon, Jilwar was already crowded with people. Light boards, posters, cheering slogans. When that figure appeared, the fans were instantly excited to the extreme. With several bodyguards clearing the way, Kudai walked through the crowd, greeting everyone with a smile as she headed toward the stage. She was wearing a high-end dress from HC Royal Pet today. The dress is a slim-fitting, light blue halter-top fishtail dress that makes her skin look whiter than snow and her curvy figure look even more charming. With her waist-length curly hair, she is a real-life mermaid. Chapter 18. Sleep with her once. Kodai interacted with the brand on the stage. Her every move was sweet and charming. She looked like a natural star. The fans in the audience were staring with their eyes wide open, recording and taking photos frantically. Many people are discussing. This is the first time I've seen her in person. Oh my god, the goddess of beauty has descended. No wonder people say she doesn't need beauty filters when taking photos. Her looks are simply amazing. It's really beautiful. I feel like she is glowing. The venue was packed with people, and at least 2/3 of the fans were men. Next to the railing on the second floor, Chu Yang, wearing a baseball cap, leaned on the railing with his hands outstretched, quietly staring at the beautiful figure on the stage. It has always been like this. She amazed everyone wherever she went and shone brightly when she stood at the top. He was like the most loyal believer, watching silently from the audience. I don't know what the host said, but Kodai smiled, flipped her hair, put 2 fingers on her lips, and blew a kiss to her fans. In an instant, the fans' shouts were deafening. The dress she chose today was not conservative. The area above her chest was exposed. Under her beautiful butterfly bones, there were 2 letters tattooed on her, Kede. It's the abbreviation of her name. Not only that, Chu Yang also knew the second tattoo on her body. On the left side of the lower back above the buttocks, there is a tattoo of a lifelike hell butterfly, with a bloodthirsty beauty, dark and seductive. Thinking of this, his eyes darkened a lot. What a beauty! This woman is really top-notch. I got hard the moment I saw her. The person who was speaking was Chu Yang's classmate, and they came together. Oh my god, keep your voice down. The yellow-haired man couldn't stand it anymore. It's true. If I could sleep with Kudai once in my life, it would be worth dying for. You kid, do you want to die under the peony flowers and be a romantic ghost? Hey, you guys, she looks so noble on stage, but she's so slutty in bed. Hey, brother Yang. The boy was halfway through his words when his collar was suddenly grabbed. Chu Yang dragged him out of the crowd with one hand. 10 minutes later, on the rooftop of the shopping mall. The boy was lying on the ground covered in blood. He had no strength to move and looked like he was about to die. Chu Yang sat on the edge of the rooftop and looked at him, chewing gum slowly. Do you know why you were beaten? No. I don't know. There was a strong wind on the rooftop, and the boy's voice was faint. Chu Yang was not satisfied with his answer. The boy jumped off the rooftop fence and picked him up with one hand, leaving his upper body hanging in the air. If he was not careful, he would fall to pieces. The boy was so frightened that he desperately grabbed the arm that was pinching his neck. Brother Yang, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Now you know. Do you know why you were beaten? I know. Brother Yang, please let me go. I was wrong. The boy was pulled back and thrown to the ground, gasping for breath with lingering fear. Tell me where you went wrong. Facing Chu Yang's cold gaze, the boy was terrified. I shouldn't have said bad things about Kudai, and I shouldn't have had any ideas about her. Very good. Chu Yang knelt down on one knee and patted his face with his hand. Remember, don't say what you shouldn't say, and don't think what you shouldn't think, otherwise you will be worse off than today. Okay. I understand. The boy nodded repeatedly. Chu Yang looked him over and asked, "What are you going to say when you go home with all these injuries?" "I fell accidentally." "Did you fall so badly?" The boy immediately changed his words. "Yes, I got into trouble myself. I got into a fight with boys from other schools and got beaten up." Chu Yang laughed. This is what a smart person should say. The young man stood up slowly, threw his coat over his shoulders, and walked away in a cool and casual manner. The boy looked at his back as if he was looking at a vicious devil. After the event, Kudai changed out of her dress immediately as she still felt comfortable wearing her own clothes. Hats, masks, sunglasses, everything is included. Seeing her fully armed, Dao Dao couldn't help but ask, "Sister Adai, where are you going?" "Let's go have fun." Dao Dao was embarrassed. "If Sister Yao finds out, she'll scold me for not taking good care of you." Kudai sorted out her clothes and glanced at her. "Why don't you just not let her know?" "But, the truth will come to light, what if she finds out?" Okay. Kudai stopped teasing the little girl and told the truth, "I'm not going to have fun. Ji Yuingshi asked me out for dinner." Ji Yuingshi. Dao Dao thought for a moment. Is she the actress who just won the Golden Rooster Award? Is she free? Yes. Kudai was already dressed. "I won't tell you anymore. I'm leaving now." Dao Dao knew she couldn't stop her, so she could only remind her loudly from behind, "Don't get photographed." Photographed? That's impossible. Although Ji Yuingshi is not as pretty as Kudai in the entertainment industry, she is a talented actress. She is 2 years older than Kudai and has won many awards, big and small. Not only that, Ji Yuingshi got married and had children early. She married into a wealthy family and gave birth to a boy and a girl. She became famous because of her sons and had a successful career and love life. Kuyunji is so envious that she has compared herself with Kudai more than once, and if she can't compare, she urges her to get married. The key is that Ji Yuingshi's husband is also a capable tycoon in the real estate and hotel industries. Therefore, every time Ji Yuingshi invited Kudai to have dinner together, it was in her own 5-star hotel, so there was no problem of being secretly photographed by reporters. Two beauties sat by the window, eating delicious food and enjoying the night view. Kudai never paid attention to body management. She just ate and drank as she pleased. At worst, she would lose weight if she got fat. Although she is not prone to obesity. "Why didn't you bring your baby out today?" "Forget it. Ji Yuingshi got a headache just thinking about it. A 2-year-old dog is too young to be brought out to make trouble." Kudai teased her, "Although you are noisy, you are actually living a very enjoyable life. I haven't seen you for a while, and you have become plump and beautiful. Go." Ji Yuingshi laughed and counterattacked, "How can your life be as exciting as yours? You're having a hot affair with Mr. Chow every day, right?" "Really? You know my relationship with him." "Come on, I've heard everything." Ji Yuingshi raised her glass and clinked it with hers. "You've been restless recently, with your fans jumping off the building and fighting with Liang Susu. Wasn't it Boss Chow who helped you solve all those problems? Even the matter with Fuan, he helped you vent your anger." Kodai paused while cutting the steak and asked, "What are you angry about?" "You do not know." "What should I know?" she asked back. "I only know that the old guy wants to seduce me." "Yes, I know that too," Ji Yuyin said shockingly, but later he was retaliated against, and his sons all got into trouble. Kudai was stunned. "What happened?" "The news was originally blocked, but my husband has a wide network of contacts and found out by accident." Ji Yuingshi lowered her voice when she said this. "I heard that Fuan's sons were treated badly by someone. I don't know if they were castrated or impotent, but they are useless in that aspect anyway. I'll go." Kudai's expression was indescribable. There is also this matter. Chapter 19. Chu Yang is injured. "I thought you knew." Ji Yuingshi observed her expression. "Wasn't it your boss Chow who did it?" Kudai was confused. "I don't know, but from what I know about him, he doesn't seem like someone who would do such a thing." Chao Jinqian has a vision and his own considerations when doing things. Although he is extremely powerful, when he wants to teach someone a lesson, he will only do it openly and will not do it in private. It sounds good to kill someone directly like this, but the method is too cruel. But then again, Fu and sons have a bad reputation and poor character. Relying on their father being a famous director in the circle, they do whatever they want, often harm young girls, and their private lives are very chaotic. It's not unfair that he has been taught a lesson and ended up like this. After dinner, it was almost 8 o'clock. Kudai said goodbye to Ji Yuingshi and went to the parking lot to find a car. The phone dinged twice. Someone sent her a WeChat message. When Kudai opened it, a smile immediately appeared in her eyes. Jiji, what are you doing, Adai? I have something delicious here, do you want to eat it? Attached is a delicious photo of fried chicken and octopus balls. The other person's avatar is a Q version character. Kudai remembered that it was a role in one of her previous dramas, which was made into a cute Q version character by fans. I didn't expect that this friend would use it as his profile picture. She smiled and typed, I want it, can you send it back to me? The other party replied quickly. Jiji Fujiji, it's over 2,000 kilometers across the ocean. It's all gone bad when I bring it back. Kudai, then you are still greedy for me. The two had a happy chat. While replying to the message, Kudai walked towards the parking space without looking around, not noticing that a motorcycle was approaching her at a high speed. Hearing the low humming sound, she subconsciously stood aside and did not look back. The distance is getting closer. The man in black on the motorcycle suddenly took out a large cup of liquid and poured it at Kudai. By the time she reacted, it was too late to dodge, at the critical moment. A figure stood in front of her and hugged her tightly. Kudai couldn't see anything clearly. I just felt myself being embraced in a warm embrace, and my nose was filled with the smell of mint. And the cup of unknown liquid was all poured onto Chu Yang's back. Instantly, a burning sound was heard. Although he took off his coat immediately, the strong sulfuric acid still corroded his clothes and quickly eroded his skin. The back of his neck, ears, and side of his face were directly splashed with sulfuric acid, causing severe burns. The incident happened suddenly. The motorcycle involved in the accident has disappeared. No matter how sad and scared Kudai was, she shouldn't show it at this time. She helped Chu Yang take off the clothes that were stained with sulfuric acid. Her hands and voice were shaking. Get in the car first, and go to the hospital quickly. There were hurried footsteps in the hospital corridor. Chu Fengyang and Ku Yunji almost ran to the emergency room. Kudai was sitting on a chair outside, her face extremely pale. Adai. Where's Xiao Yang? How is he? Her parents' voices brought her back to her senses. She stood up stiffly, inside. The door of the emergency room was closed. Ku Yunji cried out in worry, what's going on? Is Xiao Yang seriously ill? Is he in danger? When Chu Yang was splashed with sulfuric acid, only Kudai was present. Only she knows the severity of it. Looking at the mother's tearful face, she recalled the image of Chu Yang's bloody body. Kudai felt a lump in her throat and lowered her head, unable to speak. She couldn't guarantee whether there would be any danger. I only remember that before Chu Yang entered the emergency room, the attending doctor judged based on his burns at a glance, this is sulfuric acid, the most corrosive, right? Hurry, this is not a joke. The most corrosive. So, how can it not be serious? Okay, Xiao Yang, you'll be fine. Chu Fengyang looked at his depressed daughter and couldn't help but feel distressed. But are you not hurt? Kudai shook her head silently. Chu Yang helped her block all the sulfuric acid, not a drop of it splashed on her, and she was unharmed. Why did this happen out of nowhere? Ku Yunji couldn't figure it out. Did Xiao Yang offend someone? The other party was so cruel. Kudai then remembered that when she informed her parents, she only told them that Chu Yang was splashed with sulfuric acid and was injured and admitted to the hospital, so they did not know the whole story. She blamed herself and explained, Mom and Dad, the other party was coming for me, and it was Xiao Yang who blocked the sulfuric acid for me. Hearing this, Ku Yunji and Chu Fengyang looked at each other and were both stunned. No one expected that Chu Yang was injured in order to protect Kudai. But if he didn't do that, it would be Kudai who would be in the emergency room now. They are all human, and as parents, they cannot blame Kudai. If you want to blame someone, blame the murderer who threw sulfuric acid. At this time, the door of the emergency room opened. Chu Yang walked out, followed by two nurses pushing a bed. Xiao Yang? Ku Yunji and Chu Fengyang ran over together, speaking incoherently in a hurry. Are you okay? Are you seriously injured? Open it up and let me see. Is it safe? Can you walk now? The two of them were talking to each other. Chu Yang was really convinced, and he pushed away Ku Yunji's hand that was about to remove his gauze. Mom, it's already wrapped, why are you removing it? I'm fine. He was wearing a hospital gown, with gauze wrapped around his neck and cheeks. He looked like an injured patient, but he acted as if nothing had happened and didn't even lie on the hospital bed. Kudai met his gaze with mixed feelings. Are you okay? Why did you come out? A nurse answered, this handsome boy has a large wound on his back. We asked him to lie on the bed, but he refused. We couldn't do anything. Kudai sniffed and looked at Chu Yang. You're already injured, can't you just lie down quietly? Yes, lie down quickly. Chu Fengyang also followed suit. Really? Chu Yang looked at the bed with disdain. It's not like you broke your leg and can't walk. This injury is just a scratch in my eyes. You kid, you only know how to say these words to comfort us, right? Ku Yunji touched the gauze around his neck. I'm so heartbroken. Come on, let's take you back to the ward. Chu Yang refused to do it again. There's no need to be hospitalized for such a small injury. Kudai didn't listen to him and turned to ask the nurse, can he go home in this condition? The nurse suggested, sulfuric acid corrosion is a burn after all. This handsome boy has a large wound area. The wound may become infected. He will need to be cleaned and the dressing changed later. He needs to be hospitalized. Kudai understood what was going on. Did you hear that? You still have to be hospitalized. No. Chu Yang resisted from the bottom of his heart. At worst, I can come to the hospital regularly to change the medicine. Chapter 20. Hand on his chest. Ku Yunji kindly advised, listen to the doctor and go to the hospital. Chu Fengyang also advised, don't be petty, your health is more important. I can't stop talking. Chu Yang began to get impatient, with anxiety evident between his brows. Kudai walked up to him and asked, can you stay here? Stop talking nonsense. Go back to your room. She suddenly yelled twice, her eyes were extremely sharp. This scared Mr. and Mrs. Ku, who realized that their daughter was losing her temper. The two nurses were also confused. They looked at each other, and finally looked at Chu Yang together. Chu Yang had no expression and just stared at Kudai quietly. 2 seconds later, he gave up and turned to walk towards the ward. Just stay. If she doesn't stop, she will cry. The ward is on the 3rd floor. The doctor said Chu Yang might have a fever tonight, so he would need to be given a few bottles of fluid to reduce inflammation and prevent infection. Chu Fengyang and Ku Yunji insisted on staying, but since they had work the next day and they were so old, there was no point in letting them stay up all night in the hospital. After much persuasion, Kudai finally persuaded them to leave, and she stayed to take care of Chu Yang. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the night in the hospital was particularly quiet. Kudai leaned against the window and talked to Tong Yao on the phone. We checked all nearby surveillance cameras, but we didn't find the man in black riding the motorcycle. However, we have reported the matter to the police, and they will investigate thoroughly. She hummed lightly. But Tong Yao asked, do you have a goal in mind? The goal is yes, there is. Kudai looked at the magnolia tree outside the window and said, except for Liang Susu, I haven't offended anyone else during this period. You suspect it's her? Just a suspicion. There is no evidence. That shouldn't be the case. Tong Yao analyzed, Boss Chow warned Liang Susu in front of the crew a few days ago. She doesn't have the courage to target you again, right? Kudai smiled meaningfully, who knows? A vicious person, once pushed into a corner, can do anything horrible. Okay, don't jump to conclusions. Tong Yao asked her to wait, let's see what clues the police can find first. Kudai hummed again. Tong Yao knew that she was in a bad mood, so she asked a few more questions. Is your brother okay? Thinking of Chu Yang, her eyes dimmed. It's okay. That's good. Tong Yao was also relieved for her. You can stay in the hospital and take care of him these few days. I'll ask for a few days off from the crew for you. Thanks. Kudai hung up the phone. When I return to the ward, the nurse was giving Chu Yang an infusion. Despite being injured, he continued to play with his phone while receiving an for drip, without even looking at the nurse. Before leaving, the nurse looked at Kudai with hope in her eyes. "Kudai, can you sign an autograph for me? I have liked you for a long time." In the past, Kode would definitely meet the fans' demands. But now, she forced a smile and said, "Sorry, I'm not in a good mood right now. Can I sign for you tomorrow?" Chu Yang turned and looked at her. Sure. Although she didn't get an autograph, the nurse still left happily. There were only 2 of them left in the ward. Kudai walked to the bedside expressionlessly and sat down, leaning over to look at his gores. "Does the wound hurt?" The 2 were so close that Chu Yang could smell her fragrance. "It doesn't hurt." All he could see was her reflection. Kudai lowered her eyes and put her hand on his chest. "Did sulfuric acid splash here?" Her hands were soft and boneless, pressing against his heart through his clothes. Chu Yang's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt a tingling sensation running through his body, and his voice became a little hoarse. "No." Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Kudai suddenly punched him in the chest. Quite hard. Chu Yang was also caught off guard. He frowned and hissed, "What are you doing? Madman!" Kudai punched him again, and yelled with red eyes, "Who asked you to block for me?" Chu Yang looked at her without saying a word. "Do you know how dangerous you are? What if it was a knife? What if it was a gun? Would you block it?" He still didn't speak. Block it. Must be blocked. If she got hurt, he would feel worse than death. "Aren't you afraid of death? What should I do if you do this? Do you want me to die of guilt?" The whole ward was filled with Kudai's voice. Like venting, anger, and more of panic. After she finished speaking, she didn't even look at Chu Yang's reaction. She turned around quickly, and the tears she had been holding back burst out. Chu Yang just looked at her back, feeling both pain and warmth in his heart. What hurt was that he was more afraid of her tears than her wounds. The warm thing is that her tears were for him and she was worried about him. There was silence in the ward. After a while, Chu Yang took out a few tissues and handed them over. "Don't cry, you won't die." Kudai took the tissue, still with her back to him. "You still think your injuries are not serious enough, right?" Because she had been crying, her voice was a little nasal, which made her sound cute, but it was obvious that she was still angry. Chu Yang's eyes were dark. "If it were me, wouldn't you also block it for me?" When he was a child, Kodai took him out to play, and the neighbor's dog went crazy, broke free from the chain, and pounced on him first. It was Kudai who stood in front of him at that time and was bitten all over. She was only 11 years old at that time, and was ignorant of the world. However, she protected him first when they encountered danger, without hesitation. "I'd rather be the one getting hurt." In Kudai's opinion, the pain from the wound is far less depressing than the sense of self-blame in her heart. The one being protected will always live in guilt. She didn't dare to think about how she would collapse if something really happened to Chu Yang while trying to save her. "Okay, I'm fine." Chu Yang comforted her. "It will be fine in 2 days. I have cried and vented my anger. Kudai's mood has stabilized a lot." She turned around, her eyelashes were wet, and her eyes seemed to be filled with mist, clean and bright. "Would you like anything else to eat?" "No need." Chu Yang raised his chin towards the chair. "Sit down and rest for a while." "You should rest." Kudai confiscated his phone. "Hurry up and lie down to sleep." "No, lie on your stomach." "Hurry up." Chu Yang did as he was told. Kudai sat aside and watched. Time passes by little. Neither of them spoke. She is looking at her cell phone. He is looking at her. In the end, no one knew who fell asleep first. In a daze, Kudai only remembered that someone picked her up and her body touched the soft bed surface, and she slept even more soundly. After staying in the hospital for 2 consecutive days, Chu Yang had almost recovered. Even doctors praised his strong self-healing ability. The only risk is that the wounds caused by sulfuric acid may leave scars. During the hospitalization, Kuyunji would come to deliver food every day, all of which were nutritious and delicious, and Kudai also got to enjoy the treats. The most outrageous time was when Kuyunji opened the door of the ward and saw Chu Yang sitting on a chair and Kudai lying on the bed. Chapter 21. The eyes are not innocent. Kuyunji was so angry that she immediately pushed Kudai off the bed. "Who is the patient anyway? Why are you trying to take your brother's bed?" How can you be such a sister? Okay, I won't sleep anymore. Kudai got out of bed quickly. You guys can eat by yourselves, I'm leaving. Chu Yang was originally watching the fun, but when he heard this, he stopped smiling and asked, "Where are you going?" "Go to the company." Kudai picked up her bag and left. The door of the ward was closed, but Chu Yang was still staring at it thoughtfully. "Forget it if you don't want to eat it, ignore her." Kuyunji enthusiastically opened the insulated lunchbox. "Come on, Xiaoyan, Mom made you some ginseng and black chicken soup today, drink it while it's hot." Kudai hadn't been to Xingsha for a few days, and the company staff came to greet her one after another. She smiled and nodded one by one, then went straight to the office. "I originally went to find Tong Yao, but I didn't expect Chao Jinqian to be there too." She was quite surprised. "Oh, Mr. Chao just came to the company today to inspect the tea." Chao Jinqian put down the documents in his hand and said, "I'm not here to inspect the tea. I have something to ask you. It just so happens that I have something to talk to you about." Kodai spoke at the same time as he did. Both of them were stunned. Tong Yao on the side couldn't help laughing. This is what it means to be in sync with each other. "You go first." Chao Jinqian leaned back in the leather chair, looking like a gentleman who was listening attentively. Kudai didn't bother to be polite with him. Standing in front of the desk, she asked, "You have a wide network of contacts. You should know a lot of friends in the medical field, right? Are there any people with the best scar removal technology?" Chao Jinqian frowned slightly. "Scar removal?" "Yes, to remove scars." The doctor said that the wound on Chu Yang's body might leave scars, which was a thorn in Kudai's heart. If there are no scars, everyone is happy. If a scar is left, it must be completely removed so that the thorn in her heart can be removed. "Who are you removing scars for?" Chao Jinqian had already guessed it, but he asked knowingly, "Xiao Yang. He must know that the murderer threw sulfuric acid." Kudai hummed lightly. "That's right." Chao Jinqian's face showed no emotion. "That's what I wanted to tell you." He glanced at Tong Yao. The latter understood what he meant and turned to leave the office. Kudai couldn't understand this. Didn't Tong Yao know about the sulfuric acid? Why couldn't she listen? Kodai. After the strangers left, Chao Jinqian got straight to the point. "I heard that when the incident happened, it was Xiao Yang who blocked the sulfuric acid for you." Kudai pursed her lips and nodded. "The murderer is still being arrested, but there is a question that has been bothering me for a long time." Chao Jinqian paused and said tentatively, "I have been thinking about whether to tell you." Kudai was confused. "What's the problem?" "You need to keep your distance from Xiao Yang." Silence for 1 second. 2 seconds. Kudai was still confused. "What are you talking about? Why are you keeping your distance? Can't you feel it?" Chao Jinqian hinted to her, "Don't blame me for not reminding you, the way Xiaoyan looks at you is not innocent." As they are all men, Chao Jinqian knows very well what the look in Chu Yang's eyes towards Kudai means. It has nothing to do with family ties. Full of male predatory possessiveness. He was just suspicious at first, until he heard that Chu Yang blocked the sulfuric acid for Kudai, which further confirmed his guess. "Oh." Kudai finally understood and let out an extremely absurd and incredible laugh. "Chao Jinqian, are you okay? That's Xiao Yang. My brother. What nonsense are you talking about?" The person involved is often confused, and this is exactly what she is talking about. Chao Jinqian didn't point it out, but still reminded, "I'm talking nonsense? Then why did he block sulfuric acid for you? He even gave up his life for you." Kudai was furious. "Isn't this how family members are? I also protected him when I was a kid." "That's different." "How is it different?" She interrupted angrily, "Chao Jinqian, you should know when to joke. If you keep saying that, I will really turn against you. Besides, Xiaoyan already has a girl she likes. Isn't your speculation just nonsense?" Chao Jinqian's eyes flashed. "Does he have a girl he likes?" "Yes, he said it himself. I heard it with my own ears." The man was silent, not knowing what he was thinking. Kudai thought he was at a loss for words and said, "Don't say these things in front of me anymore, or I'll end my friendship with you." After saying that, Kudai turned and left. Chao Jinqian added behind her back, "Anyway, you should just be more careful." "Pooh." She turned around and choked him, then opened the door and left. Although he was angry, When Kudai walked to the company gate, Chao Jinqian still asked his assistant to catch up with her and give her an ointment. Used to remove scars. What he gave must be effective. Kudai held the ointment and looked up at the towering building. Chao Jinqian stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window on the 30th floor, staring at the small dot on the ground, with deep emotions in his eyes. Back at the hospital, Kudai heard someone arguing at the nurse's station. Shinqian, do you have any shame? Look at what you have done these days. The nurse named Shinqian retorted, why didn't I do any work? What do? You look after the little brother in Ward 16 every day, waiting to change his bandages. You don't do anything else except this. Are you afraid that we will take your job? You are talking nonsense. Stop quibbling. Don't think we don't know what you're up to. You seduce people every day, but do they like you? Did the boy look at you straight in the eye when he was changing the dressing? No. Stop dreaming. Shut up. The young nurse was so upset by what her colleague said that she wanted to have a fight with him. After hearing this, Kudai had a general idea. The young nurse named Shinqian was obsessed with sex and fell in love with the boy in Ward 16. Coincidentally, Chu Yang was staying in Ward 16. This kid is really a man who attracts a lot of women. He can't even stay at home in the yard. How capable his future girlfriend will have to be able to control him. Fortunately, Chu Yang is going to be discharged from the hospital today. No matter how intense the quarrel at the nurse's station is, he will just stay out of it. Kudai pushed open the door and saw Kuyunji packing her things in the ward. You're back? Your brother has gone to get discharged from the hospital. Come and help me pack up. Oh. After packing up my things and checking out of the hospital, I went through a series of procedures and got home around noon. Aunt Chen had already prepared a large table of food, all of which were light in flavor, which would help Chu Yang's wounds heal. Come here, Xiaoyan. Kuyunji picked up a chicken wing for him. You've lost weight during this time in the hospital, so you need to eat more. Chu Yang picked one up for Kudai and said, you should also take more supplements. You've worked hard taking care of me in the hospital. Kudai pursed her lips and smiled. In the past, she thought it was normal for Chu Yang to pick up food for her. But after hearing their bullshit, Chao Jinqian said, she suddenly felt that the chicken wings in the bowl were weird. Depend on. It's all his fault. His nonsense has affected her mentality to some extent. Chapter 22 Itchy and wants to kiss her. After dinner, Chu Yang went straight upstairs. Kuyunji received a phone call and had to go out for something. She told Kudai, go and apply some medicine to Xiaoyang later, and then wrap it with new gauze a few times, okay. Oh. Kudai obediently went upstairs, stood outside the room and knocked on the door. Enter. She then pushed the door open, but the next second she gasped and stood at the door, unable to go in or out. The curtains in the room were half drawn. Chu Yang was a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. He had just finished a shower and was standing by the bed with his upper body naked, preparing to light a cigarette. Seeing Kudai standing there as if she had been acupunctured, he took off his cigarette, opened a lollipop and put it in his mouth. Come in. To be fair, Chu Yang's figure is impeccable, with a sturdy chest and just the right mermaid line. A little more or less would not be enough. His is just right, both absolutely stunning and exciting. It's a pity that many places are covered with wounds. Even though they are scabby, they are still somewhat shocking. When Kudai thought that these injuries were caused by her, the embarrassment in her heart disappeared. She went inside with the medicine box. Did you take a shower? No, I just wiped it. Is there no water in the wound? Without. Then sit down. Kudai put the medicine box on the bed. I'll help you apply the medicine. Chu Yang cooperated and sat cross-legged on the bed obediently, looking lazy. Kudai took out a cotton swab and applied it to his back first. Does it hurt? If it hurts her, just be gentle. It doesn't hurt, it itches. Itching is normal, Kodai said, it means your skin is healing. Chu Yang didn't say anything, just glanced at her sideways. It's not the kind of itch you get when a wound heals. She held the cotton swab very lightly, like a feather, sweeping it back and forth on my back. How could it not be itchy? He felt itchy and wanted to kiss her. Kudai was completely unaware of his thoughts and was only focused on applying medicine to him. After applying it on the back, the sides of the neck and the left side of the face are no exception. The more she looked at it, the more upset she felt. What if it really leaves a scar? The scar on the body is not so visible because he is wearing clothes, but the scar on the face is really disfiguring. Even though Chao Jinqian gave me scar removal ointment, it cannot be guaranteed to be 100% effective. If I stay, I stay. Chu Yang didn't care. But Kudai felt bad. You will be disfigured, and you won't be able to find a wife in the future. What will you do if no one wants you? Chu Yang stared at her. Someone will want it. Having said that, even if he has a good foundation, he can't be so confident. Disfigurement is no joke. He sounded so confident. Who would want him? Kudai subconsciously thought of someone. Your girlfriend. Chu Yang was puzzled. Who told you that I have a girlfriend? You said it yourself. Oh, that's not right. Kudai corrected. She's not your girlfriend yet, but the girl you like. There is still a big difference between a girlfriend and a secret crush. Chu Yang laughed. I told you in front of me that there is a girl I like. Kudai applied medicine on his face. Remember, on the day when one of my fans jumped off a building at Beijing University, I went to look for you. And at that time, a girl confessed her love to you, and you told her that you had someone in your heart, and you made her cry. I heard everything. At that time, she was sitting behind the two of them. I see. Chu Yang looked as if he had suddenly realized something and remembered it. Then he said in a playful tone, that's used to get rid of others. How could you believe it? Kudai paused while applying the medicine and said, what do you mean? Are all the things you said false? He smiled without saying anything. The curve of his mouth was shallow, but meaningful. Don't you have someone you like? That's not the case. He conceded, yes, there is. That's it. Hearing him say yes, Kudai felt inexplicably relieved and continued to apply medicine to him with a cotton swab. If you like it, why don't you pursue it? The two were very close. Chu Yang has been looking at her. It's not time yet. Oh, you are such a fool. Kudai was anxious for him. If you like someone, you have to act quickly. Fate is a very strange thing. If you are not careful, it will disappear without a trace. Then it will be too late for you to regret it. Chu Yang's eyes were still on her. I'm afraid of scaring her. Kudai then met his gaze, her expression serious. You say you are confident, but you are not confident. With your conditions, you have good looks and a good figure. Aren't there a lot of girls in college who like you? They all like your charm, so be brave and chase them boldly. What about you? Chu Yang asked, do you also think I am attractive? Of course. Kudai didn't even think about it. I'm your sister. I will definitely support you unconditionally. Chu Yang stopped talking and crushed the candy in his mouth. After applying the medicine, Kudai wrapped him with gauze. Before she left with the medicine box, she turned around and said, I will be back to work tomorrow. Please take care of yourself and eat less spicy food. Do you hear me? After saying that, without waiting for Chu Yang's response, she took out a bag of spicy strips from her pocket and ate them while closing the door. The room fell silent. Chu Yang looked at the gauze on his body in the mirror. He is not interested in spicy food. There are some accounts that need to be settled. When Kudai returned to the crew, the staff all showed concern for her. Shinjinan looked even more concerned. Have you found the murderer who threw sulfuric acid? Not yet. Kudai glanced at the empty seat next to her. That was where Liang Susu was putting on makeup, and it was empty at this moment. She retracted her gaze and added meaningfully, it should be soon. Shinjinan sat down next to him and asked, could it be a black fan who did it? Kudai is very popular in the circle and has many fans. In addition to true fans and die-hard fans, there are also many private fans and black fans. Kudai had thought about this possibility before, and she curled her lips lightly, who knows? Look. Shinjinan explained to her, since the other party threw sulfuric acid, the purpose is to disfigure you. Your face is famous for being beautiful in the circle, which arouses the envy of your peers and the jealousy of anti-fans. Isn't this strange? Kudai smiled and said, Director, you are really wasting your talent in this line of work. Why don't you change your career? What do you mean? You go be a detective. Screw you. Shinjinan left with a smile. After a while, Liang Susu entered the dressing room again, followed by two stylists from the crew. Kudai looked at her in the mirror and thought that this person would bite anyone he caught like he did before. Who would have thought that after Liang Susu sat down, she didn't say a word, as if Kudai didn't exist, and let the makeup artist put on makeup for her. Not only that, during the rest of the filming, she behaved very well, neither putting on airs nor provoking Kudai, which made the entire crew look at her with new eyes. Could it be that the warning Chao Jinqian gave her when he came to the crew last time worked and made Liang Susu change her personality? Chapter 23: His Brutal Methods. When finishing work at midnight, an angry voice came from an inconspicuous corner. "You haven't done your job yet, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money." Liang Susu was furious at the phone. "I asked you to throw it at Kudai, but I saw her unharmed on the set today. You still dare to call me at this critical moment? Do you want to die?" Now is a sensitive period. Not only the police, but even Chao Jinqian is investigating the murderer behind the sulfuric acid attack. She had been warned once by Chao Jinqian that if he found out that she was involved, she would be in big trouble. So Liang Susu must be cautious. But the person on the other end of the phone was forced into a corner. "Ms. Liang, I'm desperate now. If something goes wrong, you can't get away." It is obvious that the other party wants to fight to the death. Liang Susu's knuckles turned white with anger. "I'll transfer 30 million to you, and you get as far away from me as possible." The other party was satisfied. After hanging up the phone, Liang Susu was about to transfer money to him on her phone when she suddenly felt something eerie behind her. A chill rose from the soles of my feet, piercingly cold. She turned around, and her vision suddenly went dark, and she fainted the next second. When she woke up again, Liang Susu found herself in an abandoned warehouse. This place is desolate and uninhabited. It was pitch black all around. The most painful thing was that her legs were broken and she was lying on the ground, unable to move. She was so scared that she was about to shout for help, but someone whistled at her. Liang Susu was startled all over and turned her head hurriedly, only to see a person sitting on the steps not far away. The man was dressed in black, blending into the darkness, looking like a devil coming to take your life. Who are you? What are you going to do?" Liang Susu was so scared that she went crazy, but she couldn't run away. Her legs were aching and she was sweating coldly. She could only watch the other person approach. At last, Chu Yang squatted down in front of her, still the same as before, wearing a baseball cap and a mask, revealing only a pair of cold peach blossom eyes. Liang Susu couldn't see his face clearly, so her eyes moved to the phone in his hand. A recording was playing on it, which was the content of her phone call with her accomplice. Not missing a single word. It was all recorded. Liang Susu's mentality exploded, and her voice was shaking. What are you going to do to me, I tell you? My father is the second master Liang in Beijing. It's useless. Chu Yang said lightly, it's useless even if the King of Heaven comes. Before Liang Susu finished speaking, Chu Yang lifted her chin with his phone and said, "Let me ask you something. Do you know how terrible Kudai's fans are?" Liang Susu's pupils trembled. "Kodai. I came here for Kodai. You must know." Chu Yang answered for her, "You've heard about it, right?" Liang Susu still couldn't speak. "How come I haven't heard of it? Everyone in the entire entertainment industry knows how crazy and scary Kodai's fans are." "So?" Chu Yang's eyes showed a hint of cruelty. "Why did you provoke her?" I was wrong." Liang Susu lost all her self-esteem and had a strong desire to survive. "I will never dare to do it again. Please let me go. I can give you a lot of money, as much as you want." She cried so hard that tears came down. Chu Yang didn't say anything. Even through their mask, Liang Susu could still see that he was smiling. It was a cold, creepy smile. There was a bright moonlight outside, and two little birds flew onto the branches and chirped. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from the warehouse. The frightened bird flew away. "The leaves have fallen." The screaming did not stop for a long time. The next morning, Kudai was still sleeping in bed when the doorbell rang again and again. The noise made her open her eyes and look at the alarm clock. "Depend on. It's only 6 o'clock. Damn it." Kudai got out of bed without saying a word and went to open the door with murderous intent. The door opened. Tong Yao rushed in angrily. "Something big happened." She froze in place. "What's wrong? Let me ask you." Tong Yao stared at her solemnly. "You didn't do anything to Liang Susu yesterday, did you? You didn't send anyone to deal with her, did you?" "No." "That's good." Tong Yao breathed a sigh of relief, but his expression became more serious. Early this morning, Liang Susu was thrown half dead on the streets of Wu. Her legs were broken, and the implants on her face were cut out alive. She is now in the hospital for emergency treatment. Kudai felt cold all over after hearing this. As everyone knows, Liang Susu had plastic surgery, and the prosthesis was taken out alive without anesthesia, which must have been extremely painful. The leg was broken. To be honest, Kudai did suspect that Liang Susu was involved in the sulfuric acid incident, and she also thought about retaliating. But her way of revenge, at most, is to find a suitable opportunity and pour the sulfuric acid back without anyone noticing, giving the person a taste of his own medicine. But before she could act, someone else took the initiative. Still using such cruel means. When you think about it, it's really scary. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Tong Yao threw out another thunderbolt. There is also a recording on the internet, which is the content of the conversation between Liang Susu and her accomplice. She personally admitted that she was the one who ordered others to throw sulfuric acid on you. Kudai opened Weibo on her mobile phone. As expected, she and Liang Susu became hot topics. That recording has also been forwarded countless times. Some netizens even took photos of Liang Susu lying on the street, covered in blood, with her face so disfigured that it had to be blurred. Kudai didn't sympathize with her at all and turned off her phone. So my suspicion was correct. It was indeed her who ordered it. Tong Yao sighed. When she got into trouble, everyone first suspected you, thinking that you were taking revenge on her. But the entire crew of Desire to Paint can testify for you. When Liang Susu got into trouble, you were filming a night scene with the crew, so you can basically be ruled out as a suspect, but all the evidence currently points to one thing: your illegitimate fan. Kudai's heart trembled. Another illegitimate fan. Yes. Opinions on the internet are all over the place. Liang Susu's fans are furious and want to vent their anger on her behalf by collectively denouncing you. Moreover, Liang Susu's backer is the Liang family. They will not let it go. I heard they were going to sue you, but were suppressed by President Chao. Anyway, Kudai, Tong Yao looked at her with a sense of difficulty. The current situation is not favorable for you. She understood, but remained calm. Then what should I do? Don't do anything. You didn't do this in the first place, just be sure of that. Besides. Tong Yao paused, then continued, the Liang Susu incident is a big deal right now. The company wants you to temporarily stop all announcements and go somewhere else to avoid the limelight. When the heat dies down, you can come back. Kudai was really drunk. Do I still have to leave? This. Tong Yao didn't know how to explain. Just think of it as a place to relax. If it doesn't work, stay at home and don't come out. What else could Kudai say? I can only laugh. I also want to thank that private fan and his entire family. Because of him, her life has undergone tremendous changes recently. Even though the other party had good intentions and was helping her vent her anger, by doing so, had he never thought about the consequences for himself? Chapter 24. Stay away from that playboy. Chao family. The living room was brightly lit. As soon as Chao Jinqian entered the room, he was stopped by the woman on the sofa. Come over. The woman was wearing a high-end cheongsam with a shawl of the same color. Her posture was elegant and her face still had charm. You couldn't tell at all that she was almost 50 years old. She was well maintained and she interpreted the temperament of the upper-class dignitaries very well. She was Mrs. Chao, Chao Jinqian's mother Saiqiong. Mom. Chao Jinqian looked 60% like her. He walked over and sat down opposite her. What's the matter with you calling me back? The servant came up respectfully to serve tea. Saiqiong waved his hand to let him leave and got straight to the point. I heard that you ignored the friendship between the Chao and Liang families for an opera actor recently. Before returning home, Chao Jinqian guessed the reason why his mother asked him to come back. The man lit a cigarette calmly and said, Kudai is not an actor, she is an actress. Saiqiong sneered, is there any difference? Don't you think so? Chao Jinqian exhaled a puff of smoke. If that's the case, why did you choose an actor to marry me? Liang Susu is also in the entertainment industry. To use Saiqiong's words, isn't she also an actress? How can it be the same? Saiqiong suppressed her anger and pulled her shawl closer. Susu has a good family background, and the Liang family is also a well-known and wealthy family in the capital. What does Kudai have? Is she worthy of your repeated protection? Where do you put the reputation and prestige of the Chao family? Chao Jinqian flicked the ash off his cigarette, still calm and composed. Mom, what do you want to say? Saiqiong calmed down his emotions and said in an almost commanding tone, if Susu gets into trouble this time, the Liang family will not let Kudai go. She is in a very dangerous situation now. I don't allow you to protect her anymore, and I don't allow you to have any contact with her anymore. Do you understand? I don't understand. Chao Jinqian didn't listen at all. Liang Susu ended up like this because of her own actions. Kudai hasn't even reported her for instigating the sulfuric acid attack. How can the Liang family have the nerve to cause trouble for Kudai? Huh. Saiqiong frowned, then she can't be so cruel to Susu. You are mistaken. It was Kudai's fans who took the initiative to seek revenge on Liang Susu. Kudai was unaware of this from beginning to end. This matter has nothing to do with her. But the Liang family won't let this go. It's okay. Chao Jinqian put down his cigarette, then you have to get past me first. Nonsense. Saiqiong was completely furious. You ignored my words, didn't you? I'll say it again, the Chao family cannot interfere in this matter. Chao Jinqian stood up and said, Mom, I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. I have to make my own decisions on everything. I hope you won't interfere with me. Having said this, he turned and left. Saiqiong stared at his back. She was always well-mannered, but at this moment she was very angry. Kudai. It's all that Kudai. After leaving Chao's house, Chao Jinqian got on the car back to the company. Boss Chao, we've got news from the hospital. The secretary sitting in the passenger seat reported, Ms. Liang was successfully resuscitated and has regained consciousness. The doctor said her legs were saved, but the injuries on her face are very serious. She will be completely disfigured from now on. This result was within Chao Jinqian's expectations. Kudai's fan was so ruthless that he dissected Liang Susu's face alive and threw her on the street without caring about anything. The only reason she survived was because a passerby found her in time. At least she didn't lose too much blood or die from infection. How is her mental state? The man leaned back in the back seat and closed his eyes. This question hit the nail on the head. The secretary replied, according to the hospital, this incident scared Ms. Liang a lot. She was talking nonsense after she woke up. The 2 words she said the most were fans and scary. She must be referring to the illegitimate fan who attacked her. Chao Jinqian listened quietly and said nothing more. It seems that the public's speculation was correct, it was Kudai's illegitimate fans who did it. And this illegitimate fan played a good hand. Liang Susu was pranked by him, and the recording was also posted online by him. Combined with the verbal evidence from Liang Susu after she woke up, it was obvious that the other party wanted to take all the responsibility on himself and clear Kudai of suspicion. And portraying her as a victim of a vitriol attack. He is smart and resourceful, and knows everything about Kudai. Could it be that this illegitimate fan is hiding next to her? Chao Jinqian opened his eyes and looked at the scenery passing by outside the window, with an indissoluble haze covering his brows. There is constant online public opinion. The popularity of Kudai has only increased. Her Weibo account was about to explode, with the comment section filled with fans of the 2 groups arguing with each other. I only love Susu, you stinky cousin. You are disgusting. Even fans are fans. Come on, I just want to disgust you, what can you do about it? My lifelong love Susu, you will definitely die a miserable death for harming our Su like this. Jiji Fujiji, what's the use of death? Anyway, I will definitely live longer than you. Subao shines brightly, bitch. Get out of the entertainment industry. Jiji, trash, get off the earth. Liang Susu's fans kept attacking, while Kudai's fans kept defending her. Among so many true fans, the comment by received the most likes, and everyone sent his reply to the top post. Both sides were cursing at each other. Later on, Liang Susu's fans began to be treated like family members. Kuyunji was so angry that her hands were shaking and she threw her phone away. The person involved was lying on the sofa, looking at her leisurely. I told you not to look, but you are asking for trouble. I'm so pissed. Kuyunji's face turned pale. What you said was too harsh. It's fine if I scold you, but why did you scold me? Kudai. The identification is complete and she is undoubtedly the biological mother. So what's going on now? Are you hiding at home all the time? Kuyunji collapsed. These days, even Aunt Chen at home doesn't dare to go out to buy groceries. Kudai sat up from the sofa and said, "It's okay. I'll order takeout." Order takeout. Kuyunji pretended to hit her with a pillow. Stay hungry until things settle down. Kudai curled her lips. Mom, you are even more cruel than that illegitimate fan. At least people knew to protect her, but her mother wanted to starve her to death. TSK. Human nature. Stop talking nonsense to me. Kuyunji was furious. It's all because of your illegitimate fan. Don't mention him in front of me. Okay, then don't mention it. Kodai lay down again and ate some strawberries. At this time, there was a noise at the entrance. The door was pushed open. Chu Fengyang walked into the living room, carrying several large bags of things in his hands, which seemed to have been moved from the company. Kuyunji didn't understand what's going on. Alas. Lao Feng sighed and sat on the sofa with a sad face. Don't mention it, I was fired by the company. Kudai paused while eating strawberries. Kuyunji was shocked. Why would they fire you for no reason? Chapter 25, he was fascinated. Chu Fengyang has been working diligently and conscientiously in the company for so many years, and his performance has been highly appreciated by the leaders. I heard that he will be promoted soon, so there is really no reason to fire him at this time. Alas. He sighed for the second time. The boss said that I offended someone I shouldn't have offended. Offending people. Kuyunji subconsciously looked at her daughter. Could it be the Liang family who did it? After thinking about it, only the Liang family would take action against them. Kudai said nothing, her face looking a little gloomy. Seeing her like this, Chu Fengyang immediately felt distressed and pretended to glare at his wife. What nonsense are you talking about? It is also possible that I offended the company's clients when I was entertaining people the other day. When Kudai heard this, she knew that her father didn't want her to blame herself. Just as I was about to say something, the phone beside me suddenly rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. She had a bad feeling and picked it up and went to the second floor to answer it. Hello, is this Miss Ku? There was a female voice on the other end, gentle and generous. Kudai asked, who are you? I am Sai Cheong, Jin Qian's mother. Her pupils flickered. Do you have time now? The other party made it clear, I'll wait for you at the Chinjua Club. The words fell. Sai Cheong hung up the phone. Don't give her any chance to refuse. He was determined to force her to keep the appointment. Kudai went downstairs and said to her parents, I'm going out for a while. Kuyunji stood up immediately. Where are you going at this critical moment? Yeah, it's too unsafe to go out now. Chu Fengyang was also worried. It's okay. I know my limits. Kodai opened the door and went out. The Chinjua Club has very high expenses and is a place that only receives the upper class and dignitaries. This place has been booked today. Kudai pushed open the door and saw Sai Cheong sitting by the window waiting for her. The two looked at each other. Sai Cheong's eyes flashed with surprise and he waved at her. Miss Ku, right? Come here quickly. She walked over and sat down opposite. Hello, auntie. The waiter started serving the food and couldn't help but glance at Kudai twice. I had seen her before, always on TV. When meeting her in person today, Sai Cheong sincerely praised her. Ms. Ku is indeed as beautiful as her reputation says. Thanks. No wonder my son is so obsessed with her. In a word, the conversation died down. Kudai was silent for 2 seconds, then smiled and replied, Aunt, you are joking. Mr. Chow is too arrogant, how could he look down on me? Sai Cheong picked up the teacup and took a sip. But as far as I know, Jin Qian did a lot for you. First, he broke off the engagement for you, and then he offended the Liang family for you. Miss Ku is very capable. With a little trick, she made my son, who I raised for many years, disobey me every time. I don't deserve it. Kudai's smile didn't reach her eyes. My son is disobedient, it's the parents' fault for their discipline. Madam Chow, please be kind and don't put the blame on me. At first, she called her aunt, but now she just calls her Mrs. Chow. This also represents a change in the atmosphere. The courtesy, politeness and insincere smiles of both sides are about to be torn apart. Sai Cheong simply stopped pretending and put down the teacup. Ms. Ku has a very powerful mouth. Given your current situation, can you really be tough? Kudai smiled but said nothing. If something happens to Susu, the Liang family will definitely seek justice for her. Miss Ku has no power in the capital, so in the end, won't she still be at the mercy of the Liang family? Saichon said meaningfully, but it's not like nothing can change. As long as you agree to one condition, I promise that all your current problems will no longer exist. Kudai raised an eyebrow. What conditions? Leave Jinqian, the farther away the better, and never bother him again. Then what? Then I will help you solve the Liang family's problems. Saichon took out a check and pushed it over. In addition, I will give you some compensation. The amount on it is much easier than what you make from filming. Kudai glanced at the check, shrugged and smiled. Mrs. Chow, I hope you understand that I have never harassed your son. If you can convince Chow Jinqian not to approach me, that would be your ability. Saichon clenched her handkerchief. You are quite good at shirking responsibility. Didn't you seduce him openly or secretly, and then use this to instigate him to help you deal with the Liang family? Oh. If it weren't for Chow Jinqian's sake, Kudai would have wanted to throw a cup of coffee at her. You are so funny. Help me deal with the Chow family. Isn't this what you should do? Kudai stood up with her bag and looked down at Saichon. I didn't know Liang Susu at all in the beginning. You brought this trouble upon me. What qualifications do you have to blame me now? You are so shameless. Saichon didn't expect her to speak so harshly and was about to get angry. Kudai had already stood up and left, and she even took a pastry from the table to eat. Halfway through their walk, she suddenly turned back and said, then again, Mrs. Chow's taste in choosing a daughter-in-law is really not commendable. After saying that, she opened the door while eating pastries. The door closed again. For the first time, Saichon experienced what it meant to be furious. It's outrageous. No matter how much Chow Jinqian likes such a woman, Saichon will never let her enter the Chow family. Absolutely not. On her way home, Kudai was stopped by a car. A black Bentley was parked sideways in front of her Maserati. The back door opened, Chow Jinqian got out and walked straight to her car. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked on the driver's window. Kudai remained indifferent. He knocked again. She then came down, revealing a cold profile. What are you doing? She didn't even look at him when she spoke. Chow Jinqian sighed in his heart. Get out of the car, let's talk. There's nothing to talk about. Kudai still didn't look at him. I know my mother is looking for you. Chow Jinqian rushed here just for this matter and temporarily turned down an important video conference. He coaxed softly, come down, I'll take you somewhere. Seeing that there are more and more people around, if I don't get off the bus, it will cause a traffic jam. Kudai had no choice but to listen to him. There was a coast nearby, and Chow Jinqian took her there. The sea and the sky are one color, and the waves are higher than one. The wind has a salty smell, but the air is fresh, and it is a relaxing scene. Remember this place. Chow Jinqian looked at the coastline in the distance, as if recalling the past. This is where he and Kudai met for the first time. 10 years ago. The two men, strangers to each other, were diving together under the sea. At that time, he didn't realize that there was a problem with his oxygen tank and almost drowned. It was Kudai who saved him. That was also the only time they were closest. She used artificial respiration to bring him back from the brink of death. Since then, he did save his life, but his heart was lost unknowingly. Why did you bring me here? To reminisce about the past. The sea breeze blew Kedai's hair, brushing her delicate face from time to time. Chapter 26. Don't ignore me. Chow Jinqian reached out and brushed her hair behind her ears. It's just that time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Kudai took a step back to avoid his touch. I never knew your family hated me so much. Kuyunji still fantasized that she can marry into a wealthy family and the entire Ku family will benefit from it. Now it seems ridiculous. My mother told you something. Write me a check and keep me away from you. Chow Jinqian felt a tightness in his chest. Did you hear that? Kudai turned around and didn't answer directly. Think about it carefully. Since we met, I have indeed caused you a lot of trouble, and you have always been cleaning up my mess. That's not your fault. Chow Jinqian looked deeply at her profile. I did all this for you voluntarily, and it's my duty to help you. But I'm not worth it. Her tone was very light. I'm not worth you paying so much for me. It doesn't matter. His eyes were gentle. I don't ask for anything in return. I just hope she can always be by his side, that's enough. Then I am a wicked woman, feeling so guilty. Kudai laughed at herself. There is no free lunch in the world. If I can't give you what you want, I am not qualified to enjoy your kindness to me, so, let it be. Chao Jinqian heard a tone of determination in her words. He was a little panicked. Kudai, give me some time. That's enough. She interrupted. You're making it very difficult for me, do you understand? Understand? How could Chao Jinqian not understand? If he wanted to approach her openly, he had to go through the Chao family, otherwise it would only bring trouble to her. Okay, I respect your choice. I won't bother you again for a short time. Chao Jinqian made a decision in his heart, but the Liang family's matter was caused by me. I implicated you. I should solve it for you. You don't have to feel bad. Kudai pursed her lips, said nothing, and walked away from him. When they passed by each other, Chao Jinqian held her wrist and said, but you also have to promise me that you won't ignore me, okay? No matter how enthusiastic she is. At least when you meet him, don't treat him as a stranger. Kudai couldn't give an answer, so she pulled her hand out of his palm and walked forward without looking back. The two figures on the beach were moving further and further apart. Chao Jinqian's hands froze in the air, and he felt empty in his heart. It was already evening when Kudai returned home. Aunt Chen is preparing dinner. Seeing her come back, Kuyunji caught her and asked, who did you go to see? Was it Mr. Chao? Kudai was really confused. Why are you thinking about Chao Jinqian all the time? Silly girl, he's the only one who can help you out of this predicament right now. Who else can you think of if not him? She resisted the urge to roll her eyes and said, well, you better give up this idea. He won't help me anymore. Kuyunji was stunned. Why? Did you have a conflict with him? No. She gave a fake smile. It means breaking up. Kuyunji became even more angry. Are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be stupid? You didn't want to use such a good guardian angel. You must have had your head caught in the door. How could I have such a stupid daughter like you? Kudai shrugged. Maybe you picked me up then. You. Enough. Chu Fengyang interrupted from the other side of the dining table. Come over and eat, stop talking nonsense. The mother and daughter walked over one after the other. After Kudai sat down, Chu Fengyang asked her, Adai, what did your company say about Liang Susu? Let me stop working and rest, and make plans after the storm is over. Is that so? Chu Fengyang nodded. That's great. I just called Xiaoyang. You two should follow your mother to Yuncheng to live for a while and visit your grandmother. Instead of staying at home, it's better to go somewhere else to relax. Kudai had no objection. Okay, what about you, Dad? He won't go. Kuyunji replied with a straight face, he is the head of the family. If he loses his job, he will have to find another one. Otherwise, how will he get the money to support his family? What nonsense are you talking about in front of the child? Chu Fengyang glared at her, then turned to look at Kudai with a smile. Don't listen to your mother, Dad will stay at home, you guys go to Yuncheng and have fun. Kudai forced a smile and looked at the table full of food, losing her appetite. The other side. Chao Jinqian went straight home to find Saiqiong. Mom, why didn't you tell me beforehand that you were going to see Kudai? The man came back exhausted, looking ready to call the enemy to task. She increasingly disregards her mother. Saiqiong suppressed his anger and trimmed the branches without even raising his head. I didn't tell you because there must be something you can't listen to. Chao Jinqian narrowed his eyes. Write her a check and keep her away from me. Is this what I can't listen to? Saiqiong sneered. I'm complaining to you so soon. That's pretty fast. Mom, why are you doing this? Because I hate her. Saiqiong did not hide his thoughts. Jinqian, you have been a superior person since you were born. You must have been in contact with upper-class nobles of the same level. That woman is not worthy of you. Chao Jinqian suddenly became very calm and put one hand in his trouser pocket. Is this how you evaluate your son's savior? What? Saiqiong put down the tools for pruning flowers and turned to look at him. Lifesaver. 10 years ago, I was in danger while diving, and it was Kudai who saved me. Seeing that Chao Jinqian didn't look like he was joking, Saiqiong's expression became serious. You're not lying to me, are you? No. Chao Jinqian's eyes turned slightly. Why else do you think I would try every possible way to protect her? Saiqiong suddenly realized, Could it be that you have been so nice to her all this time in order to repay her for saving your life? Chao Jinqian did not comment. Mother, do you think I shouldn't do this? Sai Qiong remained silent. This situation was a little unexpected for her. She knew that Chao Jinqian was in danger while diving that year, and she was scared to death at that time. According to reports from people around Chao Jinqian, it was a young girl who saved him. Didn't he expect that the little girl was Kudai? Mom, please don't target her anymore. Chao Jinqian said coldly, just consider it as the fact that she saved your son. After saying that, the man turned and left without even looking at Sai Qiong's reaction. The sun is shining and the breeze is not dry. Sai Qiong felt a lump in his heart. She called the housekeeper and said, go check who saved the young master when he was in danger at the seaside. Yes. Remember, Sai Qiong warned, check secretly and don't let the young master find out. The butler took the order and said, understood. Yuncheng is far from the capital, an 8-hour drive away. Kuyunji booked 3 flights and would arrive in an hour and a half. The seats were next to each other. Chu Yang sat by the window and closed his eyes to rest as soon as he got on the plane. Chapter 27, Grandson. Kudai sat in the middle, while Kuyunji sat in the aisle seat. With the buzzing sound of the engine, the plane rushed into the sky. Why don't you buy first class? Kudai wore a mask throughout the whole process, and her beautiful eyes showed obvious dissatisfaction. What? Did I wrong you? Kuyunji glanced at her and said, then buy it yourself. You pay for the plane ticket. Don't I give you 100,000 every month? Is it okay if I keep it for myself? Have to. Kudai ignored her and turned to look at Chu Yang. He crossed his arms over his chest, closed his eyes and leaned back in his seat. Thanks to Chao Jinqian's scar-removing ointment, the wounds on his body had almost no scars left and were all healed as before. The only drawback was that there was a small invisible scar on his left eyebrow bone, which indirectly caused a broken eyebrow. But this does not affect his appearance at all. The contour lines of his side face are smooth, and the broken eyebrow adds a bit of unruly wildness and hostility to him. He looks neither easy to mess with nor approachable. Chu Yang was not asleep. His cheeks moved slowly as he chewed gum. Kudai nudged him with her elbow. Do you have any more candy? Have. Give me 2. It's in your pocket. Take it yourself. He responded lazily without even opening his eyes. Kudai reached into his pocket and felt around. Where is it? Chu Yang closed his eyes and did not move. On the other side. She leaned forward, almost pressing her whole body on him. Still no. Oh, it might be in your trouser pocket, look for it again. Before Kudai had time to look for him, Kuyunji yelled, what are you doing? You're moving around so much and you can't even sit still. Have to. Can't you just not eat it? Kudai adjusted her mask, lowered the brim of her hat, and began to catch up on her sleep. The flight takes an hour and a half, which is neither long nor short. She didn't know when she fell asleep. Chu Yang felt his left shoulder sink and opened his eyes to look over. Kudai's head was resting on his shoulder. She was sleeping soundly. It was an unconscious action. Kuyunji didn't pay attention to this side and was chatting with the person next to her. The other party was an old lady with kind eyes. You are going to Yuncheng too. Where is Yuncheng? Huarong village. Oh, Huarong, we are from Yeshi town, which is very close. The old lady stretched her neck and said, is that your son? He is so handsome, and looks a lot like you. Kuyunji also looked at Chu Yang and smiled. Yes, everyone says my son takes after me. You are so lucky. You don't need to worry about your children because they are sensible. Unlike me, although I gave birth to 3 sons, they are all grown up and single. The old lady sighed, eyes full of envy. You are still good, young man, you are still in a relationship at such a young age. In 2 years you will have a grandchild. Kuyunji was laughing at first, but the more she listened, the more she felt something was wrong. Auntie, what kind of person are you dating? Isn't that your son's girlfriend? The old lady raised her chin and pointed at Kudai. Chu Yang listened with interest but didn't respond. With Kudai's head resting on his shoulder, the two of them really looked like a young couple. Kuyunji's face changed slightly, and she was extremely embarrassed. Auntie, you misunderstood. This is my daughter. Oh. The old lady was also embarrassed. It's your daughter. Look at my eyesight. Don't be surprised. Kuyunji smiled and said no. After chatting, she sat up straight, forced Kudai's head over and leaned it against her shoulder. Chu Yang opened his eyelids, took a quick look, then closed them again without saying anything. Perhaps because she was uncomfortable with the changed sleeping position, Kudai muttered unconsciously and leaned her head on Chu Yang's shoulder again. Kuyunji was so angry that she broke it back for her again. Mom. Chu Yang couldn't help it and said faintly, "Is it necessary?" Kuyunji casually made up an excuse, "I'm just worried that you'll be tired." "It's okay, it's the same if you lean on my shoulder." Kudai was still sleeping soundly. Chu Yang looked at her, but he was talking to Kuyunji. "You took what I just said too seriously." "Xiao Yang, it's not a question of whether you are serious or not, and it's not that Mom is nitpicking." Kuyunji said earnestly, "You and Adai are no longer teenagers. You must be careful about everything and keep a proper distance to avoid gossip. Even if these two children are not related by blood, outsiders don't know. Being too intimate can easily lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. Kuyunji is most afraid of this kind of misunderstanding. It's embarrassing and awkward." "Oh." Chu Yang smiled coldly and let her go. "What gossip?" What the old lady said just now came from her heart. Kuyunji was born in the countryside. After marrying Chu Fengyan, her quality of life improved a lot. She had said more than once that she wanted to bring her grandmother to live in Beijing, but her grandmother refused. The old man is over 80 years old, likes quietness, and can't get used to the life of city dwellers. "Fortunately, I am in good health and I grow vegetables and raise chickens in my hometown. Although my life is plain, it is comfortable. Isn't this isolated natural environment of the village something that city people envy? When young people occasionally go home to visit relatives, it is even more lively." Grandma had been standing at the entrance of the village, looking out. "Adai. Xiaoyan? You guys are finally back." Seeing her grandmother's figure, Kudai ran over and threw herself into her arms. "Grandma, I miss you so much." "Silly girl, Grandma misses you too." The old lady stroked Kudai's hair while looking at Chu Yang, who was approaching. "Our little Yang has grown into a big boy, and he is handsome now." Chu Yang curled his lips and glanced down. "Is Grandma's foot better now?" "Some time ago, my grandmother broke her foot and Kuyunji rushed over to take care of her for a few days." "Yeah, Mom, your feet don't hurt anymore, do they?" Okay, everything is fine." The daughter and grandchildren were all around her, and the grandmother felt warm in her heart. "You must be hungry. Let's go home. Grandma has made delicious food for you." It was getting dark. Several figures gathered together, talking and laughing as they walked home. My grandmother's house is a small house. It is not very big, has 2 floors and a total of 3 rooms. Kuyunji slept with her grandmother, while Kudai and Chu Yang slept on the 2nd floor, each in a room. After a day of traveling, Grandma was worried that they were too tired, so she sent them to rest after dinner. The bed had already been made. Daily necessities are also fully prepared. My grandma is so thoughtful even at her old age. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Chu Yang got up and went to open the door. "There's no signal in my room." Kudai walked straight into his room with her cell phone in hand. "Hey, there's signal here." Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and leaned against the door to look at her. "So you want to sleep here with me?" "No." She followed him into her room. "I'll just make a phone call and leave." Chu Yang closed the door and sat back at the computer desk. On the screen were some codes that Kudai could not understand. She withdrew her gaze and sat lazily on the edge of the bed. Before coming, someone called her, but the signal was bad and she didn't answer. Chapter 28. My girlfriend will be jealous. Kudai called back. "Hello, Ader." There was a sweet and pleasant female voice on the phone. Her eyes softened instantly. "It's me, my phone had no signal just now." "Where are you? How can your phone have no signal?" "At my grandmother's house, I came to Cloud City." "Is that so?" The other party hesitated for a moment. "Is it because of something on the internet?" The controversy surrounding Liang Susu hasn't passed yet, and the entire internet is discussing Kudai. She fell on the bed exhausted. "Well, but it's also a good way to relax. I haven't seen Grandma for a long time. I miss her so much." "Adai, don't be sad. I've scolded back all those people who scolded you online." The person on the phone was none other than Jijifu Gigi. Kudai couldn't help laughing. Yeah, I saw it, you are really amazing. The lights in the room are those old-fashioned bulbs, not very bright, but the color is very warm. Chu Yang seemed to be using the computer, but in fact he kept his attention on her. Look at her from time to time. A single man and a single woman were in the same room. She was lying on his bed, smiling charmingly. Her long hair spread all over the bed, and a strand of her hair playfully got inside her collar, making him feel itchy. I don't know what the person on the other end of the phone said, but she suddenly sat up from the bed, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation and surprise. Are you serious? I'm not sure yet. The other party was confused. If you return to China on time, the school will cover the airfare. If you return early, you will have to pay for the airfare yourself. Kudai lifted her hair, still smiling. Then can you return home early and I'll pay for your airfare? No. The other party refused. I am embarrassed to spend your money. Why are you being so polite to me? She seemed to be in a good mood, with light in her eyes, bright and shining. Even after hanging up the phone, her eyes and eyebrows were full of joy. Chu Yang retracted his gaze and asked calmly, "Who are you calling?" "My friend." Kudai was still lying on the bed, feeling too comfortable to move. Laughing like an idiot. "You are the idiot." Chu Yang leaned back in his chair. "Male or female?" "A woman." After Kudai finished answering, she felt something was wrong. Why is she so obedient and answers whatever I ask? At this time, Kuyunja's voice came from outside. "Ader? Ader. Where is the dead person?" Kudai stood up and opened the door. "Here it is." "Why did you go to Xiaoyan's room?" Kuyunja's expression changed immediately. She pulled Kudai out, stood at the door and said to Chu Yang, "Xiao Yang, don't play on the computer for too long, go to bed early." After saying that, he closed the door for him. On their way back to the room, Kuyunji couldn't help but scold her. "What are you doing running into Xiaoyan's room so late at night? Is that appropriate?" "No, Mom." Kudai didn't understand what she was angry about. "There's no signal in my room. I just went over to make a call. Why are you so excited? Enter the room and close the door." Kuyunji poked her forehead with her finger. "Xiao Yang is already an adult. Do you know what it means to avoid suspicion?" Kudai was speechless and amused. "He is still my brother even though he is an adult. Men and women should not touch each other, which is the same as a girl should avoid her father when she grows up. Do you understand?" Okay. She understood what her mother meant. "I will be more careful next time. Please don't be so sensitive, okay?" "Am I being too sensitive?" Kuyunji was about to be mad at her. "You are too ignorant. You are already an adult." Kudai shrugged and simply didn't respond. "Okay, go to bed early." Before leaving, Kuyunji reminded, "Lock the door at night." "Lock it. Who are you trying to protect? Beware of wolves, there are wolves in the village." After saying that, Kuyunji slammed the door shut. "Have a good night." The next day, Kudai slept until she woke up naturally. It had just rained outside and the air was particularly fresh. She washed up and went downstairs, where a steaming hot breakfast was placed on the table. Adai is up. Grandma came out from the kitchen. There are millet porridge and corn cakes. These eggs are laid by native chickens. Eat them while they are hot. Thank you, Grandma. She took a sip of the millet porridge. It was soft and fragrant, and the fragrance went straight into her heart. Her grandmother was peeling eggs for her, and she smiled at her as she peeled them. "My Adai is so pretty. The more you look at her, the more juicy she becomes. Even this egg is not as tender as yours. Grandma, please stop being like those fans and saying these things to please me." Except for filming or attending events where she wears makeup, Kudai is basically barefaced. Her most amazing moments were when she walked the red carpet without makeup, and her looks were still very good, which further solidified her title as the #1 beauty in the entertainment industry. "My granddaughter is just beautiful." Grandma was so proud that she handed the plump egg to me and said, "Eat it." She took it and took a bite. "Where are my mom and Xiaoyan?" "I didn't see them after I got up. Your mother went to the market and will be back soon." Grandma peeled the second egg. Xiao Yang went to the vegetable garden to pick vegetables. "We will fry them for lunch." "Is it the vegetable garden by the pond?" "Yes." "I'll help, too." Kudai was full, so she took an apple and went out while eating it. The vegetable garden is not far away, just a few steps away. Chu Yang squatted on one knee, without wearing gloves, and easily picked up a vegetable. His image doesn't fit in with the vegetable garden, but his every move seems quite down to earth. Kudai wanted to laugh. Do you need my help? Chu Yang looked at her and said, eat your apple. Do me a favor. She walked into the vegetable garden and squatted down beside Chu Yang. Your room has the strongest signal around here. You must have done something. Please fix something in my room as well. The village is not as good as the city. Not only is the internet bad, but the signal is also terrible. Only Chu Yang was not affected. Wherever he was, the signal there would be the strongest. Because he is proficient in computer technology, he once won the championship of the World Hacker Competition and is a top expert in this field. There's no way to fix it. Chu Yang stood up and went to the other side to pick vegetables. Kudai also followed and said, what's the problem? This is a very simple thing for you. She knew nothing about this, so Chu Yang lied to her. I use the satellite network, and only my room is the best match for the ground signal receiving station, so it won't work in other places. Kudai was confused by what she heard, and only grasped the main point. Does that mean I can only borrow the internet from your room? No. She frowned. Mom will scold me. I went to your room to make a phone call last night and got scolded. Chu Yang patted the mud off his hands, stood up and looked at her. Why did I scold you? We are both grown up now and we should be careful about what we do. Kudai agreed in her heart. Actually, what Mom said is not wrong. Look, you already have a girl you like. If one day you are no longer single and have a boyfriend, your girlfriend will be jealous if we continue to quarrel. Chu Yang wanted to sneer when he heard it. Chapter 29. Go to his room obediently. So just help me and get some signal in my room. I know you can do it. Kudai blinked her big eyes, as if she was acting pitiful or acting coquettishly. Chu Yang hardened his heart and said, it's no use looking at me. I can't do it. Want to connect to the internet? Go to his room. Why are you so hard to talk to? Kudai was a little angry. I was so angry that my heart was blocked and a strange tingling sensation came from my feet. She looked down and almost died on the spot. A disgusting leech was moving around at her ankle, seemingly looking for an opportunity to suck blood. Arr! Kudai screamed and jumped directly onto Chu Yang, wrapping her legs around his waist. Bear hug pose. Intimate and intimate sister. Chu Yang stretched out his arm and embraced her, glanced at the leeches in the vegetable field, and raised his eyebrows slightly. This little thing came at the perfect time. Go, go, go. Kudai was so frightened that she buried her face in his neck and trembled. She has been afraid of this thing since she was a child, even more than snakes. The last time I encountered a bed full of snakes on the set, it wasn't as terrifying as this moment. A leech was enough to scare her half to death. She can't stand in this vegetable garden. She kept urging Chu Yang to carry her back. What are you doing? Kuyunji came back from the market with a basket of vegetables in her hands. When she saw Kudai and Chu Yang hugging each other, she was so angry that her lungs exploded. Kudai! Get down here! They were hugging each other in broad daylight. What would it be like if the villagers saw them? I don't. Kudai collapsed and yelled, Mom! There are leeches. Kuyunji was stunned. She knew that when Kudai was a child, she was bitten by a leech, which sucked a bloody hole on her calf. She was so scared that she cried for 3 hours and had nightmares for 2 nights. A lifetime of shadow. Well, then you can't blame Shayan either. Kuyunji was so anxious that she almost walked over. Shayan, kick the leech away and ask your sister to come down. No. Don't put me down. Someone will die. Kudai screamed miserably. There was no other way. Chu Yang could only hold her in that position and walk out of the vegetable garden, with one hand around her waist and the other hand easily holding the vegetable basket. It doesn't seem to be hard at all. When she passed by Kuyunji, she reached out and pulled Kudai. You can come down now. Chu Yang avoided her and didn't let her touch Kudai. Mom, if you keep doing this, she will really cry. Kuyunji's hands froze in the air. Looking at Kudai again, she was biting her lips, her eyes full of tears, and it was obvious that she was still frightened. Never mind. Kuyunji didn't care about it. This was just an accident. This will not happen again. At noon, Kuyunji cooked a large table of dishes. While we were eating, a girl ran in. Grandma. I'm here to bring you some sausages and our yergua. The sound stopped abruptly. The girl didn't expect there were so many people in the house, and she couldn't go in or leave. It's Yunxiao. Grandma stood up and walked over. Oh, look at you, what are you doing with so many things again? The little girl blushed a little. Yes, my mother just made it and said to bring it to Grandma to try. Grandma was very grateful. Thank you so much, thank your mom for me. Yunxiao said it didn't matter. Grandma took her hand and introduced her to everyone. This girl is Yunxiao, the daughter of Aunt Li next door. She often brings me food. Upon hearing this, Kuyunji immediately stood up and said, Girl, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come on, sit down and eat together. No need, Auntie, Adai. Kuyunji ordered, go to the kitchen and get a set of bowls and chopsticks. Oh. Considering that this girl had taken care of her grandmother, Kudai stood up readily. As soon as she left, Kuyunji pulled Yunxiao behind her and said, Come, sit here. That was Corde's position. Just as Yunxiao was about to sit down, a hand stopped her. There's someone here. Chuyang didn't look at her and raised his chin towards the opposite side. It means sitting opposite each other. Oh. Yunxiao reacted, her heart pounding, and she lowered her head and sat down opposite. It doesn't matter where you sit. Grandma smiled, Yunxiao, this is my grandson, he's 1 year older than you can call him brother. Chuyang picked up the food and said nothing. Yunxiao glanced at him secretly again and her ears turned red. I'm Grandma's granddaughter, 7 years older than you. Kudai put the bowl and chopsticks in front of her and smiled sweetly, you can call me sister. Yunxiao looked up at her and was shocked, you are that big star. Sure. Kudai made a gesture to silence her. Keep it a secret. Yunxiao was so excited that she turned to look at her grandmother and said, Grandma, why didn't you tell me that your granddaughter is Kudai? Hush. Grandma also imitated Kudai, keep a low profile. This action amused everyone. Li Xiufan's daughter, right. Kuyunji recalled the past. I remember you. I used to go tea picking with your mother. We joked with each other that you were about the same age as Xiao Yang, so we might as well arrange a baby marriage for you. Yunxiao blushed suddenly. Har, that would be great. Kudai joked, the two families are neighbors, and if they get married, wouldn't it be? Chuyang glanced at her coldly. She suddenly stopped laughing, coughed twice, and lowered her head to eat. Xiao Yang. Yunxiao realized belatedly, are you brother Chuyang? He responded calmly, what? I remember now. Yunxiao smiled at him, when you were little, Aunt Ku brought you to Yuncheng. We played together and swung on the swings in the peach forest. Do you remember? Chuyang pretended to recall it and said, I don't remember. What about the bamboo pond? We played house there with other kids and almost fell into the water. You remember that, right? He curled his lips perfunctorily, no impression. Yunxiao's expression froze slightly. This child is so forgetful. Grandma kept picking up food for the girl, come on, girl, eat more. Yunxiao smiled again, thank you, Grandma. After dinner, the girl pestered Kudai for an autograph. She held up a pen and asked, where should I sign? Here. Yunxiao turned around and asked her to sign on the back of her clothes. Fans' requests are varied. Kudai was no longer surprised. Since then, Yunxiao has come to her grandmother's house more frequently. In the past, it was once every 3 to 5 days, which was considered too often. Now it's 3 to 5 times a day, which is considered low. She always went to her grandmother's house on the pretext that she liked Kudai, but actually she was going there for Chuyang. Either they send sweet-scented osmanthus cake, or they send handmade sesame balls, glutinous rice cakes, or spicy fried rice cakes. A variety of local snacks. Chuyang's refusal was also quite direct. I don't like sweet things. Sour? Take it. I don't eat spicy food either. After a series of blows, Yunxiao was more or less discouraged. Anyone with a discerning eye could see her feelings for Chuyang. This night, the stars are scattered all over the place. Grandma found Chuyang and asked quietly, Xiao Yang, the girl from the Yun family has been coming to our house these past few days. Does she like you? Chapter 30-34b, Her Size. The night is cool as water. Chuyang was lying on a rattan chair in the courtyard, with a leisurely posture and a nonchalant tone, Grandma, is it possible that she has a crush on you? You kid, you're just talking nonsense. Grandma hit him gently, I'm telling you something serious. She's pretty and kind-hearted. If she likes you, she's a good match for you. Talk first, and then get married after you graduate, so that Grandma can have a great-grandson sooner. Chu Yangxiao said helplessly, Grandma, please forgive me. Tell me the truth, Grandma, are you interested in that girl? The old lady was very excited. If you are interested, Grandma will propose marriage to you. With me as the intermediary, this marriage will definitely be successful. Mom, don't worry about it. Kuyunji came out from the inner room, holding a basket of edamame in her hand. That Yun girl is a good girl, but it's a pity that she's not Xiaoyan's type. The grandmother was not happy with her and poured cold water on her. We haven't even tried dating, how do you know it's not suitable? No need to try, Xiaoyan already has a girl he likes. Really? Grandma immediately perked up. Xiao Yang, did you talk to him yourself? Chu Yang didn't want to talk about this topic, so he put on his headphones. Grandma told him off, speak up, where is this girl from? Is she a good person? When are you going to bring her home for me to see? Hearing this, Kuyunji stopped peeling edamame and said, yes, Xiaoyan, you promised me last time that you would bring that girl home, why haven't you done anything yet? Why rush? Chu Yang threw a cherry tomato into his mouth. It's not time yet. Why do you need to pick a day? My grandmother is a typical example of someone who is anxious, the emperor is not, but the eunuchs are. How old am I? Are you still worried that I can't find a wife? Chu Yang was really convinced. It's not that I'm worried that you won't be able to find a wife, but if you delay any longer, Grandma's body will be too weak to attend your wedding. Mom! What are you talking about? Kuyunji felt uncomfortable listening to this. You will definitely live a long life. The wind suddenly started to blow. There was a faint rumble of thunder in the sky. Grandma stood up, thinking about the chickens in the hut, and before leaving the hospital, she did not forget to urge, it's a good thing that fate has come. Decide it as soon as possible, otherwise there will be more trouble. You, as a mother, must hurry up. I'll go with you. Kuyunji was worried about leaving her alone. In a blink of an eye, Chu Yang was the only one left in the courtyard. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, blowing the short hair in front of his forehead, and his pair of peach blossom eyes were even colder than the night sky. Given my grandmother's feudal thinking, if she knew who his sweetheart was, her body would be even more useless. Sudden. A piece of clothing covered Chu Yang's face, interrupting his thoughts. Oh my god, where did my underwear fall? Kudai was collecting clothes on the second-floor balcony. The wind was so strong that the small items were shaking. She barely managed to hold onto her panties, but her underwear was blown away. It fell on my face. A faint voice came from downstairs. Kudai leaned over the railing and looked down, and she was completely stunned. There was a rattan chair in the dark courtyard, on which lay Chu Yang, holding a pair of underwear in his hand. Light purple. Push-up bra with lace. He just took it off his face. Depend on. Kudai wished she could find a hole to crawl into, her face turned red. Do you want it? Chu Yang looked at her in the yard, hooking his index finger on the strap of her bra and dangling it. This wind really blows. Blow him there. Kudai thought about it for a while, and then an idea suddenly came to her mind. That's my mother's. You, don't move. I'll go down and get it for her. Go downstairs with a thump. She ran into the courtyard and went straight to Chu Yang, give it to me. She stretched out her hand, but Chu Yang avoided it. Whose did you just say? It's Mom's. I was just collecting clothes for her. Then why are you blushing? Whenever Kudai saw her underwear being held in his hands, her face felt as if it was burning. She said stubbornly, who is blushing? Give it to me. Chu Yang's fingertips stroked the fabric of the underwear, but his eyes stared at her with a smile. 34B, isn't this your size? What nonsense are you talking about? Kudai couldn't believe that his eyes were so sharp that he could see it at a glance. Give me. She snatched it from Chu Yang's hand, turned around and ran away. Looking from behind, her ears were red as blood. The smile in Chu Yang's eyes deepened. Not to mention the underwear, even the pair of cute little ones wrapped in the underwear were pampered by him many times. He blushes when he disagrees with something. He's really funny. It's late at night. Whispers could be heard from the small room on the first floor. Yunji. Grandma leaned against the head of the bed and asked earnestly, "How has your family been doing these years?" Kudai is a star. Although the road to the entertainment industry is difficult, fortunately she has outstanding looks and also has some skills. Chu Yang is a senior this year, majoring in computer science and minoring in engineering. This kid has been smarter than others since he was young. Before graduation, he had already obtained a master's and doctoral degree. Peking University said that he is a rare genius in many years and has a bright future. As for Chu Fengyang, Kuyunji thought about how he had been fired from the company not long ago, and her brows were filled with worry, but she didn't want to make her mother worry. "Mom, don't worry, our family is fine." "What about Xiaoyang?" Grandma was worried about him. "This child is smart and cunning. Has he discovered his own past?" "Don't worry, Mom. Xiaoyan doesn't know her own life experience. When Kudai was 5 years old, Kuyunji had health problems and became infertile for life. This is nothing, after all, we have Kudai." But she and Chu Fengyang both wanted to leave a descendant for the Chu family so that they would have someone to rely on when they were old, so they discussed going to the welfare home to adopt a boy. But they kept this a secret from Kudai. Kudai was still young at that time, and Kuyunji sent her to Yuncheng on the pretext of preparing for pregnancy, and she lived with her grandmother for 2 years. When she went back, Kuyunji and Chu Fengyang were already circling around a baby. They said it was her brother. So until now, Kudai has always believed that she and Chu Yang are blood-related siblings. As for Chu Yang, there is even less reason for him to know the truth. Did he doubt it? Grandma is always worried. He won't doubt it. Kuyunji was full of confidence. "I have treated Xiaoyang the same as my own son for 10 years. I have never treated him unfairly. He has no reason to doubt it." "That's good. That's good." Grandma seemed sleepy, and tried to cheer herself up. "I'm so old now, I don't dare to have any extravagant hopes. My only wish is that you live a good life, and that Kudai and Xiaoyang each get married and start a family as soon as possible. I will be satisfied if I can drink their wedding wine before I am buried." "Mom, don't say that." Kuyunji's voice choked with sobs. The mother and daughter were talking from the bottom of their hearts, and naturally no one noticed. Outside the room, a figure hid in the darkness. Coming silently, going silently. Chapter 31. Chu Yang, is he crazy? The next day, there was a strange smell in the room. Grandma came out of the room and walked towards the kitchen with a frown on her face. "Adai." "Hey." Kudai responded from inside, "I'm here, Grandma." "What are you cooking?" Walking into the kitchen, the smell was even stronger. Grandma couldn't stand it and covered her nose. "Why does it smell like shit?" Kudai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "No way, I cooked the snail rice noodle. This is what she brought from the capital. She missed it so much. If you want to eat noodles, Grandma can cook them for you." The old lady looked at the full pot and said with disdain, "Is this edible?" "It stinks." "It's not smelly, it smells very good." "Grandma, try it later. It's really delicious." "No, no, no, I don't eat shit." Grandma ran away very quickly and her legs and feet became nimble again. Kudai brought the snail noodles to the table and ate them mouthful after mouthful, enjoying them very much. "Your father called just now." Kuyunji walked into the room and said with a smile, "The company has reinstated him, and he can continue to work." "Really?" Kudai put down the spoon. "When did it happen?" "I notified you last night." Their boss explained that the previous incident was a misunderstanding and asked your father not to take it to heart. He also said that he would give him a promotion and a raise when he returns this time. The more Kuyunji talked, the happier she became, and the heavy stone in her heart finally fell. "That's good." Kudai curled her lips, but her thoughts were a little complicated. Because of Liang Susu's matter, the Liang family secretly stabbed Chu Fengyang and caused him to lose his job. Now that he has been reinstated, is it because the Liang family's issue has been resolved? Who solved it? She couldn't help but think of someone. Could it be Chao Jinqian? It seems that no one except him has this ability. The cell phone was placed beside her, and Kudai really wanted to call him and ask him something. But when I think of the decisive words I said to him before coming to Yuncheng, and Sai Chung's blatant warning to her, Kudai finally gave up the idea. Never mind. Now that it's been resolved, Everything is moving in a positive direction. She's with him, that's it. In the afternoon, the girl next door came again. Sister Dai. Brother Chuyang. Yun Xiao saw them outside the yard and ran in happily. I just came back from town and bought a few cups of milk tea. She put a cup in front of Kudai. Sister Dai, this cup is for you. Due to job requirements, Tong Yao never lets Kudai eat sweets or drinks as they would easily cause her to gain weight. The less she was given to drink, the more she wanted it. Sometimes I drink secretly. Now she is in Yuncheng, far away from home, and Tong Yao can't control her. Thanks. Kudai took it without hesitation. Brother Chuyang, I remember you said you don't like sweet things, so I bought you coffee this time. Yun Xiao put it in front of him with hope in her eyes. This brand is very popular. I saw many boys like to drink it. You should try it. Kodai bit her straw and watched their interaction. Indeed, few young guys nowadays like to drink milk tea, they all go for coffee. Yun Xiao really thought about it. Thank you. Chuyang glanced at him and pushed the coffee back. I don't like bitter ones either. Their hope in Yun Xiao's eyes was shattered. Then you can drink my cup. It doesn't have much sugar in it, so it's not too sweet. No need. Chuyang didn't even look at it, focusing on the computer. Drink it yourself. The girl was visibly sad. It's okay. Kudai comforted her. If he doesn't want to drink, forget it, we can drink it ourselves. Yun Xiao forced a smile and quietly fixed her eyes on the woman in front of her. It's summer now and the weather is getting hotter. Kudai wore a halter dress with small floral patterns. Her long hair was fixed behind her head with a clip, revealing her slender swan neck and skin as white as snow. She looked like a glowing point, dazzling. She is stunningly beautiful even without any makeup. Chuyang has such an outstanding sister, so he must be very selective in choosing a girlfriend, right? Yun Xiao couldn't help but think, there is no harm without comparison. Is this the reason why Chuyang looks down on her? A pleasant bell rang. Kudai stood up with her phone in hand. I'm going to answer a call, you guys chat. After she left, Yun Xiao mustered up the courage to speak. Brother Chuyang, do you hate me very much? The boy glanced at her sideways and said, I don't hate it. Then why do you always refuse? I just don't feel anything. Yun Xiao's expression was stiff, and she suddenly felt that the three words, I didn't feel, were so hurtful. She lowered her head, her eyes slightly reddened. Feelings can be cultivated, you should know that I like you. Hearing her choking voice, Chuyang simply closed the computer. He has said so much, but the girl is still struggling with how to develop feelings. Oh. His eyes fell on the cup of milk tea next to him. Chuyang took it directly and took a sip through the straw. Yun Xiao noticed his actions and raised her head suddenly. You. How am I? That's what Sister Dai drank. Yun Xiao's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, Chuyang uttered three words lightly, I know. You know and still drink. Yun Xiao seemed to have discovered some incredible secret, and stammered in shock, you. Could it be that you are to Sister Dai? That's right. Chuyang still had the straw in his mouth. It's just what you thought. Yun Xiao didn't expect that he would actually dare to admit it. For a moment, her heart was beating like a drum and her whole body was as cold as ice. Crazy, are you crazy? Chuyang is crazy. Room on the second floor. Kudai curled up on the sofa and answered Tong Yao's call. Liang Susu was discharged from the hospital 3 days ago. I heard that her mental state is not very good and her face is disfigured. The lesson your illegitimate fan gave her scared her a lot. She is most likely crazy. Is she really crazy? Kudai was a little unconvinced. Then how can she continue to survive in the entertainment industry? Why are you messing around? The Liang family has already sent her abroad. Tong Yao added, she's on an 8 o'clock flight this morning, flying to country M. No way. Kudai suspected that she had heard wrongly. The Liang family sent her abroad. Yes, what else? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to stay in the country? But didn't the Liang family blame me for this? Are they willing to let it go so easily? Tong Yao chuckled twice. Then you have to thank President Chow again. Looking at the entire capital, only the Chow family can suppress the Liang family. With President Chow protecting you, how dare the Liang family fart? Kudai said nothing. She should have expected it long ago. It was indeed Chow Jinqian. But didn't the Chow family oppose Chow Jinqian's contact with her? How could they agree to Chao Jinqian openly confronting the Liang family for her? Could it be that Chao Jinqian convinced his mother? Could I? Tong Yao's voice brought her back to reality. Boss Chao has helped you solve a big problem again this time. You'd better call him to thank him. This is the most basic etiquette. Oh, I see. Although she agreed verbally, Kudai actually didn't know whether she should call him or not. Chapter 32, Discovering His Dark Thoughts. We clearly agreed not to interfere with each other. Chao Jinqian really did what he said and did not contact her actively during this period. But he was silently helping her solve her problems. To be honest, Kudai was very conflicted. It's like two little guys are fighting. Also, you've been in Yuncheng for almost half a month. The sound of a lighter came from the phone, and Tong Yao lit a cigarette. The popularity on the internet has faded. It's almost time for you to come back to film. Kudai laughed. Now that Liang Susu is gone, how can we continue filming? Yu Hua has two female protagonists, neither of them can be missing. So we'll wait for you to come back to discuss it. Tong Yao guessed, but I guess they'll recast the film. All right. It was difficult to explain over the phone, so Kudai hung up first. She opened the curtains and looked at the natural scenery outside. Time flies. Every time she comes to her grandmother's house, she can put all her worries aside. There seems to be a kind of magic here that heals people's hearts. Another day, the sun rises in the east. Grandma walked into the room mumbling, "I don't know what happened to Yunqiao. Aunt Li said she locked herself in her room last night and refused to eat dinner. She didn't respond when I called her, and she hasn't come out yet." Kuyunji was washing dishes in the kitchen and replied in a loud voice, "Little girls are very sensitive. Maybe she is in a bad mood. That girl is usually very sensible, who would she get angry with?" Grandma thought of something and turned to look at Chu Yang, who was leaning on the sofa. "Xiao Yang, could it be that you made her angry?" "Not really." Chu Yang raised his legs and crossed them in a rude manner, his 10 fingers rapidly tapping on the keyboard. "At most I taught her a lesson." "Attend class." Kuyunji poked her head out of the kitchen and asked, "What did you say to them?" "A secret." He held a lollipop in his mouth. "He's hiding in his room right now. He must be trying to figure out life." "What a mess." Grandma was confused. "Xiao Yang, let me tell you, even if you don't like a girl, you can't attack her. That's not the way to behave." "That's right." Kuyunji came out wiping her hands. "Yunqiao's family lives next door, and they are neighbors. If they fall out, your grandma will be embarrassed." "Really not." Chu Yang was ambiguous. "It will be fine once she figures it out." Seeing that he was so mysterious, Kuyunji didn't ask any more questions. "Mom, Lao Feng has a lot of things to do at the company, and Xiao Yang's vacation is almost over. I will be back in 2 days. You can come with us to live in Beijing for a while." No, I'm too old to bother." Grandma stood up and walked out. "I'll go catch some chickens and you can take them back to Beijing to eat. You also need to prepare some eggs and other things in advance." "No need, Mom, just keep it for yourself." Kuyunji followed him out and the voice gradually disappeared. There was the sound of footsteps coming down the stairs. The seat next to Chu Yang sank, and a sweet fragrance surrounded him. "Come on, connect me to a hotspot." Kudai sat next to him, and the two were very close. It was so close that when he turned his head, he could see the seductive cleavage of her chest through her low collar. They are crystal clear, white and tender, like 2 peaches, with a charming luster. His eyes suddenly darkened. Kudai was completely unaware and turned on the wireless network on her phone. "Come on, share the hotspot with me." Chu Yang retracted his gaze, his voice slightly hoarse. "My phone is in my room. Wouldn't it be enough to just take your computer? Mobile internet is faster." "Okay. He is the great god and he has the final say." Kudai stood up and said, "Then I'll get it for you." Less than 2 minutes. She came back with Chu Yang's phone. "Unlock it quickly. The password is your birthday." Chu Yang's words were shocking. "My birthday?" Kudai was almost shocked. "Is this true? Why is it her birthday?" She looked like she had seen a ghost. Chu Yang looked at her and suddenly laughed. "I was just kidding." Kudai froze in place, and the phone in her hand was taken away by him. Chu Yang unlocked the phone and was about to share the hotspot with her when Kuyunji's cry came from outside the house. "Xiao Yang? Come and help me catch the chicken." There was no other choice, so he handed the phone to Kudai and said, "Do it yourself." After saying that, he got up and left. Only Kudai was left in the room. She sat back on the sofa, took Chu Yang's phone, and connected her own phone to the hotspot. After successfully connecting to the internet, she placed Chu Yang's phone on the table, and her fingertips accidentally touched the return to home screen. The next second, she was struck by lightning. I stared at the home screen of my phone. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Wallpaper. Chu Yang's cell phone wallpaper is a picture of a sexy naked waist. She is not wearing any clothes, so her face cannot be seen clearly, and her legs are not even in the picture. The shooting angle was from the back, only the waist was captured, and on the left side of the waist, there was a scarlet hell butterfly tattooed, which was lifelike, dark, and seductive, revealing a fatal familiarity. She was so familiar that Kudai recognized it at a glance. The person in the photo was her. It's her waist. It's her tattoo. It's her photo, which Xu Yang uses as his phone wallpaper. Kudai was in a state of panic, her heart almost jumping out of her throat. She forced herself to calm down, and couldn't help but think of what Xu Yang had just said. The password to unlock the phone. Is it possible that this is really her birthday? With a panic in her heart, Kudai turned off the screen of his phone and then unlocked it again. With trembling fingers, he entered the password. 0. 6. 1. 6. It's open. It actually opened. The password is really her birthday. Kudai's face was pale as a ghost. Why? Chu Yang used her photo as his phone wallpaper. Use her birthday as the unlock code. Why did he do this? Could it be? Kudai thought of an absurd possibility and suddenly felt a piercing cold all over her body. She still held Chu Yang's cell phone in her hand, which was like a hot potato. She couldn't throw it away, nor could she hold it. At this time, the sound of footsteps came closer and closer. It's not Ku Yunji and Grandma. It's Chu Yang. He is back. Chu Yang walked into the room and saw a figure lying on the sofa. He walked over with one hand in his pocket. Kudai fell asleep. She held her own cell phone in her right hand half clenched. And his cell phone fell to the ground next to the sofa. It's like he fell asleep in the middle of playing. Chu Yang looked down at her for a long while, then turned around and took a small blanket from the side to cover her belly. He did not rush to stand up, but squatted on one knee, staring at her sleeping face, while reaching out to brush the few strands of hair that had stuck to her lips behind her ears. The fingertips touched the skin, the movements were extremely gentle. Full of love. The computer on the desk was closed. Chu Yang took it in his hand and went upstairs. The footsteps gradually faded away. As soon as he closed the door, Kudai jumped up from the sofa as if she had come back to life. She was still in shock, her chest heaving violently. Chu Yang covered her with a blanket, and she could understand. This is the most basic care between family members. The question is, why was he touching her? Chapter 33. She didn't do anything, but he loved her so much. Why are you touching her face? Crazy. Kudai not only felt that she was going crazy, but also felt that Chu Yang's madness was out of control. Second floor. The phone on the table was on and the wallpaper was blatant. Chu Yang sat in a chair and stared at him. He raised the cigarette in his hand, took a puff, and then slowly exhaled the smoke through his lungs. Recalling the time when she touched Kudai just now, she felt goosebumps rising on her body unconsciously. He curled his lower lip silently. There's no point pretending to be asleep. Next he would launch an offensive, not having the patience to give her time to slowly transition. Kudai. Even if you don't adapt, you have to adapt. That evening, Kuyunji lost her temper. Kudai. Are you out of your mind? Why are you walking around so late at night? I'm warning you, stop it. Their voice was filled with anger. Kudai was pulling her suitcase and was blocked at the door by her grandmother. Mom, Grandma, I'm not making a fuss. I really have something to do. What's the hurry? You're leaving right now. Kuyunji didn't believe it. We have to go back to the capital in 2 days anyway, can't you come with us? No. Absolutely not. Kudai couldn't stay in this place for even a second. She was determined to leave. The online storm has calmed down. The company notified me to return to work tomorrow. I'm really in a hurry. My flight is at 8 o'clock tonight. Grandma held onto her suitcase and refused to let go. Adai, you are in such a hurry to leave. At least have some dinner. It's getting dark outside. How can I be at ease? It's okay, Grandma, I called a taxi. Kudai hurriedly hugged her grandmother and kept glancing at the stairs, fearing that Chuyang would come down at this time. Okay, I really have to go. I put 2 big red envelopes under your pillow. You should eat and drink as you should. Take care of yourself. I'll come to see you when I have time. She rushed into the yard dragging her suitcase. Kuyunji chased after her. You damn girl. You really pissed me off to death. Bye. Bye. Kudai left quickly without even looking back. It looked as if there was a ferocious beast chasing him, and he was just running away with the suitcase. She was so focused on escaping that she naturally didn't notice. In the room on the 2nd floor, Chuyang stood in front of the window, staring at her in a dark and mysterious way. Until her back disappeared. Kodai didn't lie, she really booked a flight for 8 o'clock tonight. In the first-class cabin, she wore a hat and mask tightly, staring at the night view outside the window in a daze. Many scenes emerged in my mind, all of which were bits and pieces of my time with Chuyang. She was 6 years old, and she held him when he was only a few months old. When she was 9 years old, she took him everywhere to play. At the age of 15, she had already been caught up with him in height. Including her, who was in her 20s, and witnessed him grow into a spirited young man and was confessed to by other girls. After all, Kudai still couldn't figure out where the problem lay. She didn't do anything, why did Chuyang? Although she didn't ask him to verify it, her guess was probably pretty close. Well, don't want to think about it anymore. I was very nervous. The only thing she could do now was to stay away from him. The plane takes off and then lands. Fortunately, the flight was not delayed. As soon as I turned on my phone, Tong Yao called. Hey, have you decided when to come back? I'm back. Kudai pulled her suitcase towards the exit, at the Beijing airport. Really? That's fast. Tong Yao was surprised. That's perfect. The company is having a dinner tonight at Dynasty Hotel. Come over now. Kudai didn't want to go. I just got off the plane and I'm so tired. I just want to lie down. Fuck you. You've been resting for so long and you're still complaining about being tired. Tong Yao issued an ultimatum, come here quickly, so we can talk about the new heroine of Yu Hua. Who's having dinner? Just the people in the company. Kudai hesitated, is Chao Jinqian here? What? Tong Yao raised his eyebrows. I won't go if he's here. Hey, you're so weird, hiding from the big boss. Are you there or not? She interrupted impatiently. Tong Yao had no choice but to tell the truth. No, come here quickly. Be careful, don't get photographed. Okay. Kudai hung up the phone and took a taxi to the Dynasty Hotel. Xingsha's company dinners often have 4 or 5 tables of people. The 2nd floor of Dynasty is booked tonight. Kudai pushed open the door of the box, and the laughter inside stopped for a moment. Everyone greeted her. Sister Dai is back. The top sister of our company is finally back. She returned a faint smile, and with a dusty look on her face, she sat down in the empty seat next to Tong Yao. Oh my god. Tong Yao hit her hard, have you gained weight? I have to say, Tong Yao's reputation as a gold medal agent is well deserved, and she has a sharp eye, as can be seen from this. Kudai took off her cap and brushed her hair. Not much, just 2 kilograms. In Huarong village, her grandmother treated her like her own sweetheart and gave her all the delicious food and drinks. How could she not get fat? 2 more pounds. Not even half a pound. Tong Yao was notoriously demanding. What did I tell you before? As an artist, you must pay attention to your body management. Looking at the table full of dishes, Kudai had no appetite and was in a bad mood. I'm already fat, what's wrong with that? I don't care. You have to lose weight and return to your normal weight before the day after tomorrow. Reason? You've been invited to walk the red carpet at the Kaiteng Star Awards. Tong Yao said sternly, the company ordered you a high-end KG new season dress. You must be 172 centimeters tall and weigh 88 kilograms to wear it. Kodai's height is 172 centimeters and 88 centimeters. This haute couture dress is one of a kind in the world and was made exclusively for Kede. But now she has gained 2 kilograms and weighs 90 pounds, so she can barely fit into the dress. The effect is definitely not as stunning as if she had a standard figure. Okay. Kudai simply stopped moving her chopsticks. At worst, I won't eat or drink for the next 2 days. Tong Yao glanced at her and asked, "Why do I see that you are in a bad mood when you come back this time?" "Nothing." Kudai became upset whenever she thought of Chu Yang, and she didn't want to discuss him. "Didn't you say you wanted to talk about the new heroine of Desire Painting? Hurry up." Her patience was limited. "Let's finish it all at once so I can go home and sleep." "Sleep, sleep, sleep, all you do is sleep. Why aren't you dying of laziness?" Tong Yao was furious, but she finally got down to business. "Liang Susu has gone abroad, and someone must take her role. Director Shin has already chosen someone. Do you know who it is?" Kudai was too lazy to guess. "Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me now." "Ji Yuingshi." "Wow." Kudai finally perked up. "That's great, we're old acquaintances. Is this your first screen collaboration?" Tong Yao patted her shoulder. "She's the new Golden Rooster Award winner. It's a good opportunity for her to guide you. You can learn more from her." "Do I need to learn?" Kudai was dissatisfied. "I have acting skills, okay." Tong Yao put down his wine glass and looked at her seriously. "Wait until your acting skills surpass your looks before you say this." "Depend on." Kudai got up and left. Chapter 34, Afraid of him, hiding from him. After a long and tiring time, I finally returned to the apartment at around 10 o'clock. Kudai threw herself on the sofa and lay motionless. "I don't want to take a bath. The light doesn't want to turn on." Their whole person was in darkness. She just wanted to fall asleep like this. While I was half asleep, the cell phone rang with a pleasant sound. She fumbled to pick it up, but the light from the screen was so bright that she couldn't open her eyes. However, after seeing the caller ID, she suddenly came to her senses. "Chu Yang?" he called. Kudai didn't dare to answer it, nor did she hang up. She just let the phone ring until it automatically hung up. The ringing sound is gone. Her heart was still beating wildly and she looked as if she was facing a great enemy. Not long after, the phone rang again. This time it was Ku Yunji who called. She hesitated for a while and finally chose to answer the call. "Hey, Ader." It was the mother's loud voice on the other end. "Have you arrived yet? Are you home?" "Yeah." She took a deep breath. "In the apartment. Why don't you go home and live?" At this point, how could Kudai dare to stay under the same roof with Chu Yang? She explained, "I have activities these 2 days and I am very busy." Kuyunji took it seriously. "You still have some luggage that you haven't taken with you. Your brother and I will be going back in a couple of days and we'll bring it with us for you. You can go home and get it then." "Oh." This time when she came back, Kudai left in a hurry and only packed some necessities, leaving many things at her grandmother's house. Hearing her voice was a little depressed, Kuyunji gave her a few more instructions before hanging up the phone. "I don't know what happened to this child. He sounds unhappy. Visibility is poor at night. Grandma wore reading glasses and mended clothes. It's not easy for a Dai to do this job. You should pay more attention to her." Kuyunji muttered, "I don't care enough." There was a noise in the house. Chu Yang poured a glass of water and went upstairs while drinking. "Oh." She answered Kuyunji's call but didn't answer his. "You are so good, Kudai, you really think he is a monster?" Kaiteng Starlight Awards, stars gathered. Many media came to the scene, all setting up cameras on both sides of the red carpet, just to capture the most eye-catching red carpet queen of the day. Kudai appeared in a silver Keijin haute couture dress, immediately grabbing the attention of the audience. The long wavy hair is straightened, and the makeup is of a light-colored texture, which is classy and cool. Her looks are pleasing to the eye, and her style is even more stunning. When the previous actress saw her coming, she subtly quickened her pace and left the red carpet, not wanting to be in the same frame with her. The same goes for entering the inner field. Kudai sat alone in her seat, and no one around her was willing to sit with her. The table that was originally meant to seat 4 people was now squeezed with 6 people. "Why do you keep talking about me? Then why don't you go sit with her?" "No, this is my seat." "Stop it, you're just afraid of losing face. Everyone knows that Kudai is a famous photo killer. Her beauty is too overbearing and too arrogant. The actresses who appeared in the same frame with her were almost overshadowed and looked like they were not from the same dimension at all. I don't know who started it. I heard that Mr. Chow from Longyu Group will also come. I don't know if it's true or not. It's true. Someone was sure, Mr. Chow is the guest of honor for tonight's awards ceremony. Oh my god, that's the prince of the capital. If I could marry him, I wouldn't have to worry about anything for the rest of my life. Dream on, dreams will come true. Kudai listened to the whispers beside her, her eyes moving slightly. Chao Jinqian will come too. Why didn't Ti Tong Yao tell her? Just as I was thinking this, a shadow fell before my eyes. She turned her head and saw a smiling face. Kumai Shindai, seeing you sitting here alone, I came to keep you company. Ji Yuingshi was wearing a black strapless floor-length dress from the high-end brand Jocelyn. Her dress was quite revealing, her breasts were about to burst out. To be fair, although Ji Yuingshi is not as beautiful as Kudai, her figure is one of the best, especially after giving birth to a child, her charm has become even better. On the contrary, although Kodai's figure is not top-notch, her face is well-deserved. Queen Ji Yu is the most beautiful girl today. Kudai stared at her chest blatantly. Ji Yuingshi was also generous, not covering anything, allowing her to look at it, and instead smiled and teased, "You are talking about yourself, look around, which woman dares to sit next to you, this is called outshining all the beauties." Kudai shrugged. I can understand female stars. They want to save face, but why the hell won't even a man sit next to me? Why else? Because they don't dare. Ji Yuingshi's words came true. Liang Susu's example is there. Now if you are man, they will stay away from you. They have the intention but not the courage. What if a stalker comes to your door one day? You won't know how you died. Kudai was also convinced, this is a disguised way of blocking my romantic opportunities. Har har. Ji Yuingshi laughed so hard that her body shook. So you better behave yourself and don't start any scandals, or else you'll kill people. Kudai changed the subject, they said you took the female lead role in Desire to Paint. Is that true? Of course it's true, so we will have scenes together next, I'm quite looking forward to it. Really? She took a small snack from the table, I'm also looking forward to you having an intimate scene with the male lead. That's nothing. Ji Yuingshi didn't care, I have a husband and children, kissing scenes and sex scenes are no problem. Kudai asked, won't your husband be jealous? He loves me to death. He has both my body and my heart. He doesn't care about those superficial things. Ji Yuingshi is full of confidence in her wealthy husband. Kudai gave her a thumbs up and said, you are awesome. The host on the field then spoke, now please invite the president of Longyu Group, Chao Jinqian, to the stage to present the awards to everyone. Accompanied by warm applause, the man slowly appeared in everyone's sight. Chao Jinqian was wearing a dark-colored suit. He was tall and handsome, with a serious expression on his face. He looked dull, cold, and full of aura. Even though they were so far away, he could always spot Kudai in the crowd at a glance. The two looked at each other. The camera in the backstage just cuts to her. On the huge LED display, that stunningly beautiful face caught everyone's attention. Breathtaking. Kudai curled her lips and smiled, not sure if she was responding to the camera or to him. Chao Jinqian's heart was beating fast. Hey, look, isn't Mr. Chow staring at us? Several female stars were so excited. It seems so. His eyes are so gentle. He was so cold just now. I don't know who he was looking at. Look at me. His eyes are on me. The actress who spoke was ordinary, yet confident. Ji Yuingshi resisted the urge to roll her eyes, Boss Chow is clearly looking at you. There are always some people who don't know their own worth. Kudai smiled indifferently and said, let them be. Although the awards presented at tonight's Starlight Awards are not grand prizes with super high gold content, it is still an honor after all. Chapter 35 Full of Possessiveness. Kodai won the Most Popular Actress Award. She took the trophy from Chao Jinqian and said thank you politely. He said indifferently, you're welcome. The two of them acted very distant and cold, and outsiders could not tell anything was fishy. After the official speech, Kudai walked off the stage holding up her skirt. Chao Jinqian followed her slowly. The heels of her shoes were high and the steps were steep, so she almost fell. The man helped her up. Their hot palms wrapped around the slender arms. After just a moment, he withdrew his hand like a gentleman. Kede brushed her hair behind her ears and said thank you again. There are cameras all around, so you have to be careful with every move. If you are not careful, people will make groundless accusations and push you to the forefront. The nights in early summer are 3 parts dry and 7 parts cool. Why didn't you tell me you were back? As usual, Chao Jinqian's suit jacket was draped over Kede. She smelled the man's cool perfume and felt a little uncomfortable. There's no need to let everyone know. You treat me as an outsider now. His eyes were deep, and Kede looked at him openly. You are my superior, so you should keep your distance and don't cross the line. Few people pass by here, and bodyguards are guarding at a distance, so you don't have to worry about anyone eavesdropping when you talk. Everything has been resolved. Chao Jinqian said jokingly, you don't have to avoid me like a snake. Kede pursed her lips and asked, are you referring to the Liang family's matter? You really solved it. What else? He put one hand in his trouser pocket, his watch flashing a noble light. I promise to help you solve it, and I will definitely do what I said. Kede had expected it to be him, but there was one thing she couldn't understand. Don't your family members hate me? Your mother even found me privately and asked me not to have any contact with you. How could they agree to you going against the Liang family? Chao Jinqian curled his lips. I've brought out my trump card. What's the killer trick? Are you curious? She nodded, genuinely curious. Chao Jinqian did not hide it from her. I told my mother that you are my lifesaver. Kede was surprised. You told her what happened 10 years ago. You have to tell her. Chao Jinqian knew his mother's personality well, otherwise she will always be prejudiced against you. No wonder. Kede understood clearly, so your family agreed to let you deal with the Liang family's affairs because I saved you. What is this, a repayment of favor? The grace of saving a life cannot be compared with some trivial matters. In Chao Jinqian's heart, Kede is more than just his savior. He also didn't want to think of her as just a savior. Okay. Kede felt relieved. No matter what the reason is, it's best if the matter is resolved. I don't want to have anything to do with your family. That's it. Chao Jinqian frowned. You don't have to deliberately draw a line between you and me. My mother has already accepted you and is grateful to you. At least we can still get along as friends like before. Kede wanted to say something when the cell phone in her bag suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and answered, Mom, what's going on? Chao Jinqian knew what to do and didn't say anything. He leaned against the railing and looked at her quietly. Adai, Xiaoyan and I are back in Beijing. Kuyunji's voice was loud and clear, and even without the speakerphone on, you could hear her. I've brought your luggage back for you. Do you have time to come pick it up tomorrow? And come home for dinner. When Kede heard about Chuyang, she was in a state of confusion. No, I'm very busy and don't have time to go back. Kuyunji was dissatisfied. You don't even have time to eat. What about your luggage? Should I ask Xiaoyang to send it to you? No, no, no. She reacted fiercely. Well, the luggage contains useless things. I'm not in a hurry to use them. Just leave them at home. Don't send them over. Kuyunji thought she was a little strange, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Okay, take care of yourself. Yeah, I will. Hang up the phone. Kede clutched her phone tightly, her heartbeat still not calming down. What's wrong with you? Chao Jinqian looked at her. Answering a phone call is like taking half your life away. Is there something wrong? Something really happened. It's still a big deal. Kede didn't know where to start. Can you take me home? I want to ask you something in the car. It was the first time that Chao Jinqian saw her so proactive, and of course he was very happy. After getting in the car, Kede leaned against the window, looking like she was worried about something. Her profile was delicate and flawless, exuding a hazy sense of mystery in the dim carriage, and her whole body was surrounded by a gloom. Chao Jinqian couldn't help but ask, "What do you want to ask me?" Kede turned her head, her beautiful eyes filled with bewilderment. You said last time that Xiaoyang looked at me with an impure look in his eyes, and asked me to keep my distance from him. What basis did you have for saying that? Why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Chao Jinqian's face suddenly changed. Did you discover it yourself? Answer my question first. The man looked at her out of control emotions with unfathomable eyes. After a long while, he slowly spoke, "My basis comes from my feelings. Men understand men best. Everything Xiaoyan does for you, including the way she looks at you, is full of possessiveness." Kodai stiffened. "This is also the reason why he doesn't get along with me. Every time I get close to you, he becomes hostile to me." Chao Jinqian analyzed, "This hostility comes from his possessiveness. It's not just me. He rejects any member of the opposite sex who approaches you." Although it was summer, Kudai felt cold all over. Waves of chill rising from the soles of her feet made her hair stand on end. "Kudai." Chao Jinqian pulled her back to her senses. "Did you feel something yourself? Or did he do something to you?" At the end, Chao Jinqian was also nervous. I don't know either." Kudai recalled the secret she discovered at her grandmother's house and panicked. "I'm not sure. I don't even dare to see Xiaoyan right now. Evading won't solve any problems." Chao Jinqian reminded her seriously, "You must find him and ask him face to face. It won't be good for anyone if you drag it on." But. She is scared. "I'm afraid that after finding Chu Yang, this guess will become a fact." That was something she never dared to face. Adai. Chao Jinqian advised earnestly, "Xiao Yang is still young and his thoughts are easily misguided. He is at risk of going astray. It is not too late to correct his three views and cut off those thoughts that should not have been there." The man paused and gave her some advice. "If you don't know what to do, you can ask your parents to help." "No." Kudai rejected it outright. "My parents must not know about this." "So you plan to keep running away?" The car drove to the apartment complex. Kudai opened the car door without stopping. "I will ask him about it. You must keep this a secret for me and never tell anyone else." Bang. The car door closed. Chao Jinqian stared at her back from the back seat, with a frown on his face.